The smell was what he noticed first, a blend of old and new. At one time there had been cattle in the building, and the scent of manure still lingered. Hay had been stored in the second-floor loft, but it had molded away, leaving only its stench. The scents of rotted wood and unwashed human bodies, however, were current. Old and new, the odors combined to produce a smell far more nauseating than anyone could have generated by itself, and, when he'd stepped into the barn, the foul mixture hit Candido Subing like a baseball bat between the eyes. One odor was separate from the others, and seemed to rise alone above them, filling the air like a hanging corpse. Fear. 12 hostages, huddled in the corner farthest from the barn door. 4 men and 2 women were seated in the mud, their backs to the wall. Their hands were bound in front of them, a heavy rope traveling their waists before dropping to secure their ankles. Makeshift hoods that had once held grain for the animals that had inhabited the barn covered each prisoner from the top of the head to the shoulders. Subing felt his face twist into a sneer. The people beneath the hoods were worse than mere infidels. They were Christian missionaries, sent from the great Satan America to infiltrate the Philippines and to snatch his people from the one true God, Allah, and his prophet. Subing waded through the muddy floor to the cowering figures. He had no need to remove the hoods to know what lay in each prisoner's eyes. Terror for some, acceptance of fate in others, and outright defiance in one. There was at least some hope still left in most of them. Subing stopped in front of the seated captives. He had seen their faces earlier in the day when the hoods had been removed. As soon as their eyes had adjusted to the dim light, one of the women and 2 of the men had wept. 2 other missionaries, a husband and wife, had closed their eyes, and he'd seen their lips move silently as they'd offered up some infidel prayer. None but one had dared to meet his eyes. Subing stared at that man now, his eyes filled with hatred. Before he killed them, he would force them each to denounce their false savior. He continued to stare at the hood over the face of the one that remained defiant. This man would denounce his false doctrine this very day. Subing narrowed his eyes, savoring the moment. This man who defied him sat between the 2 women. Warden was his name, the Reverend James A. Warden. Subing waved a freedom fighter with a camera to his position in front of the hostages, and the man began to unfold the legs of his tripod. And as Subing stared at the ragged, mud-encrusted clothes and equally filthy hood that enshrouded the recalcitrant man, he knew that beneath the cloth, James A. Warden was still smiling the same smile he always had on his face when his hood came off. And it was this knowledge that infuriated Candido Subing. His hand fell to the barong sheathed in the carved wooden scabbard at his side. Would he finally see fear in the American's eyes as his head left his body and rolled across the ground? Would he see pain, horror? He didn't know, but he was about to find out. Subing moved forward, halting between the hostages and the video camera. The prisoners shifted uncomfortably, sensing his presence near them. He surveyed the 10 tigers around him, then caught the eye of Reynaldo Taboada, a newcomer filled with potential.
"Remove the hoods!"
Taboada looked hesitant for a moment, but after a moment's delay, the man walked along the line, jerking the dirty feed sacks from the heads of the prisoners. The infidel's eyes blinked furiously, unaccustomed even to light of the poorly illuminated barn. The husband and wife leaned closer to each other and began once more to silently pray. The Reverend James A. Warden looked Subing square in the eye, beaming the same infuriating smile the tiger's leader had known would be there.
"Jesus loves you. He will forgive you for all your sins. All you have to do is ask."
One of the guards lunged forward, raising the stock of his AK-47.
Oh!
For a moment, Warden's smile flickered, then reappeared, filling Subing with an almost uncontrollable urge to behead the man immediately. It took all of his self-control to turn toward the cameraman instead. The cameraman nodded to begin.
"We have done our best to reach an agreement with the leaders of the United States. For 10 months now, we have spared you from violence, asking for very little in return. The release of our captive brother patriots, and the withdrawal of American troops from the Philippine Islands and the Middle East. Our pleas have fallen on deaf ears.
Subing turned to face the missionaries.
Either your president doesn't care about whether you live or die, or he does not believe we are serious.
Subing turned back towards the camera and scowled into the lens.
If your leader does not care about his people, there's little I can do. But if he does not believe I will carry through with our promises, then I have little choice but to prove that we will.
Twisting slightly, Subing nodded to two of the guards. One of the guards kicked Warden's legs out from under him, and the missionary fell face down into the soggy earth. Warden's mud-splattered face looked directly into the camera. He smiled, filling Candido Subing with pure rage, but he wanted the American people to see that he was in control. Subing shot the camera a smile of his own.
I am giving this man, this American Reverend James A. Warden, one final chance to renounce his false belief and embrace the true faith. James Warden, I ask you now to repeat after me. There is only one God.
There is only one God.
And Muhammad is his prophet.
And Jesus Christ is his son.
A geyser of blood shot out from the severed arteries to the brain, spattering the camera lens with crimson dots that the cameraman, knowing what to expect, immediately wiped away with a rag. Subing leaned forward to retrieve the Reverend's severed head. Grasping it by the tufts of hair at the front hairline, he held the dripping mass of flesh and bone up to the camera.
America must release our brethren! America must remove all its soldiers from our islands and from our Muslim nations! If not, I will kill each and every hostage! Allah be praised!
The cameraman panned slowly across the faces of the missionaries, pausing long enough to register each one's dismay and horror before moving on to the next. Subing dropped the head to the ground. He stared into the lifeless face, turned towards his own. The Reverend James A. Warden might be dead, but the smile was still on his lips, and it looked wider and more peaceful than it ever had in life. Mack Bolan stepped toward the open cargo bay door, squinting his eyes intently at the ground rushing by miles below him. His mind was clearly focused on the job at hand, and he was ready to jump without hesitation or fear the moment the signal came.
Go! Go!
He looked down as he free fell through the sky. Below him, he could see the deep blue waters of the Sulu Sea. Farther east lay the island of Mindanao in the Philippines. The executioner had chosen a HAHO, high-altitude, high-opening dive, both to avoid detection and to give himself room to maneuver the treacherous winds just north of the Sulu archipelago. If all went as planned, it would take him approximately 20 minutes to reach the arranged landing zone where his two contacts would be waiting for him. One was a CIA agent who had been trying to infiltrate the Liberty Tigers for several weeks. The other was a retired Delta Force Special Ops soldier, an old friend of another counter-terrorist operative who worked out of Stonyman Farm. Bolan pulled the ripcord. He watched as the canopy hit the end of the lines and saw that there was a problem. It hadn't opened. The executioner's jaw set tightly as he reviewed the pre-jump equipment check in his memory. Everything had checked out. He had no idea why the canopy didn't open. Tugging the D-ring of the reserve chute, the executioner glanced upward once more to see the useless chute break free and fly off into space.
1, 2, 3!
The second canopy shot up and out, slowing his descent. Now that he was back in control, the executioner had work to do, and it was that work to which his mind now turned. As he floated through the sky, Bolan's mind floated as well. Back to the briefing he'd had only hours before with Hal Brognola, director of the Sensitive Operations Group at Stonyman Farm.
Stryker, the CIA has intercepted chatter that a mammoth terrorist strike against the U.S. is imminent. The what, where, and when, and how are sketchy, but the intelligence suggests that this attack could make September 11th seem like a cheap fireworks display. What is clear is the who, Candido Subing and his terrorist group, the Liberty Tigers of the Philippines.
What do we know about them?
The Tigers are a Filipino Moro-Muslim terrorist organization. They achieved notoriety during the past year by kidnapping 12 American missionaries. Yesterday, the major news networks received a videotape of Subing beheading one of the hostages. An edited version of the footage is being aired all over the world.
I'm sure Al Jazeera is showing the whole damn thing.
Affirmative.
Do we know where the missionaries are being held?
Their location is still unknown, but we received credible intel that Subing himself is known to slip in and out of a small village near Zamboanga to visit his uncle. The Philippine authorities have made some preliminary efforts to capture him, but so far they've been unsuccessful. We notified the president that we intended to send in a team of covert operatives to handle the situation. He personally insisted that Stony Man Farm be put on the job. Your mission is to take the Tigers' leader alive, then interrogate him for information concerning both the hostages and the strike they're planning on America. If live capture proves impossible, assassinate Subing. Hopefully, that'll prevent the attack before it gets off the ground. When you arrive in the Philippines, you'll be going by the name Matt Cooper. You're to link up with a guy who goes by the name Reverti. He's the only CIA agent on the job. By the way, the president's made it clear who'll be in charge, and it damn sure isn't the CIA.
The mission seemed straightforward enough, but Bolan had to wonder. Candido Subing might be a nasty little terrorist, but it seemed unlikely that he'd be capable of pulling off a major act of terrorism against the U.S. alone. Bolan needed to see what he could find out about any other organization's involvement. Bolan finally steered himself over land. The failed primary shoot had thrown him slightly off course, but not enough to worry him. He estimated that he was several miles north of Zamboanga, the southwesternmost city on the island of Mindanao. As long as he landed reasonably close, he wouldn't have any problems linking up with his contact on the ground. Charlie Latham leaned back against the driver's side door of his Jeep Cherokee and pushed up the brim of his battered straw cowboy hat as the black speck he'd first spotted a few seconds earlier grew larger, finally dividing into two parts. As the dots continued to grow, he was able to discern the outline of both man and parachute. Latham had been told that the jumper, Matt Cooper, would have no trouble finding the clearing that he was waiting at now. As he watched the sky, though, he had to wonder just how accurate that evaluation had been. Considering the wind direction and the parachutist's current positioning, it looked as though Cooper would come down at least a mile north of where he was supposed to land. Latham took off after the drifting canopy. He drove slowly. He had plenty of time. Cooper wouldn't find his feet on solid ground for a good 10 minutes or so.
Jesus, I call this a highway?
Topping a rise, Latham saw another break in the trees 20 yards off the road. A glance upward told him Cooper was maneuvering toward that spot to land. The landing spot was set off the main road, and Latham knew it would require some work to get there. He reached into the back seat and grabbed a rusty $2 machete.
Damn, it's hot.
As Latham made his way to the landing site, Cooper was clearly visible in the sky. In addition to the usual parachute gear, he wore a huge backpack. Other equipment carriers were belted around his waist and strapped to his shoulders. Almost as quickly as his brain registered these details, Latham realized the man's main chute hadn't opened, and he was landing with the small reserve canopy. That was what had thrown him off course. He was loaded down like a pack mule, and considering the tricky winds through which he'd just come, the fact that he'd even survived with the small reserve chute gave him master jumper status as far as Latham was concerned. The Texan stepped out of the trees into the clearing and let the machete hang at the end of his arm. He suspected Cooper could see him by now. Even if he couldn't, The big American would know someone was down here waiting for him by the sunlight shining off the large silver belt buckle that held up Latham's shorts. After retiring from the Army, the last 10 years of which he'd been assigned to Delta Force, Charlie Latham had come to the Philippines to further pursue his lifelong love affair with the Filipino martial arts. But he had brought a part of Texas with him, and the unusual combination of clothing he wore was a pretty good indication of his bifurcated personality. The straw Stetson, western belt, and huge buckle screamed Texas, but the Philippines were just too hot for denim jeans and boots, so the rest of his attire consisted of a tank top, khaki cargo shorts, and sandals. It was an unusual, eclectic image he projected, he knew, but he didn't care. He was an unusual man, a mixture of 19th century gunfighter and 21st century soldier, with a little bit of Eastern mystic thrown in. Cooper landed expertly on his feet, rolled to his side, then popped back up to a standing position. Latham could see that beneath all the equipment, Cooper wore some kind of skin-tight black suit that had to be hotter than his Aunt Betty's salsa. He grinned to himself as he walked forward. Cooper was already gathering up the chute by the time Latham reached him. He shifted the machete to his left hand and extended his right.
You're Charlie Latham?
Yep, Matt Cooper.
They shook hands. Latham got the feeling that had this guy wanted to, he could have snapped off several of his fingers.
Where's the CIA man?
You got me. He hadn't shown up at your original landing site by the time I saw where you were heading and left.
Something may have delayed him. We'll check the spot on the way back.
That sounds good to me. You ready to roll? Sounds like the job should be fairly easy.
Yeah, to be honest, it sounds too easy.
Latham reached to the ground and lifted 2 of the heavy equipment bags, and Bolan took the rest. He let the Texan take the lead and followed the man along the recently cut path through the trees. Walking single file as they were wasn't conducive to conversation, and both men lapsed into silence as they dodged branches and vines. Bolan pulled a short-sleeved blue chambray shirt, a pair of khaki cargo pants, and a plain white T-shirt from one of the bags. The heavy black suit he had worn for the jump came off, and the street clothes went on. According to his briefings before departing, Latham was fluent in Tagalog and could get by in a couple of the less commonly spoken tribal tongues. Reverdy was reported to be similarly skilled, but the executioner had nothing local beyond English. Since there was always the possibility that something important might be said with neither of his teammates present, he carried a micro-cassette recorder to record conversations and have them translated later. In his peripheral vision, the executioner saw Latham's eyes widen slightly as he slid on the shoulder rig that carried his sound-suppressed 9mm pistol.
Beretta 92?
It's a 93R.
Oh, yeah. I see the front grip tucked under there now. 3-round burst selector, right?
Right.
Bolan slid his 9mm in place, then checked his Conceal-X double magazine pouch.
44 Desert Eagle? You know, as far as I know, we're going after a man, not an elephant.
Let's go find Subing.
Bolan had removed the Tops Loner combat utility knife from his jumpsuit before packing it away. Before climbing into the vehicle, he slid the thick 4.5-inch blade into a Conceal-X inside the waistband sheath, fastening it to his belt at the small of his back. Latham began to drive the short distance back to the clearing where they had originally planned to meet.
Is that a 9mm or a 40 you've got there?
It's a 40 S&W.
Do you see Reverdy anywhere?
No. Should we wait for him?
No. Let's go on. We'll either hook up with him later or we won't.
All right. Undercover work never was my specialty, but I've done some. There's one thing I learned, it's that you can get delayed. You're always working on someone else's timetable.
Maybe he'll have some decent intel when he shows up.
The 2 men fell into silence again. Ahead, the outskirts of Zamboanga appeared, and clusters of stilt houses, running from the shoreline well out over the sea above the water, began to sprout.
Hawk told me you weren't the most talkative guy around.
I talk when I've got something to say.
That's not what I meant. What I meant was, Hawk advised me not to ask you a lot of questions about yourself. Like what your real name is, or where you're from, or who you work for.
The connection between he and Latham had come through T.J. Hawkins of Phoenix Force, one of the counter-terrorist teams working out of Stony Man Farm. Hawkins and Latham had been friends growing up in Texas, and by chance had become reacquainted when both had been assigned to Delta Force.
Did TJ tell you who he worked for when he called?
Nope, sure didn't.
But you asked?
Sure did.
Well, I can't tell you either. Look, thanks for picking me up. I appreciate it. TJ tells me you were as good as he was when you were both with Delta Force, and I could use some backup while I'm here.
What?
I'll understand if you want to bail out. No hard feelings. If I were you, I'm not sure I'd trust someone I just met on a deal like this.
Well, Hawk's word about you is good enough for me. I'm in for the duration, or until you kick me out. To tell you the truth, things get a little boring around here after a while. Now, don't get me wrong. I love what I'm doing. Kali, our niece, Screama. Philippines have the most practical martial arts in the world, if you ask me. Besides that, though, there ain't a whole hell of a lot left to do. Hawk was the best friend I had when I was a kid. I could tell you stories about trouble we got into that would curl your ears. Well, maybe not your ears, but most people's. Anyway, one thing you could always count on out of Hawk was getting the truth. If he says you're okay and I should work with you and not ask questions, hell, that's good enough for me.
The Cherokee passed Don Basilio Navarro Street, then turned south on Alvarez and entered the city proper. Barely slowing the vehicle, Latham guided them in and out of residential and business areas, past houses, restaurants, and bars. The streets were alive with activity. Children played happily in front of houses, and older, more sullen youths gathered on the street corners to glower as they passed.
This looks like a pretty rough neighborhood.
They got it all. Robbery, rape, murder. Kidnapping's practically the national sport around here.
Pablo Lorenzo Street took them to Valderoa, and they drove past Fort Pilar. According to the CIA, Subing's home was in Rio Hondo, a smaller village just to the east beyond the limits of Zamboanga. The jeep topped a rise in the road, and in the distance they could see the spiral towers of a village mosque.
Rio Hondo. Sounds like a John Wayne movie, doesn't it?
Bolan smiled as they drove toward the village. Latham managed to halt the jeep just yards away from hitting an ancient rusting Chevrolet parked in the lane in front of them. Blocking the oncoming lane and preventing them from passing stood an equally old Ford Fairlane with a huge dent in the front fender. The owners of the two cars were out of their vehicles, in an apparent irate face down.
Kidnappers! It's a fake accident. Standard ploy around here.
Bolan didn't need to be told. Latham snatched his Browning from his waistband, and Bolan's Desert Eagle had come out of its holster the moment he'd seen the two cars. Now, as the two men on the street turned to face the Cherokee, the executioner held the big .44 Magnum pistol just out of sight below the dashboard. Both men wore dingy brown shirts, the tails untucked over baggy tropical fabric slacks. They smiled as they began to casually walk forward, as if to ask for assistance. Then the shirt tails came up, and both men pulled pistols from their belts. The executioner leapt from the Cherokee. A half-dozen more men with AK-47s suddenly rushed out of the jungle at the side of the road. The outbreak of automatic rifle fire behind him told Bolan that even more gunmen had emerged from the jungle on the other side of the road. As he dove below a burst of 7.62 millimeter rounds, he wondered briefly if Latham had gotten out of the car. He hadn't heard the man's door open amid the gunfire. The Texan could be alive or dead. Either way, there was nothing the executioner could do to help him at the moment. Bolan rolled away from the vehicle onto the dirt shoulder of the road, catching a flash of 6 men in front of him, his brain registering the fact that they wore a mixture of camouflage and more traditional dress. He wondered briefly if kidnapping was really their objective. This ambush felt more like an assassination. Bolan rolled back towards the jeep amid a shower of lead. The executioner rolled up to one knee and lifted the Desert Eagle. He pointed the barrel at the heavy-set and bare-headed man closest to the rear of the Cherokee. Bolan swung the Desert Eagle to his left, toward the tall, bearded man next closest to the rear of the Cherokee.
4 more to go.
He rolled to the ground again, angling toward the Cherokee's rear. Bolan fired into the blurry mass of camouflage that whirled past his eyes, just as he caught a welcome sight.
Latham, you made it.
To your left, Cooper.
The executioner brought the .44 to bear. A man in a mud-stained yellow T-shirt took a hollow point right between the eyes. The top of his head disintegrated from the nose up. Bolan swung the .44 again, letting the front sight fall onto a burly, bare-chested Filipino wearing nothing but camouflage pants. His long, straight black hair was tied back from his face with a bright white cloth.
Perfect target. Down and out.
With 4 of the assailants on his side taken care of, the executioner rolled behind the Cherokee and came up onto his knees.
Latham, over here.
On Latham's side of the vehicle, he saw 2 men firing at the Cherokee. Bolan saw a red dot appear on the black T-shirt of another man, faint but still visible in the afternoon sun.
Looks like both the gun and the Texan still work.
Both sides looked clear, for now. Bolan swapped hands with the freshly reloaded Desert Eagle, drawing the Beretta 93R with his right. He took advantage of the short pause in the action to evaluate the situation as it now stood.
Charlie, you all right?
Well, I'm not hit, if that's what you mean. But all right might be stretching it a bit. I've been... Shit!
Bolan jammed the Desert Eagle into his belt and unscrewed the Beretta's sound suppressor. There were times when you needed a quiet weapon. Other times you wanted noise and confusion. This situation fell into the latter category. Bolan's arm snaked around the rear bumper and fired a blind burst. Bolan peeked around the Jeep towards the vehicles blocking the road and nodded to himself.
That has to be where those accident victims went.
Bolan dropped down just in time. The Texan turned to look at him as Bolan squirmed beneath the bumper toward the right rear tire well. Latham lay on his back, the Browning high power aimed toward the passenger side of the vehicle.
What I was trying to say earlier before we were so rudely interrupted was that I've been better.
Hawk was right about you being able to keep your cool in a fight.
When he'd come as close as he dared to the edge of the vehicle, the executioner could see 2 sets of legs from the knees down.
How many left?
2 in the brush, and I think 2 on the right shoulder.
I hit one of the guys on the shoulder on my way down here to this hobbit hole, but I don't think I killed him.
Roll out on the driver's side and cover me. On 3. 1, 2, 3!
Bolan stepped out to the side of the Cherokee. The final 2 men who had emerged from the jungle on his side of the car had been hesitating, but they had obviously made their decision. In his peripheral vision, Bolan saw Latham standing next to the open driver's door, sending a slow but steady stream of .40 caliber hollow point rounds into the parked vehicles. The executioner turned away from the road and leapt over the body of a man he'd shot earlier into the underbrush. Peeking out of the foliage, the executioner saw that Latham had indeed hit one of the men high in the arm. The man had ripped half his shirt off and tied it around the wound in an attempt to staunch the blood. The makeshift bandage wasn't working. Crimson fluid drained past his elbow and along the limp limb before splattering onto the asphalt. Bolan flipped the Beretta selector switch to single shot. He took his time, aiming straight at the injured man's temple. The other man behind the car whipped his face over his shoulder to stare at the executioner in shock. The reality of what was happening suddenly spread across his face, and he tried to turn farther, swinging his pistol around with him. He didn't make it. Bolan stepped out of the trees and walked forward. He walked around the scene of the fight, stopping by each man he passed to be sure none of the bodies would suddenly rise from the grave to shoot again. None would. The executioner met Latham between the kidnappers' parked cars and the Cherokee.
We've got to clean this place up and hope one of those vehicles still works.
He glanced over his shoulder to see the Ford Fairlane resting on its rims, all 4 tires blown out. The Chevy had lost only one tire, and water dripped from the punctured radiator. When he stepped forward, the distinct odor of gasoline filled the air. Turning back to the Cherokee, he saw that while the body was riddled with holes, all 4 tires were still intact. Bolan nodded at the vehicle.
See if it still starts, and while you're there, grab my silencer off the ground behind the rear bumper.
As the Texan walked toward the Cherokee, Bolan began to lift the bodies and drag them toward the jungle. The executioner tossed another body into the brush, reached down, and sent the AK-47 the man had wielded flying out of sight.
Need a hand?
Just help me get these cars out of the road.
Bolan and Latham pushed first the Ford, then the Chevy off the road onto the shoulders. Setting a body behind both steering wheels, they turned the dead eyes to face each other across the highway. To anyone passing, it would look as if 2 drivers had met on the road and pulled off to have a quick conversation. At least it would look that way as long as no one noticed the pools of blood spotting the asphalt.
Let's get back to Zamboanga. We need some less conspicuous wheels.
Latham didn't argue. Latham made a U-turn in the highway and started back toward the city. Miraculously, there had been no traffic during the few minutes of the gunfight. But now, having gone less than 100 yards, a rusty, primer-painted Datsun topped the hill heading toward them. As the war-damaged Cherokee chugged on, Bolan adjusted the rear-view mirror and watched the reaction of the elderly Filipino behind the wheel. The old man passed the parked cars without giving either of the dead drivers a second look.
You okay?
Latham had proved himself to be more than an adequate warrior, living up to what Hawkins had promised.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just trying to remember something.
What?
Whether or not I made my last auto insurance payment.
The executioner's frown curled into a grin. Dusk fell over the island of Mindanao as the executioner and Latham drove past Fort Pilar.
Take this right.
Bolan had studied a map during the flight to the Philippines and knew the road curved around the southeast corner of Zamboanga, eventually merging with General V. Alvarez Street and leading to the heart of the city. The executioner knew he and Latham needed wheels that blended with the local atmosphere of Rio Hondo. They were going to look out of place as soon as they stepped out of any vehicle. The battle-scarred Jeep would just announce their presence ahead of time.
Make a left here.
You got it, Cooper.
Latham turned onto Lorenzo, and groups of shiftless teenaged boys appeared in front of the stores and other businesses lining both sides of the street.
What exactly are we looking for?
Before Bolan could answer, a Buick Century Custom they'd been following for the past several blocks pulled over and parked on the street a half-block ahead.
That. Pull in behind them.
The executioner's eyes turned toward the sidewalk, where yet another gang of teenagers leaned slothfully against the plate glass window of a small cafe. As he watched, a dark-skinned man wearing a black and white checkered shirt stepped away from his cohorts and grinned at the car. The man was incredibly tall by Filipino standards, almost 6 feet. The driver of the Buick got out of his car, walked to the sidewalk, and handed the taller man a key ring. On closer inspection, the driver didn't appear to be a man at all. He was well under 5 feet tall and looked to be around 13. The taller man took the keys and grinned down at him. The child beamed as if he'd just become the new president of the Philippines.
Well, there's a rough one to figure out.
Car theft was as common as kidnapping on Mindanao. The older boys often used the younger ones to actually perpetrate the crimes. As the executioner stepped out and up onto the curb, he saw the tall man, the driver, and half a dozen other Filipino youths turn his way. Although smiles appeared on many of the faces, the young men didn't look happy. Their expressions were more like what could be expected on the face of a wolf upon spying a particularly large sheep.
Normally, I'd say stopping a chat with these guys isn't exactly the smartest idea in the world, but it pretty much pales by comparison what we just finished doing.
Bolan stopped 5 feet from the man in the checkered shirt.
You understand people around here?
No, they're Samal, one of the indigenous Manobo tribes. They got their own dialect.
Do they speak Tagalog too?
Probably.
Latham pulled out his can of tobacco, opened it, snaked his tongue inside, then stuffed the can back into his pocket.
Nasusali Cavagnan Tagalog?
The man in the checkered shirt smirked, shrugged, and held out his hands, palms up.
I asked him if he spoke Tagalog. He's acting like he doesn't understand me.
But he does.
Yeah, he's just got to screw with us a little to save face in front of his boys. It's all part of the game. Now, you do realize they won't be able to resist trying to rob a couple of Yanks like us, don't you?
That's exactly what I'm counting on.
Yeah? Well, okay. What do you want me to tell them next?
Bolan looked at the tall leader in the eye and grinned.
If he didn't speak Tagalog, maybe he speaks English. Hey, stupid! We'd like to trade cars with you. The Cherokee for the Buick you just stole.
Oh, that should go over real well.
The man in the checkered shirt leaned to the side and looked at the bullet holes in the Cherokee and smirked.
No.
The executioner was quickly growing weary of this whole game. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a large roll of paper money.
Tell him we'll cover the difference.
As the eyes of the tall leader fell on the money, his smile turned predatory again. Still staring at the executioner's hand, he silently pointed to the alley behind him.
Nothing to translate there. He wants to do the deal in the alley.
Bolan nodded towards the gang leader. The tall man and the others fell in around Bolan and Latham, escorting them toward the dark opening between the buildings. In the shadowy light from the overhead streetlight, Bolan could see that each and every one of them believed they had just met the two stupidest Americans who had ever been born. Now they were leading the sheep to slaughter. The executioner walked calmly on as the tall man in the checkered shirt reached out with his left arm and took Bolan's, much as one might do to help an old lady across the street. He seemed to have no perception that he wasn't hurting a sheep at all, but baiting a wolf. Just upon entering the alley, the group halted. Dim light filtered in from the sidewalk, and a spotlight brightened the barred and locked back door to a building in front of them. Still holding the executioner's arm, a flash of silver suddenly appeared in the gang leader's free hand. What little light was available seemed to be drawn directly to the object, which sparkled brightly as it began to swing through the air. Bolan would have recognized the sound even if he hadn't seen the balisang. Although it had originated in the Philippine Islands, the knife had become a worldwide weapon, and various versions were now manufactured all over the planet. He was about to reach out to grab the gang leader's wrist when the man suddenly dropped his arm and stepped back. The butterfly knife began to dance through the air, making circles, squares, and cutting figure eights. The man holding the knife stepped under the spotlight in front of the alley door.
Want to just shoot him? Of course, it'd be sad to see so much worthless talent go to waste.
The gang leader held out the blade threateningly towards Bolan.
Does this mean the show's over?
Unless you would like to become part of it.
Excellent grammar. And here I was wasting all that time translating.
We will take the money and both cars. If you are lucky, we will let you to leave with your lives. Do you feel lucky, punk? Well, do you?
Oh, man, this is getting really embarrassing now. Everybody in the Philippines loves movies, but they get them pretty late.
Bolan had had enough of the whole Bruce Lee Dirty Harry show. The executioner jammed the bore of the big .44 into the man's forehead. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see that Latham had drawn his Browning. The red laser dot moved back and forth from chest to chest as the Texan covered the rest of the gang.
My turn on stage.
The wolfish smile had disappeared from the gang leader's face.
Nothing fancy on my part. Just give me the keys to the Buick. And move slowly. Very, very slowly. Thanks. Charlie, you got the keys to the Cherokee?
Right here, Cooper.
A wise businessman once told me that the best deals are the ones where both parties walk away happy. So, are you happy?
Yes! Yes!
Good. I'm happy too.
The executioner lifted the Desert Eagle and indicated for the gang of stunned youths to turn to face the alley's concrete wall. He and Latham walked confidently into the street to retrieve their things from the Jeep before departing downtown Zamboanga. It was pitch black by the time they returned to the spot where they'd been attacked on the road. The Chevy and Ford hadn't changed position. Bolan and Latham were passing along a row of stilt houses built out from the shore over the water. According to intel, there were 46 of the dwellings crammed so close together that they almost appeared to be one long structure. Candido Subing's uncle, Mario Subing, lived in the 21st shanty from the edge of town. Bolan tried to count the dilapidated dwellings as they passed, but they all blurred into one in the rearview mirror, and he knew he would have to try again later that night. The executioner made a mental map of the layout of the village for future reference. He surveyed the border of the jungle that lay across the road from the stilt dwellings along the water. Candido Subing's most likely approach to the mosque at Mario's hutch was through this dense foliage that ran right up to the road. Bolan's eyes searched for a spot within the trees where he and Latham could set up surveillance of Rio Hondo later. In the village center, Bolan noticed half a dozen elderly men in front of a small cafe. They stared at the Buick, an unfamiliar car in the small settlement. That was the primary drawback to his plan, the car. Even if the Rio Hondans didn't look inside the Buick and see the light-skinned men, they were bound to take notice of any unknown vehicles that entered the village. Bolan pointed toward the mosque. The towering minaret of the beautiful structure had been continuously visible, even from the outskirts of Rio Hondo.
First thing we'll do is check that out. If anyone asks any questions, we're tourists.
In anticipation of having to enter the mosque, Latham had changed into a faded pair of denim jeans he'd retrieved before leaving the Jeep. A well-worn pair of Nike running shoes had replaced his flip-flops. The gravel road led into a parking lot where several other vehicles already stood. Bolan pulled the Buick between two other cars, hoping they might serve as at least partial camouflage. Word that an unknown car was in Rio Hondo would travel fast enough. He didn't see any sense in hurrying it up any faster than he had to. Through the open entranceway leading into the mosque, Bolan could see several men kneeling in prayer.
They should be finishing up soon. Let's hit the jungle.
Sounds good to me.
Crouching slightly, Bolan and Latham jogged away from the mosque. Ducking into the dense foliage, they turned to peer back out towards the lot. The worshippers began to empty into the gravel street. Some of them took off on foot, others walked toward the parking lot. Two of the men stopped at the Buick.
Can you hear what they're saying?
I don't think we need to.
The two began waving their arms up and down in animated conversation. Bolan instantly knew the news about the new Buick in town was about to spread through the village. How fast it went from house to house depended upon just how unique the sight of an unknown vehicle happened to be. Bolan didn't know what the consequences would be, but he would deal with them as they came.
Let's move to deeper cover. You brought the machetes?
Right here.
The moon was high in the sky when Bolan and Latham reached the houses across the road from the stilt shacks. Peering through the leaves, Bolan could see the backsides of the crudely built sheds, chicken coops, and shabby homes. Dropping their machetes, they darted from the jungle into the darkness, crouching as they made their way from building to building, stopping to check for curious eyes each time they reached new concealment. About halfway down the row of stilt houses, they ducked behind a filthy outdoor toilet. Peering around the edge of the stinking structure, the executioner could just barely see by the dim light of a quarter moon.
We'll wait here for Subing, then tail him back to the hostages after he leaves Mario's.
You think Subing will show up tonight?
No guarantee.
Maybe we can grab his uncle.
If he doesn't show up, we'll give him one more night. After that, we'll interrogate Mario.
Seizing and interrogating octogenarians was not a thought that the executioner relished, but compared to the hostages situation, a big scare for an old man didn't seem that bad.
Stay here. There's no sense in both of us going.
Look, I don't mind.
I know you don't mind going, but there's no sense in both of us taking the chance of being seen. We're twice as likely to get caught together.
All right.
Reaching the side of the residence directly in front of the outhouse, the executioner slid his back along the wall toward a window. Dim light flickered from the opening, and when he reached it, he dropped to his knees. Bolan rose to his feet as soon as he'd passed the window and crept past the house. Other stilt houses stood in darkness, looking as solitary and lifeless as the faces of the man and woman the executioner had just spotted through the window. Light, an open candle or a small lantern, glowed at the entrance of every shanty, glimmering off the water below. Bolan started at the end and began counting. He saw a stooped silhouette of a tiny figure, lit from behind by the 21st. Mario Subing was staring outward into the darkness. The executioner dashed past the window and hurried back to Latham.
I spotted Subing's uncle. I got a pretty good look at his hut, and there may be another way in that we can't see. Subing could slip in and out of the house, and we'd never know.
And, I suppose you want me to stay here again, right?
Right. Cover our rear and flanks.
Bolan crept towards the side window of the house, 2 doors down from Subing's uncle. This one was dark, but the executioner dropped to all fours anyway, staying below the line of sight in case anyone inside might still be awake and watching. Passing the window, he stopped just short of the front of the house and dropped to one knee. He leaned against the splintered boards at his side, settling in to study the stilt house across the road. Bolan was still concerned about the men who had exited the mosque and stopped to examine the Buick. Depending on exactly who they were, how they reacted, and what else they might have to do tonight, they'd either pass the car off lightly or start asking questions. But there was little he could do to forestall the situation at this point. If it happened, it happened. As he waited to be seated, the man in the new custom-tailored Italian suit caught a glimpse of himself in the glass door of the restaurant. The suit looked good on him, he decided. It made him look slimmer. Not that slim was anything he put much stock in. Growing up a poor, hungry child had made low body weight the norm. Now, having accumulated vast wealth over the past 20 years, he would never go hungry again, and his enormous frame was the perfect demonstration of this. A short, bald maitre d' in a black tuxedo rushed over.
Good evening, Mr. Mikkelsen.
Good evening, Hugo.
Right this way, sir.
I am expecting a few calls, Hugo. Please notify me immediately.
Of course, sir.
Hugo disappeared. Silently, Lars Mikkelsen hoped the calls would come between courses, or better yet, when he was finished eating altogether. A waiter rushed over, placing a beer before Mikkelsen on the table without being asked. Hugo returned.
Sir, your call is here.
The obese Mikkelsen lumbered behind Hugo through the tables to a short hallway, then into an open office.
Line 4, sir.
Mikkelsen had provided the restaurant's proprietor with a free state-of-the-art security system. In return, he had the privilege of taking certain calls in the back office. No questions asked.
Yes?
Nothing has changed, Mr. Mikkelsen. The union didn't accept the offer.
Then let them wait. If they don't care to build automobiles for what I pay them, let them stay in their pathetic little hovels. We'll see who goes bankrupt first, them or me.
A slow boil of anger started in Mikkelsen's belly. More and more, his legitimate business ventures in the automotive and aircraft industries bored and irritated him. His mood wasn't helped by the fact that he was hungry.
Hello?
Mikkelsen.
Candido.
Yes,
I assume you are in Israel and all is well?
all is well. Our martyr is ready to enter the synagogue.
Your martyr, not mine, you fool. How far away are you?
3 blocks. You will be able to hear it. It should be quite soon.
Then I'll wait. I like hearing them.
Did you hear it?
Yes.
I will call you as soon as I return, so you will know where I am, in case everything is in place in America.
I have told you, the project in the United States is not ready yet. The ship will not even arrive until tomorrow.
I will be ready, one way or another. Speak to you soon.
The fat man struggled to his feet and started out of the office toward his next priority, the buffet line.
Yes, you can call me Little Brown Man, but I will get word of your return to the Philippines and every other move you make before you even reach the phone.
Man, I'd forgotten how much fun the jungle could be in the middle of the day. I guess that's why the siesta was invented.
He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 1,300 hours, and the day's heat was at its peak. The two had been back on the jungle pathway for no more than 5 minutes, but their clothes were already soaked in sweat. They had fled into the jungle the night before to avoid being spotted by the residents of Rio Hondo. Once the executioner felt they had gone deep enough that no one would follow their tracks, they had stopped to catch a few minutes' sleep among the foliage. It was Bolan's only rest since arriving on Mindanao, and hardly enough, but he didn't have much choice but to press on. Bolan and Latham tried to swing their machetes only when necessary, keeping their ears cocked for anyone who might come down the regular shortcut from the mosque to the sea. The Buick had been parked beside the mosque for well over 12 hours now, and Bolan suspected the men of the village were looking for whoever had left it behind. Bolan was startled, but had no need to hold up a hand for silence. Latham sensed the need for it just as he had. 3 men were scouting the jungle. Bolan stared through the foliage as the men grew closer. They were carrying machetes, and their guns were clearly visible in their holsters. The executioner stared into the wall of green in front of him. Their situation was changing rapidly, and his strategy would have to change with it. Not only did they stand out among the natives of Mindanao, but now they were being actively sought. They also had no transportation. Even if it was unguarded, and he and Latham could get to it without being seen, the vehicle was useless. They would be recognized before they could get halfway out of Rio Hondo.
Well, we have no choice but to hide out in the jungle for the rest of the day. Tonight, we'll stake out Mario Subing's house. If Candido doesn't show, it's time for another approach.
I take it that means it's nap time.
Latham snapped into consciousness and rolled into a standing position. Bolan was already alert and on his feet.
Cooper, who is that?
It must be the same villagers that passed before. I'm gonna find out where they're headed. Wait here.
The executioner had noticed fatigue beginning to build in the Texan even before their first nap the night before. More importantly, while the Texan had proved to be smart, quick, and deadly as a fighter, his jungle skills had been less than perfect. It was clear that what TJ had said about the man was true. He had come to the Philippines for the martial arts training available, not the jungle. Latham had made far more noise than Bolan had liked during their earlier trip from the mosque to the stilt houses. Then, with nobody looking for them, it had hardly mattered. Now, with the entire village on the alert, there was no room for errors. Mack Bolan didn't just strain his eyes and ears. He took full advantage of his other senses as well. The most important one of all was the sixth sense, which only men like him developed. Instinct. Dropping down behind a cluster of tangled vegetation 3 feet from the path, the executioner pulled the tiny micro-cassette recorder from his pants, plugged in the directional mic, and extended it as far as he dared. His arm grew sore, but he knew patience was needed.
Pwede bang mas pagalan mo ang pagsasalita?
Ikinululugod kong makilala ka.
For the first time, Bolan caught a clear glimpse of the 3 men who had now been searching for he and Latham for hours. It was obvious the group was no longer making even a half-hearted attempt to conceal themselves. When he was sure he was alone, Bolan rose slowly from his hiding spot. He started back toward where he'd left Latham. He'd either gotten recorded useful information or he hadn't. The risks of pursuing more far outweighed the potential return.
Latham!
What? What? God!
Shh!
Where'd you go?
I followed the 3 guys to see if I could pick up more information.
But you don't speak the language.
No, but you do.
Oh. Hey, why were you so tense when you came back? Did you get spotted or something?
Or something.
Well, let's hear what you got on that tape.
Bolan played the tape back for Latham. Then they hacked a new route through the jungle toward the stilt houses along the sea. Coming to the edge of the jungle, the executioner peered through the foliage. Ahead, he could see the rear of one of the inland shanties across the road from the stilt houses. He held up a hand.
Get down!
Bolan rested his hand on his outstretched leg and felt the tiny microcassette recorder inside his front pocket. Latham had listened to the recording as they'd waited for nightfall, but they had gained precious little information they hadn't already had. One frightening detail had emerged, though. It wasn't just the fact that they'd been seen driving into town that had alerted the villagers to potential trouble. They'd been tipped off by someone ahead of time that two men might be coming to the village, and that they were trouble.
You think they know who we are? The locals, I mean?
Probably not exactly who we are. But if they were tipped off, then somebody knows that somebody new, somebody American, is looking for the hostages. At least I'm sure they don't know exactly who I am. Exactly how well are you known on the island, Latham?
Well, around the gyms and martial arts training halls, folks know me as the Big American. I guess I kind of stand out.
You didn't tell anybody about me coming, did you?
Of course not. I'm still wondering what happened to the CIA guy. If word's out on us, maybe it's out on him, too. You suppose he's dead?
No way to know. They'll have men watching old Mario's house tonight. You can bet on that. We're gonna have to be even more careful than we were last night.
Or less, depending on how you look at it.
Let's just see how things go.
Latham was still confused, but he nodded in the fading sunlight as he packed his lower lip with the finely ground tobacco from the can. The executioner's eyes skirted the heavily wooded area around them. 10 feet back into the jungle, he saw what he was looking for. A long branch, low to the ground, jutting out from the trunk of a tree. Tightening his grip on his machete, he walked to the tree. With the branch on the ground now, he chopped both ends until he had a sturdy, relatively straight 3-foot stick roughly 2 inches in diameter. Latham had watched silently, but as the executioner turned, he saw a light bulb flash on in the Texan's head. Latham smiled as he too rose to his feet and found a suitable limb to make his own short club.
Now we wait for dark.
"30 minutes later, the sun had finally gone down, and Bolan and Latham found themselves in a darkness known only in the jungle.
Look, even if we get to the house without getting killed, you really think the old man is going to talk?
All I know is that everyone on Mindanao seems to know we're here. That means Candido Subing knows it too, so he's not going to show up at Uncle Mario's again until we're out of the picture. If you think you have a better idea, I'm willing to listen to it.
Nope, got nothing better.
Latham stared at the shadowy silhouette across from him. Latham knew the darkness would hide his eyes as he scrutinized Cooper with a mixture of respect and wonder. Slowly he shook his head. As a Delta Force soldier, he had seen his share of action, but he had never worked with anyone even close to this man. His old friend T.J. Hawkins had told him this guy was the best, but that might well prove to be the understatement of Latham's lifetime.
You ready?
In the darkness he could see his improvised baston, a Filipino fighting stick, dangling from the end of the man's arm. Cooper's machete hung from the other hand, and though he couldn't see it in the darkness, Latham knew that it was held backward, so that the blunt edge would be the striking side. With his own stick in his left hand, he flipped his machete around too.
I'm ready. You still serious about this no-guns thing?
Keep the firepower ready just in case, but it's a last resort. Remember, these men think we're here to hurt them and their families. They aren't doing anything you or I wouldn't do.
You realize we'd have better odds playing blackjack at the most crooked casino in Vegas, don't you?
The tall silhouette nodded again, but said nothing. To Charlie Latham, the silence said it all. There was a good chance they would die trying to do what they were about to do, but they had to do the right thing. Bolan stepped past Latham into the open area behind the inland houses, leading the Texan to the back of a crudely constructed storage building behind one of the houses. Both men dropped to a knee to reevaluate the situation. They knew the villagers were out there somewhere. Scurrying out from behind the storage shed, the two Americans halted against the windowless back wall of the dilapidated dwelling directly across the roadway from Mario Subing's home. Bolan peered around the corner, looked back, and nodded. Cooper hoped to cross the street and mount the steps of the stilt house, unseen if possible, then interrogate Subing's uncle. With everyone looking for them already, Latham figured the chances of pulling that off were about 1,000 to 1. Had it been anyone else working with him, the Texan would have flat refused to even try it. Of course, the big man had a backup plan, for what it was worth. If they were spotted, they would do their best to snatch the old man and whisk him away somewhere before talking to him. To Latham, that too sounded like a terrific strategy for getting oneself killed. But Cooper had already proved he could pull off the crazy things in life. The worse the odds were against him, the better he seemed to perform. And now Latham realized as they started around the side of the house, the executioner would get a chance to prove himself again.
Go!
The two men didn't make it even halfway to the front of the house when 3 of the village men stepped out of the darkness. Their swords gleamed in the moonlight. As the Rio Hondan lifted his huge blade, the executioner recognized the forked pommel and crocodile guard that characterized the Filipino sword known as the basilan. Bolan brought up his machete in one hand, the tree-limb baton in the other. The 2 other Rio Hondans stood immediately behind the first, and Bolan stepped to the side to allow Latham room to fight. The larger of the 2 attackers stood to the left, and Bolan stepped towards him. Small but wiry arms extended from the vest the man wore over his otherwise bare chest, and in the man's hands were a pair of matching leaf-shaped barongs. The 2-handed swordsman was skilled with his weapons, and now he came at the executioner with a double attack. Both short swords snapped over his head, then descended at 45-degree angles from opposite directions toward the sides of Bolan's neck. The executioner brought his machete up on one side, the Boston on the other. Taking a half step towards the man in the vest, Bolan jammed the end of his stick between the eyes. Glancing to his side, the executioner saw that Latham had engaged his man using his machete to block the wavy blade of a kris. Perhaps the most common of all the edged weapons of the Philippines, the twisting snake-like double-edged blade could produce devastating wounds, either cutting or thrusting. It was the latter tactic the villager chose now, and as Bolan moved on toward the front of the house, the Rio Hondan shoved the serpentine weapon straight forward from his shoulder.
Well, I guess that's all of them.
Let's go, quickly, before more come.
The executioner took the steps of Subing's house 3 at a time, the machete in one hand, the crudely fashioned Boston in the other. The inside of the house was pitch black, but before Bolan could take even one step in, a figure emerged from the shadows. Mario Subing stood facing the executioner with a pistol pointed directly at him. Both Rachel Parks and her husband John believed strongly in prayer. Before accepting the mission assignment to the Philippines, they'd had a special time set aside each night when they prayed together. They both also did their best to offer up short individual appeals and supplications to God throughout the day. But there had been so much work to be done as soon as they'd arrived on Mindanao that too often they collapsed into bed at night and suddenly realized they hadn't spoken a word to the Lord all day. Inside the heavy black hood that hung over her head, Rachel had plenty of time to make up for lost prayers now. The fact was that prayer, meditation, and thinking was about all she or her husband had been able to do since their capture months before. Rachel could hear the other hostages' hoods being jerked away from their heads. When her turn came, she turned in time to see Reynaldo Taboada pull the hood from John. Of all the kidnappers, she was glad it was Reynaldo. He seemed different than the others, not as mean. He never mistreated them for the fun of it like some of the guards did, and there seemed something almost sad about the man. One man she was not pleased to see was Candido Subing. Although it had been apparent since the beginning that Subing was the leader, he rarely appeared in the barn. When he did show up, things happened. And while all of those things had been bad so far, Rachel knew that Subing would also be the one to tell them if they were about to be released. The leader stepped forward to face his hostages. Rachel tried to maintain her calm, but she knew what happened the last time Subing spoke. His speech had ended with the murder of Jim Wharton. Rachel's eyes scanned the area behind them for any sign of video equipment. She saw none, and that gave her hope that the horror might not be repeated.
I understand that in America, there is a little game in which someone says, I have both some good news and some bad news. Do you want to play? Excellent! First, I will give you the good news. America has sent new agents, CIA I am sure, to look for you. Now, the bad news. They will not find you. And not only that, to make their hunt more difficult, I am going to separate you into 3 groups.
Rachel felt a chill go down her spine as she and her husband looked at each other, then back at Subing. 3 groups? With only 5 of them left, that would surely mean 2 hostages in 2 groups, and 1 in the 3rd. She prayed that the terrorist leader would allow she and her husband to stay together. Even a man as misguided as Subing must retain some hidden compassion deep within his soul. 2 of them grabbed Roger Houghton and dragged him toward the door. 2 more lifted Kim Tate from where she sat next to Rachel, and then another 2 tigers grabbed her and hauled her to her feet. Rachel suddenly realized they hadn't moved her husband at all.
Rachel, no!
John tried to struggle to his feet, but a muddy boot kicked him in the face, and he fell back to the ground. Before Rachel's fallen husband could rise again, one of the terrorists began to batter the man with the wooden end of his gun in the side of the head. The rough hands grasped Rachel's shoulders and pushed her toward the door. When she tried to turn back, someone punched her in the stomach. As they dragged her closer and closer to the open bar door, Rachel cast a look over her shoulder and saw John trying to get up yet again, but with his ankles still bound and his hands tied to his waist. His attempt was futile.
John, please!
The 2 terrorists managed to get Rachel out of the barn and into the bright sunlight. Any of her attempts to struggle free were just as ineffective as those of her husband. 2 trucks were parked just a short distance away, and it seemed they were dragging her to them. She doubled her efforts to strike the men with her elbows, and even snapped her teeth at an arm that got too close.
John!
When one of her captors pulled her hood back down over her eyes, Rachel ceased her struggling. The revolver in Mario Subing's hand looked like an ancient Spanish star. The rifling, Bolan suspected, had been burned out before the executioner was born. Or perhaps the old man at the top of the steps was simply a poor shot. Whatever the reason, although he was less than 10 feet away, when the man Bolan assumed was Mario Subing pulled the trigger, the shot missed. Bolan hadn't slowed at the sight of the revolver and now ducked his head as he continued to charge up the steps. Before the wrinkled, white-haired man on the landing could pull the trigger again, the executioner thrust his head under the gun and into the man's chest. The force of the executioner's blow had driven both men just through the doorway and to the floor of the one-room stilt house. But old as he might be, frail as he might look, Mario Subing still managed to hold on to the gun as Bolan came down on top of him. And even after the executioner had clamped the fingers of one hand so tight around his wrist that the dry old bone threatened to snap, he strained to maneuver the barrel back around at the big American. Bolan didn't want to break Mario Subing's arm, and he didn't want the old man to break it himself as he struggled. Relaxing his grip, he reached out with his other hand and caught the double-action revolver. Sliding his fingers behind the hammer, he clamped it to the frame to keep it from being cocked, then ripped it from the aged fingers. Bolan spun to see who was coming up behind him. He whirled on his knees to face the door, the revolver rising to shoulder height.
Freeze!
Bolan immediately recognized Latham by the size of his silhouette, but the Texan had stopped cold, not taking any chances.
You okay?
I got him.
Bolan leapt to his feet and pulled the old man up after him. His eyes scanned the room, and he saw a thin, dirty mattress covered by a mosquito net. A dilapidated wooden table and a three-legged chair were the only other two items in the stilt house. Figuring that Subing wasn't much of a threat without his firearm, Bolan released him.
I'll stab you to kill!
Unarmed now, Mario Subing looked like a tiny, aged dust devil as he bore into the executioner.
I think I hear people coming.
Better put this guy down.
Bolan turned to face the doorway. Through the opening, he could see at least a dozen men sprinting toward them on the potholed asphalt highway that ran through town. Bolan could see a variety of trucks and cars arriving at the scene now. Among the vehicles, he saw the Buick that he and Latham had left in the parking lot at the mosque. He had the keys in his pocket, which meant the villagers had to have hotwired it.
Lay down some cover fire. Let them know we're serious, but make sure you don't hit anybody.
Gripping the Browning high power in both hands, Latham extended the weapon through the doorway and let the red-crimson trace laser dot fall onto an empty area of the asphalt highway. The man in the front of the pack stopped as suddenly as a sprinting dog, hitting the end of his chain, then drove to the side of the roadway. The others behind him followed suit. Latham didn't fire again, but he kept the Browning aimed downward, the red dot dancing back and forth across the road, pausing now and then on a chest or face for effect. In the stilt house behind the Texan, Bolan hefted Mario over his shoulder in a fireman's carry, then moved to the door.
Will any of them speak English?
Well, some of them will, at least.
We mean you no harm. We need Mario Subing's help, and we'll release him unharmed when we're finished.
There was a brief pause, and Bolan doubted for a moment that any of the rural villagers could understand a word he was saying.
What you want with old man?
Bolan hesitated for a moment, thinking. There were several tacks he could take at this point. He decided on the direct one.
You know it's really the nephew we want, and you know why. You have our word that Mario won't be hurt.
That's not what we heard. We heard you come to steal from us.
Who told you that?
Not your business. Why should we trust you when you say you're not hurt, old man?
That's why. We had guns, and we could have killed any of you. We didn't. Look at the three that attacked us before. There may be some bruises, maybe even a broken bone or two, but we didn't seriously hurt anybody. Are there any dead? I know you're all mighty warriors, but don't you think we could have killed at least a few with our guns if we'd wanted to?
We know Subing is criminal, but he never hurt us, and you will. What will you do to him if you find him?
Bolan reached up with his free hand and rubbed his temple. Just how loyal to Candido Subing were the men below him? Did their loyalty to a fellow countryman outweigh their belief in good and evil? The executioner didn't think the majority would willingly shield a terrorist just because he was Filipino. But that wasn't the real problem. They had it in their minds that he and Latham were the real criminals. Because Subing was Mario's nephew, the men of Rio Hondo had been willing to passively help the Liberty Tigers by looking the other way when he came to visit. But would they actively help the terrorists by trying to kill him and Latham? The executioner's gut told him the answer was no, and it also told him to just tell these men the truth.
I mean none of you any harm, and that includes Mario. When I find Candido Subing, I intend to kill him and free his hostages.
You real sure about this tactic, Cooper?
I'm sure.
Bolan stared down at the shadowy figures. From what he could see, there was a division among them. Maybe some of them supported the terrorists, others didn't. Or maybe they were still just arguing over whether or not he and Latham could be trusted. There were an endless number of possibilities at this point, and he didn't have the time to have Latham translate all the words and decide. It was time to go. One way or another, they had to get Subing out of here. The old man was still out and showed no signs of awakening soon, which was good. He would be less trouble that way. At least one of Bolan's arms would be free to fight. Bolan looked out through the darkness to where the villagers had parked the Buick. He couldn't be certain, but it looked empty. More than likely there were men hiding behind it, however, weapons ready. Bolan holstered the Desert Eagle and leaned back into the room, retrieving the homemade baston that had fallen from his hand during the wrestling match with Mario. He returned to the doorway.
What are we doing?
We're heading back for the Buick. There's obviously a lot of disagreement down there, and we don't have time for them to hash it all out like a bunch of filibustering senators. Besides, our equipment is in that Buick, unless they've managed to pop the trunk. From here, it doesn't look like they have.
All right.
I want to get as close to the car as we can before the fighting starts. Look! We're tired of talking from up here. We're coming down. You can trust us.
As soon as the words were out of the executioner's mouth, he motioned for Latham to start down the steps. Bolan followed with the unconscious man still riding on his shoulder.
Keep moving. We've surprised them by suddenly coming down. We've got a couple of seconds before they figure it all out. Don't run until I do.
The villagers stared at Bolan and Latham as they continued toward the Buick.
Who's the Datu of this village?
The Datu was the village chieftain. Bolan knew this question would be a distraction to the Rio Hondans, and with each word, he and Bolan took another casual step in the direction of the Buick. Then, a middle-aged man stepped forward in front of them. The apparent village chieftain wore faded blue jeans and tattered discount running shoes. But from the waist up, he had dressed for battle. A moro paquil, a jerkin-like shirt that served as body armor, made from elephant hide and carabaro horn, covered his chest. Atop his head sat a kupya, the wooden helmet worn by Bontoc Igorot warriors from the Luzon area.
So what is the problem?
They were now roughly 20 feet from the Buick, but at least 40 men the executioner had no desire to kill, still encircled them. And while the weapons in the villagers' hands might be primitive, they were still deadly.
It seems the men are divided. Some of them hate Subing and want to let us go.
And the rest?
The Texan glanced at the ground, then looked back up to meet the executioner's gaze.
Well, they aren't in complete agreement, even among themselves. But it does sound like the possibility of cutting our heads off and sticking them on the tops of poles at the city limits is being kicked around.
Each time he stepped off the plane in Tel Aviv, Candido Subing not only began calling himself Tabit Ali, but he actually felt as if that was his real name. He had wondered about this effect as he waited on his luggage to come around on the circular conveyor belt. Was it because the prophet had been Arabic? Because he spent so much time in Arabic lands? Or was it because, when he was in Israel, he was indeed in the land of the Jews, the enemies of God? More than likely, a combination of all these things. Though he had been born Filipino rather than Arab, Subing's soul was Arab, and God had given him a mission of honor to help his Arab people. He had hurried to the immigration line, where his well-forged passport got little more than a cursory glance. He carried the suitcase toward the sign marked Customs. Here, no one got only quick glances, and he had to wait for 15 minutes while the Israeli dogs went through every item in his bag. They opened his aftershave bottle and sniffed at the contents, and checked the lining of every shirt, pair of pants, and set of underwear he had packed. Subing had stood by good-naturedly. He had nothing to fear. There was nothing incriminating in the bag. Considering his mission gave him patience with the Jewish mongrels. Before he left again, a good many of them would be dead. Subing had retrieved his bag and walked out of the terminal. He now faced a long line of waiting taxicabs. He needed to find a cab driver willing to leave Tel Aviv, and many refused to do so. He decided to try the one idling closest.
Ashkelon?
The Jew behind the wheel was chewing an unlit cigar. He glanced quickly up, out of the window, then shook his head and turned his face back to the windshield as if Subing no longer existed. The Filipino controlled his anger, smiled, then moved away. Now was not the time to cause a scene, or to do anything that might attract undue attention. At the second cab, he got lucky. The driver appeared to be Palestinian.
Can you go to Ashkelon?
The driver nodded and hooked a thumb over his shoulder at the back seat. His face expressed no more emotion than the Jew's had, but Subing felt an instant kinship with the man. Subing climbed in and pulled his suitcase in after him, laying it on the seat. The leader of the Liberty Tigers sat back against the seat and closed his eyes as they made their way out of Tel Aviv and onto the highway that ran along the Mediterranean coast. He had used Ascalon as a launching base several times during the past few weeks. It was where he met his men before giving them their final instructions, paying their families, and sending them out on their missions. The Western world called them suicide or homicide bombers, but he knew what they really were: martyrs. The moon cast its glow onto the sandy beaches to his side, and he watched the waves roll into shore. Subing wondered what it would have been like to have lived during the days before the Jews had stolen this land. Ascalon had once been the land of the Canaanite and later became a Philistine city. The remnants of those great peoples, ancestors to many Arabs living today, could still be seen around the gates of Ascalon, where broken foundations and toppled columns marked the past glories of the people. Then, of course, the Jews, with the help of their infidel friends, the United States of America, had come and spoiled it all. The Filipino felt the bitterness swell within him as the scenery began to change. The sandy beaches grew fewer as hotels, restaurants, bars, and other symbols of Western decadence began to appear. Ah, how the Jews loved their vices. The Jews and the Americans were a perfect match, a marriage made in hell. He leaned forward and tapped the driver on the shoulder, pointing towards a Holiday Inn on the side of the highway.
Pull in here. Please wait.
Subing reached forward and handed a wad of bills over the seat to the man.
You are not staying?
No, not here. But I must speak to a business associate for a moment. It will be only a few minutes.
The cab driver looked down at the pack of money Subing had just handed him.
Take your time.
Subing stepped out onto the 7th floor and wheeled his suitcase down the hall behind him. He followed the arrows to room 714, roughly halfway down the first hall. A portly man with a full beard and thinning hair stood at the door, stepping back to let the Filipino in.
Salam.
Salam, brother.
The Filipino saw what he had come for lying on the closest of the 2 twin beds in the room, a suitcase identical in every outward detail to the one he carried. Setting his own bag on the floor, he leaned over the bed and flipped the latches of the new case. He looked down at the contents and smiled.
Excellent.
Turning back as he hoisted the case, he saw that the portly man now stood holding a large brown envelope.
It is all there? All 3 contributions?
Yes. The money from Iraq arrived last night. The Palestinians left not 10 minutes ago, but you know the Palestinians. They are always late with everything.
They are in an occupied land. They must take special precautions.
Of course. I meant only to make a joke.
I am not a humorous man. And the money from my friend in the north?
It has been here for several days.
The Filipino nodded and took the envelope from the portly man. Without another word, he turned his back and left. The driver had taken a small access road from the Holiday Inn to Subing's next stop, which was less than a mile away. Another large hotel, but locally owned and called the Garden of Eden. Subing had settled with the driver, then walked into the lobby to the front desk. The desk clerk knew him.
Ah, Mr. Ali, how good to see you again.
Subing kept quiet, but thought of the terrible things he'd like to do to the clerk in his head as he pulled out his reservation card. The smile on his face betrayed no such feelings as he signed in and proceeded to the elevator. Subing's room was directly across from the elevator. Inside, Subing saw yet another identical suitcase waiting for him on the bed. He flipped the latches and looked in to find exact reproductions of the clothing he had carried during his flight from Manila. He smiled again, this time genuinely. He had recently gotten word that the Israelis sometimes randomly picked visitors to be videotaped during luggage inspections. Then they compared the tapes to the contents of the suitcases they brought with them when leaving the country again. He doubted that had happened to him because he had seen no video equipment during his search, but it never hurt to be careful. Lifting the suitcase he had picked up at the Holiday Inn, Subing made sure he had the key card to his room before leaving. Subing made a right outside his door and walked a short distance down the hall to room 913. An older woman in full Islamic dress answered the door. Her veil covered most of her face, but Subing could see the sharp black eyes behind it. He entered the room and found a young man, 18 to 20, sitting in a chair by the table in front of the sliding glass door. He came quickly to his feet as Subing entered.
Allah be praised.
Salam.
Subing set the suitcase on the bed. The young man stood around 5'7" and couldn't have weighed more than 130 pounds. His hair was cut close to his head, and he had shaved the arms that extended from his round-necked polo shirt. He looked frightened.
You are ready?
I am ready, my brother.
Subing reached into his pocket and removed the brown envelope he had been handed by his associate at the Holiday Inn. He handed it to the veiled woman who stood silently at the young man's side.
You are the mother of a luminary. You too shall be remembered by God in paradise.
The eyes behind the veil looked humbly down at the carpet. Subing opened the suitcase to reveal its contents. The boy looked down at it as if he were seeing a snake, but stepped forward to get a better look.
Allah be praised.
The Filipino removed a heavy vest and helped the boy slide in his arms. It had a combination of Semtex and dynamite packed into the many pockets and sewn into the lining. The boy's eyes flickered nervously as he turned to face his leader.
When the moment arrives, you will press this button to detonate the explosives. Do you understand?
Yes, brother. When do I go?
Subing looked at his watch. His return flight left in 6 hours. He would still have time to return to his room and catch a nap before departing.
Now.
Now?
Is there a better time to serve Allah than the present?
The boy stood frozen for a moment. Then he shook his head and turned to look at his mother.
Do you have a vehicle?
My uncle sent us in his car.
Then I will drive. It is time to go.
The boy stopped long enough to hug his mother one final time, then walked purposefully to the door. As Subing passed her, he saw tears in the eyes above the veil. The woman clutched the envelope of money to her breast. The bomber's uncle's car was a 10-year-old Chevrolet, and Subing took the keys from him as soon as he'd seated himself behind the wheel. He had started the ignition and pulled out of the Garden of Eden onto the access road. The trip back to the Holiday Inn took less than 3 minutes, and he had circled the building, finally coming to a halt at the very rear of the parking lot. This is where Subing would drop the young man off.
Allah be praised.
Brother, please...
The discotheque is on the far side of the lobby. Go, now!
The Filipino watched him disappear into the lobby and felt no sorrow for the boy. He was about to do the work of Allah, and in only a few more seconds he would be with Allah in paradise. He would have all of the rewards that had been promised. Subing glanced at his watch. No, this was not an occasion for sorrow at all. In fact, the only emotion he felt at the moment was envy. He would have liked to have been that young soldier walking into the disco himself. But Subing knew that Allah had bigger things in mind for him. He would just have to wait a little longer, and when the time came, he would send far more infidels to hell than this boy ever dreamed of. Candido Subing glanced to his watch one more time. He knew he had made a deal with the devil, his fat friend from the north. But Allah would understand. The fat man was an infidel himself, but he supplied weapons, explosives, and money to Subing's martyrs and other Arab freedom fighters all over the world. Men like Subing had made the man rich. To show his appreciation, the Filipino would be given the grand prize in the businessman's collection, and with that prize, Subing would not only gain paradise, he would be remembered for all of eternity as the warrior of Allah who had killed more infidels than any other.
Excellent.
He had no problem covering the short distance back to the Garden of Eden. Candido Subing couldn't help but grin to himself as he pulled into a parking space. The two hotels were so close together that Subing could see the red lights flashing in the distance. This mission was indeed a success, and he knew that his turn was coming. It wouldn't be long now. Bolan and Latham had made it to within 10 feet of the Buick when several of the villagers finally snapped to what was going on. No one said a word, but a dozen or so men moved in front of Bolan and Latham, cutting them off from the car. Villagers were still arriving from other parts of the town. It seemed that every last man in Rio Hondo had turned out to look for the foreigners. The executioner did a quick 360-degree scan. They were surrounded on 3 sides. Behind them was the sea. Bearing a vast assortment of clubs, swords, and knives, the men of Rio Hondo stared at the executioner, awaiting the next development in the ongoing drama. There would be more people coming, and the situation would devolve into a lynch mob for sure. And there were too many of them to fight, at least without resorting to firearms. They had to act, and now. Bolan turned to face the man they had earlier identified as the village leader.
How important is your tattoo to you?
The men of Rio Hondo, at least those who could speak English, were as confused by the strange question as Latham had been. This second of confusion was all the executioner had expected, or needed. Dropping the unconscious Mario Subing to the ground, Bolan lunged forward at the Datu, who had thought he had been standing at a safe distance. Reaching out, Bolan grabbed the Datu by the shoulders, twirled him to face his men, then yanked him backward. The sudden burst of activity ended abruptly as Bolan wrapped an arm around the little man's face and over his mouth. With his other end, the executioner drew the top's loner and pressed the razor-edged steel into the Datu's throat. The villagers immediately started forward towards their captured leader.
Stop!
He dug the blade in tighter against the throat of the man in his arms. The majority of the villagers might not have spoken English, but they got the message, and they froze where they stood.
I'm pretty sure that's not a good way to get him on your side.
Clear a path to the Buick, now! As soon as we get the car started, we'll let him go. If anyone tries to interfere, I'll cut his throat. Move!
Bolan nodded his head down at Mario, who was lying crumpled on the muddy ground, and Latham got the message. He reached down to pick the old man up, swinging him like a rag doll over his shoulder. Bolan lifted the Datu into the air and kept the blade tight against his throat. A shallow wound opened beneath the keen razor edge, and a drop of blood rolled down the Datu's neck to drip onto the asphalt roadway. One of the villagers in the front of the throng held up both hands, palms out, signaling that they would offer no resistance.
Where will you take Mario?
Mario comes with us, but I promised you before, and I'll promise you again, he will not be hurt.
The villagers knew they didn't have a choice anymore. They parted, and a pathway opened. At the end of it stood the Buick. Bolan kept the Datu tightly in his grasp, the blade still in place as he followed Latham to the car. Latham tossed Mario Subing into the back seat. Latham took the wheel. The men of Rio Hondo had followed them, and now they crowded close.
Back off!
Most of the men took a step backward. Bolan maneuvered himself between the open door and the vehicle. Quickly, the executioner pulled his legs into the car. He still had the Datu around the head, the knife still around his throat. The Datu stood awkwardly outside the car, bent backward at the waist.
Start slowly.
You got it.
The men in front of the Buick stepped to the side as the car began to roll. The Datu's feet clambered over the broken asphalt as he half ran and was half dragged beside the vehicle.
As soon as I let him go, floor it.
When they had reached what he guessed to be roughly 10 miles per hour, Bolan pulled the loner away from the Datu's throat and pulled both arms back into the car. The executioner turned in his seat to peer back through the darkness as they sped away from Rio Hondo. There was just enough light for him to see 2 men help the Datu to his feet and begin dusting him off. Bolan and Latham were almost halfway back to Zamboanga when Mario Subing began stirring in the back seat.
Sounds like the old man is coming back to life.
Pull over. I want to keep a better eye on him.
Latham pulled off onto the shoulder of the road. Bolan, now in the back seat, pushed the still groggy old man into a seated position next to him. Latham had hardly steered back onto the road before Bolan caught sight of a bedraggled pickup of an indiscernible color rounding the curve behind them. Bolan frowned. There had been no traffic coming through Rio Hondo when they'd left. He had checked as they had driven away, which meant that the pickup had come from the village, and that, in turn, had to mean one or more of the villagers had followed them. The pickup slowed as soon as it came within sight of the Buick, and as far as the executioner was concerned, that final detail turned his hypothesis into fact.
Someone's following us.
So I see. Speed up.
Bolan and Latham, both focusing on the rearview mirror, noticed that the pickup sped up as well.
Now try slowing down.
Looks like they're following suit.
Okay. Speed up, and then slam us to a halt.
In the rearview mirror, the executioner could see Latham grin widely. The Texan floored the gas, taking the Buick up to 70 on the ragged asphalt road. The pickup fell behind.
Too fast, Charlie. That bag of bolts wants to keep up with us. It just can't.
Latham let up on the pedal, and the Buick dropped back to 50 miles an hour. The distance between them and the pickup narrowed.
Now!
The Buick began to fishtail down the road. The Texan rode the steering wheel expertly, turning it slightly in the direction of each skid. Behind them, the pickup appeared to be in similar distress as the driver tried to avoid running into the back of the Buick. Both of the truck's bald front tires blew at the same time, and the vehicle shot off the road toward the bar ditch. Bolan didn't need to tell the Texan what to do next. Latham slammed the gear shift into reverse and floored the accelerator again. The car shot backward, pulling even with the other vehicle.
Latham, watch Mario!
Bolan drew the Desert Eagle and leaped from the vehicle. He charged directly at the driver's side of the pickup, with the barrel of the big .44 jammed through the open window and into the jaw of the man behind the wheel. Bolan recognized the driver immediately. He had been the villager at the forefront of the mob who had held up his hands, the man in the embroidered black vest with the barong sheathed through his red sash. The villager's head had struck the steering wheel upon colliding with the fence and was lying slumped over.
Get out of the truck. Slowly.
Bolan reached in with his free hand and grabbed the long hair at the back of the man's neck. He lifted the face away from the steering wheel and saw that the eyes were closed. A small abrasion in the center of the man's forehead bled slightly, and the area was quickly swelling into a large goose egg. He was still breathing. As Bolan opened the pickup door, the unconscious man fell out. Quickly frisking him, Bolan found a sat phone and a tiny C-Camp .32 pistol hidden in the red sash. Bolan frowned. The C-Camp .32s, roughly the size of a small .25, but with far more power, were made by a small privately owned company in the U.S. They were held in high regard because of their size, and the shops couldn't keep up with consumer demand. That meant they often sold for 3 times their factory retail price on the open market, and such a gun didn't match the profile of a poor Rio Hondo villager. Maybe the man had stolen it, but it still seemed unlikely that a gun like this would ever end up on Mindanao. The executioner dropped the little .32 into his pocket and checked further. He had just felt what appeared to be a billfold in one of the vest pockets when the villager began to regain consciousness. As soon as the man's eyelids fluttered open, Bolan shoved the big .44 into the center of the swelling on his forehead.
Start talking, and talk fast.
Hey, give me a break, okay? Like a second or two to collect my thoughts?
You're American?
Oh, man, have I got a conk.
You wanted a break, you've had it. Now talk.
Vest, left pocket.
Bolan reached down and pulled out what he had earlier thought to be a billfold. It wasn't. What he found in his hands was a small black leather identification case. He flipped it open, and with one eye keeping watch on the ground, stared at the credentials inside. The picture looked like the same man, but with a shaved head and a more groomed mustache. Instead of the black vest and red sash, the man in the picture wore a white shirt, conservative club tie, and a dark gray pinstripe suit. The top of the card read Central Intelligence Agency, and just below that, the United States of America. The name beneath the picture was William Gerald Reverty. Bolan wasted no time putting his sat phone into use.
That's right. Reverty, William Gerald. Check it out, will you, Bear?
Consider it done, big guy.
Thanks.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. Just give me a second.
Asking Stony Man Farm's top computer genius to hack into the CIA personnel files was like asking a master jewel thief to shoplift a candy bar. The CIA knew they had a man linking up with someone working directly for the president, but the company knew nothing about the existence of Stony Man Farm itself, so Kurtzman's electronic wizardry would verify Reverty's ID with no questions asked.
Call me back when you got it, Bear.
Will do, Stryker.
Bolan had no reason to believe Reverty was anything but what he claimed to be, the CIA operative who should have met them on the road outside of Zamboanga. And his story that he had been undercover with the villagers, learning a little more about Subing every day, and hadn't been able to break away at the appointed time made sense as well. Such things could happen. Undercover work never went according to schedule, and Reverty's CIA card also explained the pricey pistol the executioner had found. Leaving the sea camp where it was, Bolan looked over to see that Latham still had both Mario Subing and the man in the black vest seated on the ground, both sitting cross-legged with their hands clasped behind their heads. As he waited for the return call from Kurtzman, the executioner walked to the trunk of the Buick and inserted the key. Even though he had expected to see all of his gear exactly as he'd left it, he couldn't help but be relieved to be sure. Since hitting the road, he had worried that the village men of Rio Hondo might have pried open the trunk. The side pocket of Bolan's bulky ballistic nylon equipment case was packed tight with plastic restraints. He grabbed a handful. Bolan walked back to where the two men still sat on the ground beside Latham. Bolan kneeled down beside the old man. The executioner tightened a flexible cuff around both of Mario's hands, then secured them together with a third piece of the steel-reinforced plastic. Remembering the way the old man had used his feet, he did the same at the ankles. Mario Subing glared over his shoulder throughout the process, but remained quiet. Next, Bolan turned towards Reverty, more plastic restraints in hand. He held his hands out to his sides, theatrically.
Hey! That isn't necessary. In a minute you're gonna find out I am who I say I am.
Then, in a minute, I'll cut you loose. Until then, put your hands behind your back.
Bolan kneeled down behind Reverty. He was 90% certain that Kurtzman would call back and verify the ID, but there was still something about Reverty that bothered him. He couldn't put his finger on it, but a shadow of doubt about the man still floated through his mind.
Go, Bear.
Reverty, William Gerald, 33 years of age, born in Queens, New York. Grew up in Brooklyn.
I could have told you that from listening to him talk.
Okay, smart guy. Could you have told me he graduated from Northwestern University in Evanston with a BA in drama?
The executioner glanced at the man, who held his arms out for emphasis only a second earlier. Reverty had looked as if he were Caesar about to address the people of Rome from a balcony.
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
Yep, and a year after that, the CIA was so impressed with his acting, they stole him away from a life of starvation between bit parts and soap operas. And I'll bet you didn't know he was the starting catcher on the NU baseball team his junior and senior years, either.
We hadn't quite gotten to the Tea Party chit-chat yet, Bear.
Bottom line, Stryker, looks like he checks out. CIA sent him over to infiltrate the Tigers. Last report I'm finding says he's made the acquaintance of Candido Subing's uncle. Let's see, his name is,
Mario.
Oh, you know him?
He's kneeling in front of my vehicle at the moment, all dressed up in plastic cuffs.
Oh, good to hear that. Glad to see you're taking your usual roundabout low-key approach to life.
Thanks, Bear. Anything else I need to know?
Not unless you want Reverty's grade point average at Northwestern or his annual job evaluation ratings from the CIA.
No thanks. Any more chatter on this big deal the Tigers are supposedly planning for the U.S.?
No. We're checking every angle we can think of. Biological, chemical, food and water poisoning, sky and truck jacking possibilities, even nuclear. So far, the rumors are still out there, but no one knows anything for sure.
As far as I can tell, they seem pretty small-time to me. The only way they could finance something big is to hook up with some money people.
Well, I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Thanks, Bear. Bad news, Reverty.
Hey, man, what are you doing? I'm fucking telling you, I ain't a...
Your story checked out, so I've got to give you back your pistol. It was a pretty nice one, too.
Reverdy took the tiny pistol and stashed it back in his sash. Something about the way he did it caught the executioner's eye. Something in his unconscious mind. Something mildly unsettling. Bolan couldn't put his finger on that any more than he could what bothered him about the man in general.
Tell me, how'd you duke your way into Rio Hondo?
You know, the usual way. Filipino cops busted a local boy, the folks at Langley stepped in and offered to work out a deal for him if he'd be willing to introduce me. Getting to Mario was the closest chance we thought we had to get to Candido. We didn't want the big man getting suspicious. Besides, we didn't have a snitch into the Tigers.
You ever meet Candido when he came to visit?
Nah, no way. I wasn't in that deep yet. Mario and I were just getting to know each other.
What made you break cover and come after us?
I didn't really break cover. In fact, I probably helped it. As soon as you guys took off, I screamed out that I was going to kill you both and get Mario back, then grabbed the closest vehicle.
So the men of Rio Hondo still don't know you're CIA?
Reverdy shook his head, then reached up and grasped the lapels of his vest with both hands. He glanced over at Mario.
Well, none of them but this one. Of course, he was my link to his nephew, so that's screwed now. Not that it's all that big of a loss.
Meaning?
Meaning that I'd gotten to know the old man well enough to know I was wasting my time with him. He wasn't never going to tell me anything about his nephew, no matter how well I got to know him. That's one tough old bastard, as you've already seen. And I don't care what you do. Stick bamboo shoots under his fingernails, burn his balls off with a cigarette lighter, whatever. He's not going to tell you, Dick, either.
He shook his head, again more like an actor on stage than a genuine human being. Bolan looked away from Reverdy, turning his attention to the grizzled old man in the headlights. Torture was hardly his style, but his gut-level instincts told him that even if it was, Reverdy was right. It wouldn't work. Bolan had to respect a brittle old man who would stand up and fight the way he did. Protecting a terrorist, even if it was your nephew, wasn't right. But he couldn't be sure old Mario was aware of all of Candido's crimes either. Family members told each other their version of events, and those versions always seemed to justify their actions. To paraphrase an old saying, one man's terrorist was another man's freedom fighter.
So? That's why I followed you. I'd hit an impasse in Rio Hondo. I knew you'd be wasting your time with Mario, and I said to myself, Billy boy, why not pool your remarkable talents with the genius already exhibited by the big dude with the big gun?
He glanced toward Bolan's right hip where the Desert Eagle was again hidden by the tail of his shirt, then turned suddenly towards Latham.
Hey, not that you aren't an able performer yourself. Can't forget about you. No offense.
None taken.
The executioner suspected the words came out of Latham's mouth to shut Reverdy up. Bolan was quickly tiring of the CIA man's histrionics. The Texan raised his eyebrows to indicate that he'd begun to find the man tedious, too.
So you were assigned to work with us?
Sure was. Sorry I missed the initial meet, but maybe it's just as well. I learned more from old Mario. Let's pool our resources to see if we can't come up with some constructive plan to find the hostages. And preferably kill this son of a bitch's nephew while we're at it.
Bolan nodded. He'd give it a try because he'd promised Hal Brognola he'd work with the man. But if Reverdy proved to be as full of BS as he seemed on the surface, he'd find himself packing for a return flight to Langley, fast. Reverdy seemed oblivious to the executioner's hesitancy.
Now you know who I am, I gotta know about you. You want company, they'd have told me. Military intel, NSA, who?
Nothing you'd recognize.
Reverdy raised his eyebrows and smiled sarcastically. As with all of his other facial expressions and body language, it seemed carefully calculated and overdone.
Top secret, eh? Big time. Tell me, do you have one of those 00 licenses to kill? Report directly to the president himself?
That's pretty close.
No. Really. Who are you with?
Bolan nodded toward Latham.
Him. That's all you need to know and all you're going to know. If you don't like it, we'll drop you off somewhere in Zamboanga.
Okay, whatever. What do we do with Mario? We can't let him go back to Rio Hondo. I might need to go back sometime myself.
Bolan turned and stared into the dark trees, his jaw tightening. Reverdy was right. They couldn't just let the old man go home to tell the other villagers all he now knew. The word would soon leak out to the Tigers. On the other hand, it was becoming increasingly more evident that Candido Subing and his men already had a pretty clear picture of Bolan's and Latham's movements. The executioner no longer had any doubt that the men on the road the day before hadn't been kidnappers. They were members of the Tigers, sent to kill them, and the villagers had caught on to their presence fast, too. Someone was tipping them off.
Want me to just kill him?
The executioner answered the CIA man with a hard stare. It was clear to Reverdy that he would be taking the orders from here on in. Bolan reached into his pocket and pulled his sat phone out again.
Hello, Stryker.
Barb, get Jack ready and...
I wish you'd have said you needed him earlier. I just sent him to pick up Phoenix Force in Bosnia.
How about Charlie?
Charlie Mott was the farm's number 2 pilot, and was definitely good enough for what the executioner needed him for now.
Last I saw of him, he was on his way upstairs to saw a few logs. He and Able Team were in the air most of the night.
Well, wake him up. Tell him I need him here and to contact me when he gets close.
What have you got, Stryker?
Nothing dramatic. Just an old man who needs to be put on ice for a few days so he can't talk to anyone.
Need me to send out a black suit as a guard?
The executioner glanced at the elderly Filipino still seated on the ground, his face twisted into a mask of hatred.
I think you'd better send 2 or 3, Barb.
Anything else, Stryker?
Some extra ammo never hurt.
Okay. Now I've got a request for you.
And what's that?
Be careful.
Always.
The executioner allowed himself a brief mental image of his beautiful sometime lover, then turned his attention back to the matter at hand. He hooked a finger towards the car.
Come on. And Charlie, I need to talk to you. Reverdy, watch Mario.
My pleasure.
Latham still had his Browning in his hand. He shoved it into his belt. He followed the executioner to a spot in the trees, just out of earshot.
What's up?
I don't know. Reverdy checked out okay, but there's something about him that bothers me.
You want my suggestion?
Sure.
He's an asshole.
No, not just that. Something else. There's just something about him that doesn't quite add up.
He wanted to kill the old man. We could always kill him.
No. If he does have some other game going, I want to know what it is. And the best way to find out is to let him tag along. And give him enough rope to hang himself. Besides, it may be nothing more than the CIA having some agenda of their own.
Yeah, no kidding. They may have something going on that takes precedence over freeing the hostages. Innocent human life was never the agency's top priority.
We'll watch him, and each other's backs.
Yeah, the only problem with that plan is we'll have to listen to the mouthy son of a bitch.
We'll need a place somewhere close around here where a plane can land unnoticed.
How big a plane?
A Learjet.
They got a landing strip up near Panganoran. It'll land a small to medium plane.
Government strip?
Hardly. Mostly services heroin runners out of Southeast Asia. Drop-off point and refueling stations goes the rumor. Some folks also say there's a tie-in to some of the local terrorists.
The Tigers?
I don't know, but we both know the terrorists peddle dope for operating funds when they can. Besides the Tigers, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and Jemaah Islamiyah are strong in these parts.
Both the MILF and JI were fundamentalist Islamic fanatics like the Tigers. Sometimes they were all friends, other times enemies. The executioner would have been happy to set up on the landing site, wait on the drug plane to land, and destroy both the drugs and the crew. But right now there were more pressing problems, human lives at stake, and he didn't want to get sidetracked onto a drug investigation which was unlikely to lead him to his primary goal.
How much traffic does this place see?
I don't know. Never been there myself. But I don't think we're talking Kennedy International.
Anywhere else?
Not unless you want to go all the way across the island to Baganga.
We don't have time for that. Panganoran will have to do. Let's go.
Bolan had intended to have Latham take Mario Subing to the meeting spot with the plane, while he took whatever intel he could from Reverdy and proceeded with the mission. But now, with the chance of facing drug runners, he would have to go with the Texan. It wasn't ideal, but he could use the drive north to glean whatever information Reverdy had from the man. Then, after Charlie Mott had dropped off the new equipment and picked up Mario, Bolan, Latham, and Reverdy would resume the search for the hostages.
Latham, let Mario in the back seat. Reverdy, you're riding shotgun.
The executioner wanted Reverdy where he could see him, at least until he figured out what it was that bothered him. Dawn had broken over the Philippines by the time the Buick reached the outskirts of Pajanaran. Bolan glanced into the rearview mirror to see Mario Subing. The old man's eyes were closed and his chin bounced lightly against his chest each time the Buick hit a bump or dropped into a pothole. But nothing so mild as that was going to awaken the old man. The events of the past few hours had finally taken their toll on his aged mind and body. The executioner looked back to the road but couldn't suppress a grin as he drove on. Regardless of how misguided Mario's efforts might be, he really did have to respect the old fighter. Even with his limbs bound tightly to his body, he had still cursed and spit. They had finally gagged him with Reverdy's red sash after he tried to take a bite out of Charlie Latham. After the gag had been applied, old age had finally caught up to him and he drifted off to sleep. Bolan glanced to his side and saw that Reverdy's eyes were closed as well. The CIA man was taking advantage of the driving time to catch a catnap. As they entered the village outskirts, Latham leaned forward and rested an arm on the back of the front seat.
I've never seen this landing strip before, but it's got to be close.
In his peripheral vision, the executioner could see him studying the side of the road away from the sea, which made sense. There wasn't enough land between the highway and the water for a landing strip, nor vegetation to hide it if there had been. The clandestine runway had to be set inland from the road.
You're sure it's on this side of the village, not on the north?
I'm not sure of anything. I've just heard there was a landing strip for the dopers around here.
The executioner rested his elbows in his lap and guided the Buick from the bottom of the steering wheel. He had made contact with Charlie Mott a half hour earlier, and the Stony Man pilot had been approximately 2 hours out at the time. He, too, had a vague memory of a landing strip somewhere in the area. He'd flown Phoenix Force, one of the counter-terrorist teams working out of Stony Man Farm over the island a few months back, and seen it from the air. The pilot had guessed at the time that it might be a site for drug planes. Now Latham half knew about it, and Mott half remembered it. Bolan could only hope that the two halves equaled a whole, and they'd all find a place for the Learjet to set down. Had he not been looking for it, the executioner knew he would have missed the small indentation that suddenly appeared in the thick foliage. The Texan still had an arm rested on the back of the seat between them, and shot it out to point across Reverdy's chest toward the jungle.
That looks like it.
Through the window, Bolan could see the tiny telltale signs of a hidden side road off the asphalt. The vegetation in the spot they'd noticed, wide enough to pull a car or even a truck through, was at least as thick and maybe thicker on either side of it. But here and there throughout the green were cleanly cut ends that had been made by machetes. The leaves and vines themselves were a slightly darker color, some even beginning to turn brown. Also scattered throughout the pile were tiny dirt clods, meaning that some of the plant life had been jerked from the ground before being used to camouflage the entrance to the road. Reverdy had awakened as they came to a stop, and now the CIA man squinted along with Bolan and Latham. He crossed his arms and hugged his chest.
Cute! They keep the entrance covered by piling up debris. Easy enough to move it when they go in and out, and once it dies, they cut more.
Well, thank you, Billy. I'll bet that is what they do.
Why don't you get out and show us how easy it is to move it?
Reverdy and Latham headed towards the vines. Bolan stayed in the Buick. As the hole opened, Bolan saw the dirt and gravel road behind it, and to the sides were scattered piles of dead brown plant life, which had served to hide the road in the past. The executioner kept an eye on Mario, still sleeping in the back seat, as he entered the hidden driveway. Latham and Reverdy piled the foliage back over the entrance and returned to the car. Bolan drove slowly now, both out of caution and necessity. The surface of the side road was even more rugged than the neglected asphalt highway, and the Buick's tires couldn't avoid exposed roots and rocks. Not knowing what to expect, the executioner drew the Desert Eagle and rested it in his lap, guiding the vehicle with one hand. In the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of Latham's high power coming out of his waistband, and next to him, Reverdy pulled his little .32.
Is that all you have, Reverdy?
All I have with me. I was undercover, remember?
The one-lane road into the jungle twisted and turned. As Bolan guided the vehicle around one curve, a gecko shot out from the jungle, stopped for a second to stare at the approaching metal monster, then dashed on into the leaves on the other side. Around a final curve, the road suddenly came to a dead end. Parked in the middle of the narrow path at the edge of the jungle stood an old flatbed truck. Bolan's eyes scanned the road, then the thick vegetation around it. He could see no one, but that didn't mean someone wasn't hiding nearby. Crudely constructed homemade side panels rose from the sides of the truck bed, and an equally rustic makeshift tailgate at the rear lay open. The cab's rear windshield had been broken, and large shards of glass hung precariously from the corners.
You know what I think?
Shut up.
Bolan had kept his focus on the jungle ever since they'd left the highway, but now he scrutinized every inch around the truck. His eyes finally fell on another stack of cut foliage. Bolan squinted at the pile. It looked exactly like the one the drug runners had used to hide the entrance to the side road, and he suspected behind this man-made mound he'd find a footpath that led to the landing strip. The old truck hadn't driven itself to this isolated spot. The executioner's jaw tightened. It looked as if he had picked the wrong time to make use of the landing strip. There was a drug shipment coming in. Today. Bolan sat where he was, thinking, planning his next move. If there were drug runners close by, their weapons would be trained on the Buick right now. He knew that had the situation been reversed, and it had been him hiding in the trees, he would wait until the driver killed the engine and the men got out of the car. There was no point in taking the chance that the driver might throw the vehicle into reverse and take off after the shooting started. The Buick no longer needed a key to start it, but Bolan had jammed it into the ignition just the same, mainly to keep track of the key for the trunk. He reached down to the remote control, which hung from the ring, and tapped a button. The executioner left the keys where they were, with the engine still running.
Stay here and stay ready.
It was the moment of truth. If drug guards were stationed just inside the jungle to watch the truck, they would open fire any moment now. He would have little chance of returning that fire. The jungle was simply too thick and offered too many places to hide. But Bolan could see no practical way around the problem as he started for the trunk. Bolan waited for gunfire. Luckily, his sixth sense felt no eyes on him from the bushes that surrounded them on all sides. The executioner could hardly believe the irony of the situation. Although it would be a worthy war in itself, he hadn't come to the Philippines to fight drug lords. Now, however, some of them inadvertently stood in the way of his mission. He would have no choice but to confront them before he continued his search for Candido Subing and the American missionaries. Because of the air entry, Bolan had been limited in what equipment he could bring. He wished he had arranged for more long guns upon his arrival, but he wasn't one to waste time considering what might have been. Bolan pulled out a .45 caliber Colt Combat Commander and a half-dozen extra magazines. He stuffed the .45 into his belt and dropped the loaded mags into the pockets of his cargo pants. Looking back to the bag, he eyed the Calico 950. The barrel had been modified to accept a sound suppressor, and a 50-round drum magazine had been snapped in place at the top of the pistol. The grip was already attached to the shoulder harness, which would allow the machine pistol to hang under his right arm. The harness worked differently than most shoulder holsters, in that it would allow the Calico to be carried on the strong side rather than cross-draw fashion. The weapon could even be fired without being removed from the sling. A 100-round replacement drum balanced the weight on the left side of the harness. With the Beretta's shoulder holster beneath his blue chambray shirt, Bolan struggled into the Calico rig, letting the strange-looking weapon and its backup drum hang over the shirt. Where he was going, there would be no need for concealment. drug runners making a pickup would be primed to kill anyone they didn't know, armed or not. Bolan rounded the car to the back passenger side of the car. Bolan pulled Mario Subing out of the car and stood him up, then turned to Latham.
Take him into the weeds. Get him far enough to be out of sight, but stay close enough that you can hear me when I come back.
Got it.
Bolan pulled the Colt Commander the extra .45 caliber magazines from his pockets. He extended the pistols to Reverdy.
Where are you going?
Whatever it was about Reverdy that bothered him, the man had just done it again.
Somebody has to scout this out and find the landing strip. It's obvious we aren't alone.
I'll go with you. Latham will watch the old man.
No, you'll go with them. I'll whistle when I get back.
Bolan reached through the open window into the back seat of the Buick and retrieved one of the machetes. He turned away from the two men and walked toward the pile of cut debris. Bolan stopped at the blocked foot of the trail. Rather than move the branches and vines out of the way, he stepped into the jungle to their left, forced his way through the thick foliage for several feet, then cut back right again. Bolan found himself standing on a footpath. Narrow and rarely used, it was nevertheless evident that it had seen recent activity. Severed leaves, twigs, and vines pointed the way forward, and the fact that they were still green told the executioner that they had been recently cut. He dropped to one knee, examining the mud and vegetation on the ground. In many places, the wild jungle growth had been flattened, and here and there in the damp earth were partial footprints. Bolan recognized the familiar pattern made by cheap Chinese-manufactured jungle boot soles. Scrutinizing the ground closer, Bolan counted 8 different sets of footprints. Rising to his feet, Bolan wrapped his fingers around the calico's grip with grim determination. A plane was scheduled to arrive today. While stopping it was hardly his primary mission, the executioner saw plainly that the plane's destruction would be necessary before Mott could land. Bolan's eyes fell on a flat, mud-covered rock, half hidden by the growth at the side of the pathway. He reached down, running a finger over it. It was still wet. Flipping the rock over, he found the opposite side to be relatively clean, which meant that the rock had been resting on the muddy side until the men had come along, kicking it over. The executioner's eyes searched the area until he found the oval depression. A smeared, sliding footprint in front of the shallow concavity told the rest of the story. The location where the rock had come to rest indicated that a man had left the path and headed out into the jungle itself. Why? The answer was evident. At least one of the drug runners, maybe more, had hidden in the jungle to guard the path. Bolan dropped to a knee. Grabbing a handful of mud, he smeared his face, hands, and legs, sticking clumps of wild grass and leaves into the mess to blur his outline. He didn't know exactly where the sentry had stationed himself, but the man couldn't be far. If Bolan directly followed the tracks leading off into the jungle, he risked being heard or even seen. He'd have to do this the hard way. He would track the man while maintaining a collateral course through the tangled flora. Bolan had gone less than 3 yards when an out-of-place scent drifted his way. It came to him in an instant. He realized that it wasn't one single odor that was out of place in the jungle. It was a combination. What filled his nostrils was the combined stench of cheap aftershave and marijuana smoke. The executioner grinned to himself. The man left to guard the footpath was close, and he was taking advantage of the downtime by getting stoned. Bolan began creeping forward through the foliage at a snail's pace. He chose not to use the machete, so it was especially time-consuming work. With each inch he moved forward, the smell of marijuana and aftershave grew stronger. Bolan froze, spotting a patch of light blue moving through the brush. Bolan risked another nearly silent step forward, then stopped again. He could see a faint trail of smoke now, rising from the moving patch of blue to disperse into the jungle canopy above. One more step, and the executioner looked through a hole in the dense plant life. In front of him, less than 10 feet away, he saw that the patch of blue was a shirt, and the movement came each time the man brought the small clay pipe in his hand to his mouth. Flipping the Calico's selector safety to semi-auto, Bolan waited for just the right moment. When the arm moved the pipe up towards the man's mouth, he burst from cover. The man was seated with his back against a tree. Behind him, and to the side, the barrel of an AK-47 was visible on the grass-spotted ground. The clay pipe still in his mouth, the man looked up at the executioner. His eyes were streaked with broken red veins. Mixed in with the veins was a stare of stoned confusion. The emotion didn't last long. The drug guard's arms fell to his sides, but the rest of his body stayed in place against the tree. A star-shaped hole in his forehead stared back at the executioner like a third eye. In death, the man against the tree voided both bladder and bowels, those odors now mixing with the aftershave and marijuana, to produce an even more repugnant stench. 8 men had entered the jungle to meet the plane. There were 7 still left. They might have decided to leave more than one trail guard, and that man might well have been close enough to hear the noise. If so, the sound suppressor would have seemed as out of place to him in the jungle as the aftershave had to the executioner. Bolan waited, listening. When it was apparent that nothing was changing around him, the executioner cut quickly back to the site where he'd found the overturned stone, then resumed tracking the men through the jungle. He moved quickly, but cautiously now, the sound-suppressed Calico on full auto, his eyes watching both the path ahead and the prints below. He saw no sign of any other men leaving the path. Yet again the executioner stepped off of the pathway into the cover of the jungle. Taking a few steps forward, he found himself at the edge of a clearing. 10 yards past the spot where the trees stopped, Bolan saw a steep bank leading down to a creek bed. Stagnant water stood in pools along the muddy basin. As the executioner peeked over the edge of the embankment, he could see the men responsible for both the noise and the footprints along the path. Roughly 100 yards away, on the other side of the creek bed, a huge clearing had been chopped from the jungle. The dirt had been packed solid. Bolan crept to a thick growth of shrubbery at the edge of the clearing and dropped down behind it. He had found the landing site, not to mention the heavily armed men who were here to meet the other plane. Based on his tracking, after he killed the guard on the path, 7 drug traffickers should be waiting for the plane. But in the distance, the executioner counted 8. Bolan could also see a pile of backpacks, all of which were empty. Bolan could tell because the limp nylon sides had caved in upon themselves where they'd been dropped in a pile at the edge of the landing strip. The pack sat 10 feet from where the 8 men sat cross-legged in a semicircle on the ground. They were passing the time with some kind of card game until the plane arrived. Bolan shifted his gaze to the other side of the runway and saw a large concrete slab. A round, waffle-topped iron trap door was set in the center, leaving no doubt as to what lay beneath. It was the fuel storage tank, where the illegal aircraft filled up on their way to wherever. Looking back to the men, the executioner noticed rifles of various sorts lying on the ground. A variety of handguns were holstered on the men's hips or stuck in their waistbands. Like so many of the Filipinos he had encountered since this mission began, the men wore a combination of military camouflage and worn civilian clothing. Between the men left to guard the jungle path behind them and the steep walls on each side of the creek, the group was secure. Even having overpowered the guard, Bolan would still have to go down the near 45-degree angle in the slippery mud, cross the equally bemired creek bed, then claw his way up the other side before reaching the runway. The whole time, he'd be in full view and within easy rifle range. Bolan eyed the creek bed again. It was a death trap, but still, he doubted there was an easier way onto the landing strip. He poked his head out of the trees and scanned both directions. The creek bed ran on, eventually curving out of sight in both directions. The executioner glanced at his watch as he formulated his plan. Unless weather had slowed his progress somewhere over the Pacific, Mott would be landing here in less than 15 minutes. Before that happened, Bolan had 8 drug runners to deal with. While he had no way of knowing when the drug plane was scheduled to arrive, the men he saw in front of him now probably hadn't planned to arrive much earlier than they'd had to. If they were still sitting here playing cards when the Learjet touched down, they would immediately recognize that it wasn't their plane and shoot it to pieces. Bolan didn't intend to allow that to happen.
Mott here.
Charlie, how far out are you?
Why are you whispering?
Because I'm about 100 yards away from 8 guys who plan to kill you when you sit down.
Then keep whispering. I'm maybe 5 minutes out.
Change course and stay in the air. I'll let you know when it's clear.
Well, you talked me into it, you silver-tongued devil. Be careful.
You see any other traffic up there, Charlie?
That's a negative.
Right. This is a refueling station and drug drop-off point, and our schedules seem to be overlapping. Looks like we've still got a little time. Strike her out.
The executioner knew exactly what had to be done, and in spite of some pretty bad odds. Rolling onto his belly at the side of the bushes, Bolan extended the machine pistol with both hands and rested the bottom of the grip on the ground. Slowly, carefully, he lined up the front and rear sights. At this range, he would have to allow for bullet drop, so he aimed at a spot just over the head of the nearest drug runner. The man was facing away from him, and all the executioner could see was long, dirty, unkempt hair hanging down over the back of a camouflage BDU blouse. The executioner flipped the fire selector to semi-auto. Bolan was too far to hear the bullet impact the trafficker's head, but he watched the moment of impact through the sight. Blood sprayed out from the back of the man's head, but the exit wound was many times larger. The 9mm left the front of the man's skull, and it took with it a sea of blood and brain matter. Across from where the slumped body lay, Bolan now saw a card player who had been hidden by the dead man's camouflage blouse. Bolan swung the calico slightly to the right. The drug runner seated next to the man in the camouflage seemed to have frozen in time. He held his cards with both hands, just under his full beard, but had turned to stare in awe at the gory sight beside him. The soldier lined the sights up slightly high once more. The executioner's second round struck the bearded man in the temple. He still held his cards as he fell over the man in the BDU blouse. At this point, not surprisingly, the remaining drug traffickers seemed to have lost interest in the game. 5 of them leaped to their feet and grabbed at their rifles. The 6th man stayed where he was on the ground, frantically trying to clear his face of his friend's blood. Bolan dropped a drug runner wearing a khaki cloth bucket hat as the man lifted an AK-47. 4 of the men seized their weapons, then suddenly realized they had no idea where the shots were coming from. Their heads looked as if they'd been mounted on swivels as they searched the jungle around them for their attacker. The one man on the ground continued clawing at his face. Bolan took aim at a tall, shirtless man with an AK-47 who was staring across the runway toward the sunken fuel tank. The man provided another excellent profile target, and the executioner tightened his finger on the trigger. But a millisecond before the calico went off, the bare-chested man took a slight step forward. The shirtless man had felt the round go past him. He dropped his rifle and protectively grabbed his head with both hands. The hands were still there when the executioner corrected his aim. 2 of the 3 men still standing took off toward the jungle. 1 stayed where he was. He fell forward next to the blood-covered man still sitting on the ground. He jerked away from the fallen man. Bolan shifted the calico slightly on the ground and lined the sights up on the back of one of the men trying to flee. The drug runner wore tight black jeans and a matching black ragtop sweatshirt. The executioner dropped him with one quiet 9mm to the back of the head. muscular, sweat-covered arms extended from the second runner's royal blue tank top, pumping with each step his green BDU-covered legs took. The running man's shoulder blades folded back as if they were trying to touch each other as the 9mm hollow point round severed his spine. Bolan swung the calico back to the final man, covered in blood and brain matter, but uninjured. He rubbed furiously at his eyes, nose, and ears, but was too stunned for anything else. The calico's trigger was less than a pound of pressure away from firing when Bolan suddenly let up on the trigger. He lowered the weapon slightly and stared at the man sitting motionless on the ground. The executioner could never have put into words why he suddenly let up on the trigger, but something inside him, maybe a sixth sense, maybe intuition, or maybe just plain battle experience, told him to stop. The man on the ground hadn't even been hit, but he had behaved eccentrically since the first shot. He had rubbed at his face with the terror of the damned, and Bolan couldn't keep from wondering what would cause a callous drug runner to behave so strangely. Bolan got up slowly and stepped out of the jungle. He had noted the mud covering the men, which meant they had crossed the creek in front of him. But this man, he now saw, although drenched in blood from the middle of his chest to the top of his face, had no mud on him at all. He wore black and green jungle boots, ragged khaki work pants, and a formerly yellow and now blood-red shirt. His boots and pants showed dust and dirt, but they were dry. As the executioner made his way down the steep creek bank, adding new mud to that with which he'd already covered himself for camouflage, it instantly came to him. The ninth man had not crossed the creek with the others. He had to have come in through the jungle from another direction. Coming up out of the creek bed, the executioner stopped 10 feet from the man, keeping the calico aimed at the man's chest.
Freeze! Keep your hands away from your sides!
The drug runner's eyes were shut tightly, like a fully awake toddler trying to convince his parents he was asleep. He obviously understood English, because the hands that had pawed so fiercely at his face now rose above his head to his sides. As Bolan moved closer, he could see the man's face streaked with a combination of tears and blood that looked pink under the bright sun. The executioner stepped in and jerked a government Model 45 from the drug runner's belt, then quickly patted him down.
Keep your arms out and drop to the ground on your front.
The man complied. His tears had stopped.
Yeah, Stryker.
It's all clear down here now, Charlie. Come on down.
Well, I can do that if you really want me to, Stryker. Before I do, though, I think there's something you ought to know.
What's that?
I got a big blip on my radar screen. Whoever your buddies down there were waiting for is getting ready to land.
Bolan looked up at the sky. The drug plane wasn't yet visible.
How long have I got, Charlie?
Before they land or before they see you?
See me. How long before they can tell what we're doing on the ground here?
2, maybe 3 minutes max.
Stand by, Mott.
Bolan turned to face the blood-soaked runner at his feet. He tapped the man on the ground in the ribs with his foot.
Get up. Get up and shut up.
Bolan continued to keep an eye and an ear cocked toward the sky, but registered no sign of the approaching plane. The drug runner rose to his knees, then to his feet. The man's eyelids were still tightly closed.
Look at me. Open your eyes.
The man did not respond. Bolan flipped the calico's selector to full auto and pointed the barrel just to the side of the man's feet.
What the hell's wrong with you?
If Bolan's suspicions were right, he might have to force the man to come to terms with the situation quickly. He didn't need some semi-catatonic drug runner getting in his way during the next few minutes.
HIV! Bonito! He had AIDS! I don't want it in my eyes!
The executioner's suspicion was confirmed.
What's your name?
Ronaldo!
Ronaldo what?
Ronaldo Taboada.
Well, Ronaldo Taboada, it's too late to worry about getting Juanito's blood in your eyes. You've already got it in your ears and nose. You're either going to test positive or you aren't. Decide whether you want to live long enough to find out, If you don't open your eyes by the time I count to 3, I'm gonna pull this trigger again, and a half dozen 9mm hollow points are gonna blow your head off. 1.
No, you don't understand.
2.
But...
3!
Tawada's eyelids shot up like window blinds. Bolan looked up to see a tiny speck in the sky. If the pilot looked down and saw the bodies sprawled across the landing zone, he'd likely abort his landing and simply fly on. The executioner turned his attention back to Reynaldo. His initial plan had been to have the blood-soaked drug runner help him hide the bodies. Now, not only was there no longer enough time to drag the dead men out of sight into the jungle, but Reynaldo was still in a state of horror, and all but useless.
Just sit down on the ground for now. If you move before I get back, I'll kill you right here.
Thrusting the calico back onto the sling, Bolan let it hang from his side as he hurried around the area. Grabbing the dead men by the shoulders, he lifted them to sitting positions back to back. It wasn't the best of plans, but it was the best he could come up with under the time restraint imposed by the descending drug plane. He left the long-haired man in the camouflage blouse for last. Avoiding the bloody head area, he grabbed the corpse by the boots and jerked it into a reclining position on its back, as if the man were taking a nap. Grabbing one of the empty backpacks, he rolled it up and shoved it under the man's head for a pillow. Bolan walked back to Reynaldo.
Up, now! Listen carefully. You can open your eyes or you can keep them closed. I don't care. Either way, you're going to stand here with me like we're talking. And when I tell you to, you're going to turn your head toward the plane and smile like a kid catching Santa Claus halfway down the chimney. You got that?
Yes!
Reynaldo chose to keep his eyes closed.
If they're shooting, and you can count on that, hit the ground and hope for the best. You cooperate with me, and you still stand a chance of walking away from this alive.
I am already dead.
Now move down the runway with me.
Bolan escorted the runner to a spot roughly halfway down the landing strip and off to the side. He turned away from his wretched captive and toward the incoming plane.
Look up at it now, and don't forget to wave.
Reynaldo did as he was told, forcing his lips into a smile. His arm shot up toward the sky, and his hand flapped up and down. Bolan identified the aircraft as a Payne Knight Twister SKT-125 with a 125-horsepower Lycoming engine. A version of the KT-85 with increased wingspan, it was an ideal aircraft for the short, island-jumping drug runs it no doubt made. Better yet, its construction plans were available to amateur builders, leaving it to be built anonymously, without a paper trail. Bolan turned towards the plane as it came to a halt, and yanked Reynaldo on the arm.
Come on.
The two men began walking toward the end of the runway. The executioner had chosen their waiting spot for several reasons. First, he knew the plane would still be moving quickly as it passed him, making a good enough effort to notice his Caucasian features unlikely. Second, there were several seated dead men behind him. Rather than see them directly, the occupants of the Payne would view the corpses in the aircraft's mirrors, which would make it less likely that they'd spot the blood or register the lack of movement. As Bolan and his captive moved closer to the Night Twister, two men dropped down from the craft. The pilot stayed where he was and began to taxi the plane into a U-turn. He rolled toward the underground storage tank as the other two men began walking forward.
Faster!
The two men walking toward the soldier increased their pace. One of the men carried an M16A2 at port arms. The other man's rifle looked like a Belgian-made FN-FAL. The Payne rolled to a stop at the refueling area. Approximately 20 feet from the first pair of dead men sitting back to back, the drug runners from the plane both stopped in their tracks. Bolan was close enough to see the sudden confusion that came over both men's faces. As reality hit them, their rifle barrels rose toward Bolan and Reynaldo. For the executioner, the 3 seconds it took for the situation to register may as well have been a year. His calico was already gripped in both hands and stretched to the end of the sling. As the rifle barrels rose, he brought his weapon to eye level. He tightened his finger on the trigger. Mikkelsen knew most people would consider him fat, but he preferred to think of himself as simply big. He thought big, he brokered big deals, and he did everything in a big way. So it was only natural that he would have a big appetite, and not just for food and drink, but all of the finer things in life. The hotel room was elaborately decorated with late 19th century furnishings. The beds, tables, and nightstands were of ornately hand-carved wood and featured etchings of cherubs, gargoyles, and other mystic beings. The curtains were of the finest silk, and the lamps were more than just light fixtures. Their brass bases had been contrived by one of Europe's premier designers. Mikkelsen lay on his back, his head propped up on 3 pillows, as the beautiful red-headed woman kissed him and rubbed her hands across his chest. Below his waist, barely visible above his massive belly, he could see the top of a blonde head. Although her features were hidden behind his girth, he had watched her undress earlier and knew she was as attractive as the redhead. She was certainly using all of her talents in an attempt to excite him. So far, though, even her skilled hands and mouth hadn't been enough. The fat man turned his eyes to the love seat across from the bed, focusing on the well-endowed brunette who sprawled provocatively across it. The woman was nude, save for a black garter belt and fishnet stockings. Her bright red collagen-inflated lips smiled seductively at him as she rubbed both of her hands up and down her thighs. The fat man felt an electrical charge of desire rush through his chest, but the charge ended there, refusing to drop farther down his body. He frowned, looking at the top of the blonde head once more. Nothing.
Shit.
Shall I get it?
Yes.
The redhead twisted toward the nightstand between the 2 hotel beds and lifted the receiver, holding it to Mikkelsen's ear for him.
What? Hello, who's there?
Did you like it?
I am impressed. Now, before you ask what I know you are about to ask, the ship is in port. It must be cleared by the U.S. Customs. After that, things will fall into place quickly.
Allah be praised.
Yes, well, I'm sure Allah will be very proud of you.
It will leave for America soon then.
Within a few days. Until then, carry on with the projects in Israel and the islands. Now, I have many other responsibilities to which I must attend. Do you need anything else?
We are in need of more of your other martyrs are ready to sacrifice themselves for the jihad.
Mikkelsen pictured Candido Subing standing at the phone, excitedly shifting his weight from one foot to the other. The Filipino so loved the cloak and dagger aspects of this business, insisting on using euphemisms for things such as explosives, even though the lines they used were as secure as the Pentagon's. How he loved pretending to be an Arab, too. In truth, he was a Filipino Moro, and no more Arabic than Mikkelsen himself.
More material should be in the port at Haifa, even as we speak.
I am aware of the Haifa shipment, but I was out of the country when it arrived. It was seized by Israeli authorities.
These things happen. It is one of the hazards of this kind of business. Rest assured that it cannot be traced to you or anyone else. I'll have more sent your way. Expect a man who calls himself Jabbar to contact you.
When?
Tonight. Now, if there is nothing else...
For a moment, Mikkelsen stared off into space, shaking his head. Finding men crazy enough to become suicide bombers was easy, but finding insane men with enough sense to follow directions was almost impossible. Candido Subing was a rare man indeed. Still, the fat man felt better, knowing that he had one of his own men keeping an eye out for Subing. And it had been a rare stroke of luck that had put that man so close to the American agents searching for the missionaries.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get in bed!
Okay, baby.
Damn it! What now?
We have a problem.
What are you talking about?
The ship has been red flagged.
Of course it's been red flagged. You red flagged it yourself so it would be passed to you for a full inspection. So where is the problem?
My supervisor is on board. A surprise visit.
Is that all?
Well, yes, but,
Mikkelsen suspected his associate from U.S. Customs was trying to bilk him for money. He had been paid to find several items of non-lethal contraband, some fireworks, a case of prescription drugs not yet certified by the FDA, and a half-ounce of marijuana in the purser's cabin. He was to ignore a certain television box that would be in a stack of 500 reel sets in one of the cargo holds.
You are a clever man. I am sure you can find a way to keep your supervisor busy.
yes, but...
Listen to me! I am in a rare mood of generosity. I will double the amount of money in your next wire transfer for your trouble.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. You can depend on me.
Now, is there anything else?
No.
Then proceed as planned.
Mikkelsen rolled back onto the pillows, then looked at the women on the love seat.
Come here. All three of you.
The blood-soaked man, Reynaldo Taboada, had made the right decision. He would be following the executioner's orders the first time around from now on. Before the first shots had even been fired in the airstrip ambush, he was flat on the ground. Unfortunately, Mack Bolan didn't have the luxury of taking the easy way out. As always, keeping his cool, he made sure his sights were aligned on the two drug traffickers who had emerged from the plane at the end of the runway. He switched the Calico 950 to full auto. Bolan redirected his aim towards the man with the FNFAL. The drug runner fell forward, landing on his hands and knees. Taking a few steps forward, Bolan flipped his fire selector from automatic back to semi. This criminal, who had been more than willing to transport death to others in the form of drugs, looked up at the executioner, his eyes pleading for mercy. Bolan looked the man square in the eye. The executioner glanced down at Taboada, lying on his back beside him.
Are you hit?
I don't think so.
Stay where you are.
Bolan turned his attention to the airplane across the runway. The pilot of the Payne Night Twister SKT-125 wasn't oblivious, and he wasn't a fool. Abandoning the fuel area, he began taxiing over the packed Earth landing strip, preparing to take off again. The executioner flipped the Calico back to auto and turned it towards the plane. As it passed by, he triggered the Calico once more.
Damn it!
The executioner moved back to where Taboada lay. It didn't appear that the terrified man had moved an inch since he had last checked on him.
What were they carrying?
Heroin.
How much?
I don't know.
Bolan stepped forward and jabbed the Calico into the prone man's head.
I'll only ask you once more. How much?
I told you, I don't know. I do know that they were leaving 50 kilos here. And they're on their way to Australia with the rest.
You see what happened?
Yeah, had a good seat. High, but on the 50-yard line.
They're loaded down with age, Charlie. You have visual on them?
I'm right on their tail.
What's below you?
Still over land, but unless the pilot changes course, in 30 seconds or so, there'll be nothing beneath us but clear blue water.
Bolan looked up at the sky, but by now both the Night Twister and Mott's Learjet were out of sight.
Let him get out over the water, then you know what to do.
Affirmative, Stryker.
Bolan glanced down at his wristwatch. He hadn't seen Mott's plane yet, but he knew that the Learjet was equipped with a General Electric M61 Gatling.
You still there, big guy?
Still here.
Well, they aren't.
So I heard. It's all clear now, Charlie. Come on in.
On my way.
I'm going back for the other guys. You ought to be on the ground by the time I get back.
Roger that. I'll be waiting for you.
Bolan looked down at Reynaldo.
Get on your feet.
The blood-soaked drug runner did as he'd been told. The executioner jabbed the muzzle of the Calico into Taboada's ribs, prodding him in the direction of the creek bed.
We're going, and I've got a few questions for you on the way.
The executioner and Taboada stopped at the creek, and the Filipino frantically scrubbed at his face in a puddle of the stagnant water. His face was dark, the skin drawn taut in a mask of terror. If he was going to catch the virus, he already had.
It is no use. I am already dead.
The man was a drug peddler, and who knew what else? As far as Bolan was concerned, he deserved death. But he still had a grain of compassion for what the man was going through.
Look at it this way. That virus may kill you eventually, but it's the only thing that kept you alive today.
Tabuada understood what the executioner meant. If his panicked reaction hadn't kept him out of the action earlier, Bolan would have killed him just like the others.
I'll make you a deal. You cooperate, and I'll let you live long enough to get checked out.
The executioner shifted the calico shoulder harness as he waved the man past him to begin the trek through the jungle. He gave the drug runner a 10-foot head start, then scrambled up the muddy embankment after him towards the trees. Bolan hoped that this scare might have been big enough to get Tabuada to turn his life around. He knew it didn't happen often, but once in a while, bad men really did change their ways. Stonyman Farm's #1 pilot, Jack Grimaldi, was an example. He had flown for the mob before he'd met Bolan and turned his life around.
How'd you get here?
I came with the others.
Don't lie to me. You were the only one not covered in mud before your friend's head blew all over you. You couldn't have crossed that creek any time before just now.
Reynaldo took a few more steps, then stopped. He opened his mouth but remained speechless. Silent tears fell from his eyes, and suddenly his legs would no longer hold his weight. He collapsed to his knees on the ground, clasping his hands together under his chin.
Oh, Jesus Christ, help me!
The executioner frowned at the man. He had assumed Tabuada was Muslim, like everyone else he had dealt with on Mindanao. The island was, in fact, primarily Christian, and Muslims didn't become the majority until you traveled farther south into the Sulu archipelago. One way or another, he wasn't dealing with Islamic terrorists at the moment, just drug runners. He waited patiently for the man to gather his wits, then squatted in front of him.
From the other side.
What?
You asked me how I got to the landing strip. I came from the other side of the jungle.
Bolan stood, reached down, took the man by the arm, and hauled him up.
What's over there?
Nothing. Just a village. My village.
They took up the jungle route again, passing the spot where Bolan had left the path to search out the drug runner guarding it. Tabuada didn't seem to notice the tracks, and probably hadn't known about the guard anyway, since he'd come in from the other direction.
So how come you weren't with the others?
What's that sound?
Mott's Learjet was coming down for a landing. They needed to get back to Latham, Reverti, and Mario Subing, then return to the landing strip as soon as possible. Bolan and Reynaldo were nearing the clearing where the Buick and flatbed truck were now parked. The captive turned suddenly to face the executioner, then fell to his knees.
Please, give me a chance to redeem myself.
You want to redeem yourself? Talk to God. That's not my department.
I am evil. I have killed men.
So have I. Whether that's good or bad depends on who they were and why you did it.
My reasons were not good. I must confess.
Don't bother. I'm not a priest.
Then I must find one. I must do only good for however long I have left. You must help me. I know what you want. I can help.
Get up. We'll talk while we walk the rest of the way in.
He had intended to briefly interrogate the drug runner, then turn him over to Mott and the black suits coming for Subing's uncle. He was too tied up right now to go after more drug dealers, but Mott could turn Tabuada over to Phoenix Force once they were back in the U.S., and they could take over. The man slowly got to his feet again, and they continued on the final stretch of their trek. Tabuada reached down, ripping the tail off his shirt and wrapping it around his bleeding hands.
So, what other drug deals can you tell me about?
I do not know about any more drug shipments. This was my first time to deal in drugs. It was an unusual undertaking for my friends and I. Our group needed funds, and our leader knew one of the men from the cartel. He was bringing 10 kilos for us to sell. I was to take it back to our group on the other side of the jungle.
I thought you said it was your village on the other side of the jungle.
That was when I was still lying.
The executioner shook his head to himself, slightly disappointed. Tabuada didn't sound as though he had the drug connections he had hoped for. But he would give the man to Phoenix Force anyway, and who knew where he might lead them. He seemed sincere enough, and he might do more good than Bolan guessed at this point. They rounded a bend in the jungle and came to the pile of leaves and vines covering the entrance to the path. Bolan directed the man in front of him to clear the way. The executioner followed his prisoner out to the end of the road to the Buick and flatbed. He stepped up alongside Tabuada as they walked on to the vehicles.
Stop here. This group of yours you mentioned. You said they don't usually sell drugs. What is it they do?
They have been known to kidnap people in the past. Tourists sometimes. Especially if they look like their family might have money.
That was enough for Bolan. Kidnappers deserve to go down as hard as drug dealers. Phoenix Force could, and would, take it from here. Latham and Reverti emerged from the jungle with Mario Subing in tow. Bolan's attention snapped to his two comrades, dragging the old man up to the vehicles. It looked as though he still had a lot of fight left in him, and it wasn't going to be easy if they had to drag him all the way back to the landing strip. The executioner's eyes fell to the old man's wrists. It looked as though he had chewed halfway through the plastic restraints while Latham and Reverti weren't looking. In several places, the interior wire shone brightly through the outer surface. Bolan reminded himself to rebind the man's hands before they set off for the landing strip.
Right now, my group has kidnapped people who have no money.
Wait. What did you just say?
The people my group now holds, they don't have any money.
Why would you kidnap people you knew didn't have money?
For political reasons. The hostages are American missionaries.
After regrouping with Latham and Reverti, Bolan trudged along the path from the dead-end road to the landing strip for the third time that day. With Latham and Reverti still having to prod old Mario every step of the way, he had Tabuada take the lead and followed the man where he could keep an eye on him. Although the drug runner seemed to have truly had a change of heart, it was far too soon to trust him. Tabuada informed the executioner that he had come in from a tiger's campsite deep in the jungle. He claimed to be a tiger himself, a fairly recent enlistee. He swore that Candido Subing himself had sent him to pick up the 10 kilos of heroin that were to be used to help finance the terrorist cell.
If you're a member of the Tigers, then what was that little song and dance on your knees back there? You were asking Jesus to save you, and then you wanted to confess your sins. To me, that doesn't strike me as very Islamic.
I was raised in a Christian orphanage. I only converted to Islam when I grew older. It seems that my Catholic roots came out when I realized I might die.
The Learjet was idling at the end of the landing strip when they stepped out of the jungle. Bolan and the drug runner led the way as they skidded down the muddy bank and crossed the creek. Charlie Mott was leaning against the side of the plane as they came up the embankment. He looked relaxed in a green and yellow California Angels cap, a white T-shirt, and the pants to a navy blue nylon jogging suit. 3 black suit operatives, all wearing shorts and T-shirts rather than the hot black suits themselves, surrounded Stony Man Farms No. 2 pilot. As Bolan and Tabuada led the others up the bank, Mott beamed their way.
Hey, looking good, Striker. Tell me, you send your laundry out or do it yourself?
Bolan was so focused on the mission that he had almost forgotten he was encrusted in mud from head to toe. One of the black suits, a tall man with wide, powerful shoulders stretching his gray T-shirt, stepped forward and looked past Bolan to Mario Subing.
This our guy? Yeah. Put him on ice at the farm for a few days. Somebody can fly him home after all of this is over. We can't have him running around the countryside telling everybody everything he knows about us.
Consider it done.
The black suit stepped forward and took Mario's arm from Latham, as the other 2 moved in to help. But the old man had found his second wind, and he lashed out with a foot, catching the big black suit in the shin. The man in the gray T-shirt jumped back.
Whoa! Damn, that kind of hurt. I see now why you told us to bring more guards.
With the help of the other 2 men from Stony Man, they forced a kicking and thrashing Mario Subing onto the Learjet. The gear Bolan had requested had been unloaded, and the executioner looked it over now. Included in the shipment were 2 M16A2 assault rifles, extra 9mm ammunition for his Beretta and Calico, and several boxes of .44 Magnum rounds for the Desert Eagle. The executioner had also called in a 6-pack of extra magazines for a Browning high power and a half-dozen boxes of .40 caliber S&W ammo for Latham.
You gonna need another long gun?
I'll stick with the Coleco. We can always trade off if we need to.
He glanced at Reverti, who was standing to the side with a nervous look on his face. He seemed uncomfortable that he wasn't at the center of attention.
Give our CIA buddy some extra 1911 mags, and all the 45s he thinks he can carry. You have any more mags on board for the 16s?
Mott nodded to one of the black suits who had stuck his head back out of the Learjet. The man disappeared for a moment, then returned with the gear.
Anything else? Any messages to go back?
Bolan put his arm on Mott's shoulder, pulling him several feet away from the rest of the group and out of earshot.
Yeah, I've got a bad feeling about Reverti. Don't ask me to explain it, I can't.
Anything I can do?
No, just be aware of it if anything happens to me. Look at him hard.
You got it. How about the other guy, the little one?
He was a tiger, but he found God about an hour back. You know how it goes.
Latham watching your back?
Yeah. Just let Hal know about Reverti. Any more word on what's going down in America?
If there is, Kurtzman hasn't told me about it. You'd be the first to know, I'd imagine.
The two men stepped back towards the plane. Mott ducked under the wing, then nodded towards the drug runners' corpses before climbing into the jet.
Hope I don't disturb any of your friends. I wouldn't want to ruin anyone's nap.
Bolan, Reverti, and Latham geared up, then dragged whatever equipment they couldn't carry to the edge of the jungle and out of sight. The executioner waited for and eventually caught a moment when everyone but Latham was out of earshot.
Anything happened while I was gone?
He made a couple of phone calls.
To who?
One to headquarters back in Langley, another to some chick.
You sure about that?
Well, that's what he told me.
All right, let's hit the trail.
Taboada had promised to guide them around the thick marshes on the other side of the landing strip, on the same dry path he had used earlier in the day. If the Filipino could be believed, the hostages were less than 10 miles from where they stood right now. Bolan studied the back of the drug runner's head again as they crossed the clearing toward the jungle. He didn't know exactly where the little Filipino might be leading them, or what he might be leading them into. It all seemed just a little too convenient, and in Bolan's experience, things rarely came this easy. Taboada claimed that there were at least a dozen guards on the premises at all times. Candido Subing himself came and went. No one knew where, and none had the courage to ask. But the Tiger's leader had been scheduled to make an appearance today. The site itself, he had said, was a barn and farmhouse on an old banana plantation roughly 3 hours away. If that proved true, they would arrive shortly before dusk. This was perfect as far as the executioner was concerned. It would give him a chance to recon the area in daylight and verify the story Taboada was giving him. As they stepped from the clearing on to another jungle path, the executioner continued to watch the man who led the way. The path widened and narrowed, with Bolan walking next to Taboada when he could, dropping back behind to keep an eye on him when he couldn't. When the path opened to its widest point so far, Bolan decided it was time to question the man a little further about his strange, religious history.
Tell me how you got linked up with the Tigers in the first place.
When I turned 18, I left the orphanage and went to Manila, but I could not find work, and I remembered a friend, Angelo, from the orphanage. Angelo had always said he had distant family in Davao.
Still walking abreast on the wider stretch, Bolan studied the man from the corner of his eye. Davao was a port city on the other side of Mindanao, on the Davao Gulf.
I found Angelo, but he never found his family. I still wonder sometimes if it had not been all in his imagination. Many orphans invent families to help them cope.
What's this have to do with the Liberty Tigers?
Angelo and I found work together at the docks. And as you Americans say, we fell in with the wrong crowd.
Moros?
Yes, Muslim extremists. They talked of nothing but the jihad, the holy war.
So what was it? Somebody mentions jihad and you change your religion like an old t-shirt?
There was nothing sudden about it. Looking back now, I can see just how gradual the change was. just a little bit at a time. Then, before I really knew what had happened, I was with the tigers.
Corruption, one step at a time. The story's the same everywhere. Was Angelo one of the men at the landing strip?
No. I don't know where Angelo is. He went to America for a while. I saw him briefly when he first got back. He was married.
Bolan's mind immediately shot back to the rumors of Subing's big strike on America.
Is Angelo with the Tigers, too?
Yes, but as far as I know, he is not involved with the missionaries.
The jungle path narrowed, and Bolan dropped behind the man until it widened again. He continued his questioning.
You said Subing comes and goes. Has he taken charge of any other plots besides the missionaries?
Probably. But I wouldn't know anything about them. None of the other tigers do. We're only told what we must know. Subing is the only one who knows everything.
Bolan considered Reynaldo's extremely strong command of the English language. The Christian orphanage could account for that, if the story was true. But there were other ways he might have picked up his language skills too, like training in a terrorist school. It seemed like the clouds broke instantly after the rain ceased, revealing the pink late afternoon sky above the forest canopy.
We are close now.
The executioner held up a hand, and Latham and Reverti halted behind him.
We should go as quietly as possible from now on.
The four men took off again, creeping another 50 yards. Tabuada stepped off the path and into the trees, waving behind him for them to follow. Bolan went second, with Reverti next, and Latham bringing up the rear. The Filipino led them deeper into the foliage, then dropped to one knee, reached out, and grasped a thick vine. Slowly he pulled the vine back out of the way. Bolan looked through the opening. In the quickly fading sunlight, he saw what appeared to have once been a medium-sized plantation. Several acres of land had been cleared from the jungle, and to his right stood row after row of banana trees. But the trees looked as if they hadn't been tended in some time. A small neglected house stood just to the side of the trees, the front door facing them. The executioner could see one window on each side of the door, and another on the side of the house within his field of vision. The walls had been covered over with black tar shingles, and the shutters on the windows had cracked and fallen off long ago. Several small sheds surrounded the house. A large barn was visible to the rear. Bolan focused on memorizing the layout before the fading sunlight disappeared altogether. This site was far enough off the beaten path to be hidden, but close enough for the tigers to slip in and out for supplies. On the surface, the entire premises looked to Bolan as if it were deserted. But for all Bolan knew, Reynaldo Tabuada was leading them all into an ambush. The Filipino wasn't stupid. One way or another, there was only one way to find out. The time had come for the executioner to either take a chance with him or to dump the extra weight.
You sure the missionaries are here?
There was a rumor yesterday among the men that they might be moved soon, but they were still here when I set out early this morning for the landing strip.
Is this where they've been all along, since their capture?
Yes.
Why would they move them now?
Wait, you do not know?
Would I have asked you if I did?
Because of you. Word has come to us that 2 Americans are looking for us. You were in Rio Hondo last night, and the night before.
You realize what's going to happen to you if you're lying, don't you?
Tabuada stared back, a look of hurt in his eyes. His face told Bolan that his change of heart was so profound that he couldn't even imagine it questioned. The executioner turned to face Latham and Reverti, who had squatted behind them.
We wait until dark. Then I'll head in and recon the place. Stay here and stay ready.
Bolan met Latham's eyes and nodded slightly toward Tabuada. Latham's head barely moved as he nodded back. He would keep an eye on both of their new acquaintances. Turning back toward the plantation, the executioner took a seat on the ground to await darkness. He had a bad feeling about this place. If there were 5 hostages in the barn, as Tabuada claimed, there should be at least some sign of activity. There should have been sentries in the jungle and outside guards monitoring the buildings. Reynaldo's suggestion that the missionaries may have been moved didn't make Bolan feel any better. Regardless of what he might feel, he still had to check the place out. Even if the missionaries were gone, There might be some lead to wherever they had been taken. The sun dropped behind the trees, and the jungle was soon blanketed in darkness. Bolan looked up at the sky, seeing the Southern Cross clearly through the blackness. He shrugged out of the calico shoulder rig and handed it behind him to Latham. The weapon was more cumbersome than he wanted on this scouting trip, and he drew the sound-suppressed Beretta. The executioner stayed hidden just inside the jungle line, slowly making his way around the clearing away from the orchard area. Just because he had seen no sentries didn't mean there weren't any, and he wasn't looking for a bullet in the back. As he had hoped, Bolan came across no guards, but in the darkness he could not tell if there were any telltale signs of recent activity. The night had blacked out any tracks, cigarette butts, food wrappers, or other possible signs of recent activity. The executioner carried a small, surefire laser flashlight in his pocket, and more than once he considered pulling it out. The surefire's beam was so strong, though, that even if he cupped his hand around the lamp, it could be seen from the house or barn. If he was spotted, it would mean almost certain death, not only for him, but Latham, Reverti, Tawada, and the missionaries. When he reached the spot directly opposite the spot he'd left the other 3 men, Bolan discovered a rough dirt road and stopped. Invisible even in the sunlight from the other side of the clearing, it was wide enough for all but the largest trucks. Leading deep into the jungle, he suspected it connected somewhere close by with another road that would loop back to the highway. The executioner scanned both directions and darted across the road. Reasonably certain that there would be no guards in the banana trees if there had been none guarding the house, he increased his pace, hurrying through the orchard and making his way back around toward the house and other run-down structures. When he had drawn abreast of the largest of the outbuildings, a ramshackle barn, he squatted again just inside the trees. According to his prisoner, it was here that the hostages were kept. The executioner crept from hiding yet again, sprinting to the side of the barn. He inched along the wall, stopping at the corner. Lowering himself to his belly, Bolan hurriedly restored the mud camouflage to his face from the wet earth on the ground. Then, inching forward, he peered up and around the corner. The barn door was right where he suspected it would be, but it was closed, and from his angle he couldn't tell if any light came through the cracks. Rising to his feet, he cast a quick look at the back of the house, 20 yards in front of him, then moved silently past the door to the other side of the barn. On the opposite wall, he could see a large square hole in the second story. The door had rotted off long ago, and no one had bothered to replace it. It was from here that the odor of molding hay was strongest. Bolan moved to a small outbuilding that looked like a tool shed. The door was closed, and he saw no sign that anyone was inside. Floating through the dark like a phantom, he checked the other outbuildings before sprinting to the front of the house. The executioner stopped at the front wall of the structure and pressed his back against the shingles. Slowly he edged his way past the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of any activity through the windows. Dropping to his knees, Bolan peered up over the crumbling sill through the glass. Not only was it pitch black, but the executioner could see that the windows were covered with a quarter-inch of grime. Pressing his face close, he could make out a dim spreading light behind the grime. Bolan rose to his feet again and edged toward the other window. Arriving, he saw that if there was a glow of any kind behind it, there was too much dirt on the glass for it to be seen. In a crouch, he crept to the rear of the small dwelling and found the back door. The top half was glass, clean glass, the only clean glass he'd come across so far. Through it, he could clearly see inside to a semi-lit kitchen, the glow coming from some other room in the house. Bolan hurried past the opening, dropping to all fours and scurrying around the corner towards the fourth window. Its window had been knocked out, and by the same secondary lighting he had used to see into the kitchen, he saw a twin-bed mattress atop box springs on the floor. The mattress and a chest of drawers were the room's only furniture. Both were strewed with rumpled clothing and other odds and ends. Returning to the front of the house, the executioner risked a quick peek around the corner into the front door. Inside, he saw the same dim glow, same kind of light. Bolan moved away from the house and began to make his way back to the other men. He wasn't able to get much, but at least he knew there were people in the house. Most likely there were others in the barn. He had no way to know who any of them were. Terrorists? Hostages? Just a local family? The executioner was not interested in running a full-blown SWAT operation against a down-on-his-luck Filipino banana farmer. Stepping into the trees, the executioner grabbed Tabuada by the collar and lifted him to his feet. His jaw set hard as he stuck his face an inch from the other man's.
You get one last chance. Tell me this was all a lie right now, and I'll let you live. If I have to find out on my own, I'll put one in your head.
Bolan placed the Beretta's sound suppressor on the bridge of Tabuada's nose to emphasize the point.
I have told the truth.
Bolan lowered the gun and turned to the others.
Then we've got some planning to do.
Bolan knew that his team of only 3 men lacked the manpower to hit the barn and house at the same time. Since intelligence suggested that the hostages were being kept in the barn, it would be their first target. As soon as the missionaries were secured, they could move to the house. Tabuada had claimed that some tigers slept in the barn's hayloft between shifts, while the rest were stationed in the house. The executioner slid the shoulder rig for the calico back over his arm and let the weapon hang across his shirt. He double-checked both the Desert Eagle and the Beretta, then made sure the other men were armed. In addition to his .40 caliber S&W Browning high power, Latham had one of the M16A2s Mott had delivered. The other black assault rifle was slung over Reverdy's shoulder, and the Colt Combat Commander was jammed into his pants. Somewhere on his body, Bolan assumed, the little .32 was also along for the ride. Bolan glanced at the Filipino, the only unarmed man of the bunch. The situation demanded that the executioner trust him, at least to a point. The soldier's instinct said that Tabuada could be trusted, but from experience, he knew he had to be ready for anything.
Let's go.
The barn had only 2 ways in or out, the large sliding door in the front and the second-story hayloft window on one side. Bolan and Reverdy crept from the trees, taking up positions on either side of the house. This allowed them a clear view of the barn door. Latham hurried to cover behind the tool shed near the hayloft. He would ensure that nobody was able to make an escape from the rear. The executioner had ordered the other men not to fire unless it was absolutely necessary. They were there as backup only, and Bolan himself would do his best to take out any terrorists with the sound-suppressed calico, Beretta, and, if necessary, his knife. Since Bolan wanted to double back to the house to mop up after the barn attack, he didn't want the surviving kidnappers alerted by gunfire. This could lead to their escape, or trap Bolan and Reverdy inside. The executioner and Reverdy bent low against the house as Tabuada walked up to the barn door.
Hey! Hey!
Bolan looked over to Reverdy next to him. The Tagalog-speaking CIA man nodded his head. It was fine, or at least as long as Reverdy could be trusted. Light shot out of the barn into the night. The executioner saw a man holding a lantern. He wore OD fatigue pants and a thin white-ribbed undershirt. A red cloth was tied around his forehead, and a pistol of some sort was hidden beneath the flap of a holster on his hip. Hanging in front of him on a green webbed sling was an AK-47. Tabuada's job was to get the door open, then do his best to sidetrack whoever opened it so it stayed that way. He was to try to keep the man engaged in conversation, walking him deeper into the barn to give the executioner and Reverdy time to sprint from hiding. According to the Filipino, there were usually 6 to 8 guards on duty at any one time. The rest would be in the house, or sleeping in the overhead hayloft.
Salam. Salam.
So much for Plan A.
Bolan crept from beside the house and hurried towards the barn. He and Reverdy came to a stop on either side of the sliding door. The executioner reached out and grabbed the door and slowly tried to run it along the track. As the executioner had feared, it had not only been shut, it was now locked. Bolan waited to make sure his attempted entry had not been heard, then let Reverdy around the corner to the side of the barn. Plan B was officially in effect. Latham had noticed the problem, and now stole out from behind the tool shed, meeting up with Bolan and Reverty directly beneath the hayloft opening. Without speaking, he and Reverty turned to face the rotting wood, then bent slightly at the waist. The executioner moved behind them and climbed quickly onto their shoulders. Reaching up, he grasped the bottom of the opening and pulled himself up high enough to see into the barn. Bolan hung suspended as his eyes adjusted to the relatively bright light coming from inside. Once his pupils had adapted to the flickering glow of lanterns within the hayloft, he could see better than he had outside. The seconds it took for that to happen seemed like years, and he knew that if any of the men were on the second story, awake and looking in his direction, he'd likely get a bullet in the face before his eyes had fine-tuned well enough to see it coming. When his vision finally cleared, the executioner saw that the second floor was deserted. Filthy striped mattresses were laid end to end and side by side. Dirty clothing, food remnants, and other miscellaneous items further besmeared the area. Pulling hard with his arms and shoulders, Bolan hauled himself up and into the hayloft, then froze in place to listen. The loft covered the back half of the barn, so Bolan crawled quietly across the mattresses toward a ladder against the far wall. Stopping a few feet from the edge of the loft, he gripped the calico in his right hand and crawled the rest of the way on one arm. Twisting, he took a seated position against the wall, staying in the shadows as he looked down the ladder at the front half of the ground floor. As he'd suspected, he saw nothing of value from this vantage point, just the muddy floor beneath him and a table stacked with food items against the front wall of the barn. By the sound of it, the men, and hostages, if any of them were still here, were beneath him at the back of the barn. It would be nearly impossible to creep down the ladder without being seen or heard. He could jump, but he'd have to orient himself to the Tiger's terrorists while in the air. If there were more than 3 or 4, or if they were scattered throughout the hostages, he'd be full of holes before he could take a breath. Bolan leaned back against the wall, taking it all in, trying to find a solution to the problem that wouldn't get he, the hostages, or his team killed. The one bright spot at this juncture was that Tubuada didn't appear to have given them up. He might before the action started, but if he hadn't turned on them yet, Bolan didn't think it likely. In the darkness, the executioner smiled to himself. It appeared that the man's change of heart was sincere. As far as Bolan was concerned, the little Filipino had proven himself. He was now officially an ex-Tiger. The executioner peered down at the table at the front of the barn. He had hoped that some of the terrorists would be here, where he could open up with the multi-round calico on semi-auto, and using the sound suppressor, pick them off quickly, one by one. No such luck. Looking towards the sound, Bolan saw Tubuada, but the little man didn't look up. He was at the table near the wall, looking through a stack of food cans. Finally picking one, he lifted a can opener from the table, then turned around and leaned back against it as he went to work opening the can. For a brief second only, his eyes looked up at the loft. Bolan knew the man couldn't see him, but sensing his presence, Tubuada mouthed the word 4 into the darkness. Tubuada set the can opener down and walked back beneath the executioner and out of sight. The executioner made a final weapons check, then rose to his feet and prepared to jump. He would leap from the left, twisting in the air to face the rear of the barn as he came down, and with any luck, he'd be able to take 1 or 2 of the Tigers out before his feet even hit the mud. Bolan was a half-second from beginning the attack when Tubuada appeared again. He walked back to the table and set the opened can down. Still facing away from the executioner, he turned his head sideways to the left, held 2 fingers up in front of his face, then curled them back into his fist before shooting them out to the left again. As soon as he'd done that, he formed the age-old hand signal for gun, using his index finger for the barrel and his thumb as the hammer. His thumb fell twice. Then he repeated the performance to the right, again keeping his fingers hidden behind his head so the men at the rear of the barn couldn't see them. When he had shot twice to the right and twice to the left, he turned and walked out of sight beneath the hayloft once more. The message was now clear. 4 terrorists, 2 to the left, 2 to the right. It would be up to the executioner to identify their exact locations as he dropped to the ground, but now at least he didn't have to guess. This was the moment of truth for Taboada. Either the change of heart was genuine, or 4 terrorists had their AK-47s trained toward the front of the barn, waiting for the executioner to reveal himself. There was no time left to second guess. The executioner's feet left the loft, and he sailed out into the air. The 2 tigers on the right, and the 2 on the left, were separated by a small wooden table halfway between them. On it sat the lantern illuminating the barn, beside it a black sat phone. One of the men sat in a straight-backed wooden chair to the side of the table, a newspaper held up and open in front of his face. The executioner swung the calico back toward the left. Unfortunately, the last 2 terrorists had time to react to Bolan's assault, and they were positioned directly behind 2 bound and hooded figures on the muddy ground. One man managed to draw a Sig Sauer P220 from his belt. Bolan swung the calico toward the final terrorist in the barn. The muscles of a power lifter extended from a black cut-off sweatshirt. His narrowed eyes were focused down the sight of his AK-47 toward the executioner. Bolan hit the dirt. Bolan looked up over the 2 blurry hooded hostages to see the terrorist's silhouette. There was no time to waste. Even if the men in the house hadn't heard the screams of their friends, they surely heard the AK-47.
What's going on? What's happening?
Hang in there, both of you. We're the good guys, and we've come to rescue you. We've got to get the terrorists in the house. Then we'll be back for you.
Taboada began to crawl out from underneath the table. He looked towards one of the fallen AK-47s, then up at the executioner. Bolan looked at Reynaldo in the eyes and nodded at the rifle. The man reached down and grabbed it, then bent again and pried the Sig Sauer from the other terrorist's death grip.
Let's go.
Hey! Wait! Please, untie us first!
If anyone had ever deserved an explanation of what was going on, it was these 2 men, bound before the executioner. Unfortunately, there was no time.
Sit tight. We'll be back for you. You have my word.
Bolan and Taboada met Latham and Reverty in front of the barn.
Cover the front. Don't go in until you hear fire.
You got it, Cooper.
The men in the house had to have heard the shots, but Bolan saw nothing of them emerging from the house's back door. The Tigers' gunfire could have been interpreted in a variety of ways. Their comrades had probably written it off as an accident, target practice, or just fooling around. Shots in the dark weren't always the precursor to serious trouble, especially in this part of the world. Bolan led Taboada to the rear of the tar-shingled house, as Latham and Reverty split up and circled to the front on both sides. Bolan rushed towards the door. He was just a few feet away when a man wearing an OD t-shirt and matching BDU pants suddenly stepped out. He had an AK-47 strapped to his back on a sling, and the executioner could see the lit tip of a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Bolan ground to a halt, reading the situation instantly. It was clear that the terrorists inside the house had not panicked at the sound of gunfire in the barn. Bolan smiled. Blood and brain tissue splattered the door frame. Bolan charged forward before the man even fell, shouldering him to the side like a bulldozer. As he stepped into the filthy kitchen, Bolan lifted his calico and held up a hand, halting Taboada directly behind him. The same light he had seen earlier drifted in from another room, half illuminating the area. The sink was piled high with dishes, and the stench of stale garbage and rotten food filled the air. The executioner stood still, listening. From this limited distance, the Tigers inside the house were likely to recognize the signature of a sound suppressor. If they had, it behooved the executioner to find out before moving on. There seemed to be no activity in the house, but Bolan's sixth sense told him that there were more Tigers around. Finding them wouldn't be much of a job. The house was not large enough to have a complicated floor plan. To Bolan's right, past the moldy, stinking refrigerator, a door led to a short hallway. He moved cautiously this way, stepping past the same bedroom he'd seen through the dirty window earlier. 2 doors were located to either side of the hall, both closed. Light stole out from under the door to his right. The executioner braced himself. Instead of a room full of terrorists, Bolan found nothing more than an empty, reeking storage room. Turning back, Bolan stepped out of the hall onto the ragged carpet in the bedroom. An open doorway on the other side of the bedroom led to the front of the house and what looked like a living room. On its far side, slightly offset to the right, he could see the front entrance to the house. He pictured Latham and Reverty just beyond the door, weapons ready, waiting to kick themselves inside as soon as they heard the first round go off. Bolan peered into the living room, surveying the scene. Slogans in Tagalog were printed across the paper, all of them ending in huge exclamation marks. Still, the executioner saw no one. He began to wonder if anyone was home at all. Bolan and Taboada stepped forward into the living room, seeing what Bolan figured was the last unopened door in the house. At this point, having searched most every room, Bolan knew that anybody left inside would be close enough to hear even a silenced shot from the Calico. He holstered the pistol and drew his loaner knife. The executioner took a step towards the door, freezing to listen for any sound. Bolan signaled a retreat. He and Taboada took only a few steps back into the next room. There was no place to hide and precious little room to maneuver. Unless he wanted to tip the rest of the Tigers off to their presence, the executioner would have to take the man out quickly and quietly. A tall man rounded the corner, his face looking down toward the floor. Before he could look up, the executioner moved in. The reinforced point sliced down through the skin, severing the subclavian artery 2 1/2 inches below the surface. The executioner wiped the blade on the back of the man's shirt, then returned it to its sheath. As he stood, he saw Taboada staring, half hypnotized at the blood still flowing from the man's upper chest. The gruesome scene had sent Taboada's fears from earlier in the day to the forefront of his mind. The executioner reached out and shook Taboada to bring the former tiger back from his tortured thoughts, then turned his attention back to the room from which the dead tiger had come. He moved forward, with Reynaldo behind him. Latham and Reverty were still following orders. Having heard no gunfire, they were still outside, waiting. Bolan knew the best plan of attack at this point would be to simply flip the Calico onto full auto, step into the room, and take them all out with however many rounds it took. 4 men were seated around a card table. A burst of 9mm semi-jacketed hollow-point rounds flew from the Calico like miniature angels of death. The executioner had not even had to remove his finger from the trigger, and all 4 terrorists lay dead. Bolan rounded the table, keeping the Calico up and ready, stopping to double-check each body on the floor. The men's pockets and the rest of the house would be searched for clues before they left, but for now, he just wanted to ensure that none of them would be causing any more problems. Bolan finally stood down, relaxing for the first time since the attack began. Lowering his weapon, he stood over the blond man, trying to make sense of his presence. His hand rose to scratch his now stubbly chin. In his peripheral vision, Bolan saw Taboada jerking from the recoil of the assault rifle, but whoever he was shooting at was out of sight in the living room. The executioner lifted the Calico and rushed out of the card room in time to see yet another terrorist slumped on the living room floor, his hands to his chest. A Colt Government Model 45 lay on the floor beside him.
He must have been in the bathroom.
Ready to provide backup, Latham and Reverty burst through the front door. Bolan and Taboada had already taken care of the job, though.
Reverty, do another once-over of the house.
Roger that.
Let's search these guys.
As Reverty moved off, Bolan returned to the corpse of a blonde-haired terrorist. Searching through the man's pockets, the soldier found nothing, which in itself fueled his curiosity.
We need to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb. There must be some intel in here indicating where they took the other missionaries.
The executioner's eyes fell one final time on the big blonde man. He could have been German, Scandinavian, or even American. There was no way to be sure of just about anything besides the fact that he wasn't Filipino.
Doesn't exactly fit the profile, does he? You suppose he was here on business? Arms dealer, maybe?
There's a million possibilities. Reverti, let's get out to the barn. We've got some hostages to release. Taboada, Latham, you see what you can find in here.
As Bolan and Reverti left the house for the barn, the executioner surveyed the changing situation. Earlier that day, Taboada had been his adversary, yet now Bolan had more faith in him than one of his own teammates, an agent of the American government no less. He wasn't ready to drop his vigilance yet, though. As far as the soldier was concerned, he had 2 men to keep under his watchful eye. His well-honed instincts told him it was better to be safe than sorry. The hostages still sat in the mud of the barn, their heads and feet bound, completely oblivious to their surroundings under the rough canvas feed sacks over their heads.
We're back, and in case you got confused while we were gone, we're the good guys.
Oh, praise the Lord.
The executioner smiled as he leaned down and pulled the sack off of the man's head. Reaching past him, he removed the other man's hood. The missionaries' eyes had grown used to the darkness, and now they squinted, even in the dim lighting afforded by the still-functioning open-flame lanterns. The one on the table, where Taboada had hidden, had been the only one of the ancient lighting devices to break. Others were scattered around the barn, and many were close enough to the rotten wood of the walls that they could have ignited them. Stepping around to the front of the men, Bolan withdrew his knife and quickly sliced through the restraints at the men's wrists, waists, and ankles.
How long has it been since you've been on your feet and walking?
I lost track of the time quite a while back, but it's been a while.
Well, we'll have to take it slow, but we've got some walking to do.
Reaching down, the executioner lifted both free men up to their feet. They stood wobbling back and forth, and one of them had to steady himself on the wall behind him. The missionary, who had so far remained silent, looked petrified, but the man who had spoken was grinning like he'd just won the lottery. The missionary looked to be in his late 30s and wore the filthiest pair of dungarees the executioner had ever seen. The shreds of a once white T-shirt still tried but failed to cover the man's chest. Even in the dim light of the lanterns, Bolan could see a dark rash blanketing the man's arms and legs. Several of the areas had become infected, and pus oozed from the irritated skin. The rash could also be seen on the top of the man's bald head, climbing from the forehead and into the curly black horseshoe of hair behind his ears. He didn't appear to have bathed at all during his 10 months of captivity.
You look just like I figured you would.
Huh?
You are the Archangel Michael, aren't you?
The other missionary didn't seem to be feeling quite as good. He stood against the wall, his eyes flitting from one dead body on the barn floor to the next. He had still not spoken.
Was it necessary to kill them?
No, it wasn't necessary to kill them. I could have let them kill you instead.
Tom! This guy comes in and saves our lives, and you want to complain about the way he did it? Sorry about that.
I understand.
By the way, my name is John Parks. He's Tom Fairbanks.
The man extended his hand, and Bolan took it in his.
Cooper.
Well, you'll always be Michael to me.
Parks peered over at Fairbanks. The traumatized man stuck his hand out reluctantly after a dirty look from his colleague. Bolan shook it, too.
Come on, let's go outside.
Bolan needed to interview both men in the hope they might have intel on where Candido Subing had taken the other hostages. But the dead men on the floor would be a distraction. The house was an even gorier scene than the barn. The executioner picked up 2 of the lanterns and led the way to the door. Their talking would be done outside. Reverti had remained quiet so far, but now he knew what step had to be next, and his extroversion made him take center stage.
I'll conduct the interview. One of my specialties.
Bolan glanced at the CIA agent out of the corner of his eye as he led the missionaries to the side of the tool shed behind the house. This man, he realized, would be even more of a distraction than the dead bodies littering the barn and house.
Funny you should say that. It's my specialty, too. One of two, actually.
What's the other one?
Slapping around smart-mouthed, big-headed CIA agents. Now go back to the house, and when you get there, send back Tabuada. Now.
The executioner saw a flash of true hatred in the CIA man's eyes. Bolan couldn't tell if it was jealousy that Bolan was running the show or restrained treachery. Whatever it was gone by the time Reverdy turned to walk back towards the house.
If you guys need to sit down, go ahead.
Fairbanks didn't hesitate, and Parks wasn't far behind. Both men dropped to the ground.
Funny, I thought I'd never want to sit again as long as I lived. For the past 10 months, day after day, week after week, eating, sleeping, everything was sitting. Now it seems like all I can do.
Bolan waited for the Filipino to join them. Not only did he want Reverdy out of the way, but he wanted the former Tiger in on the interview, in case he could put intel gained from the missionaries together with things he already knew. As he waited, the executioner watched John Parks. Beyond the man's good-natured smile, he saw deep pain in his eyes. The missionary was exhibiting as much good spirit as he could muster, but it wasn't all genuine. Bolan dropped to a knee in front of him.
John, are you all right?
The smile faded from the man's face. He looked up at the executioner, kneeling over him.
No. I'm about as far from being all right as a man can get, to be honest. Now that the jubilance of being free has worn off a little, I've got to face reality. There's a question I've got to ask you. A question I'm afraid to have answered.
Whatever it is, you'll have to face it sooner or later. Might as well get it over with.
Are we the only hostages you've found?
Bolan suddenly understood. 2 of the hostages had been husband and wife. Bolan looked the man straight in the eye.
I'm afraid so, but we're not through yet.
We've got to find her. I've got to find her. She's the only thing on this earth that I care about.
We'll find her. You've got my word on that. I'll be dead before I let them hurt her.
The house is clear.
What's he doing with you?
Bolan realized that the missionary had to have caught glimpses of Tabuada during the rare times their hoods had come off during the past 10 months. He didn't have time to fully explain the complex situation in regard to the little Filipino.
Don't worry, he's on our side.
What? Like he was an undercover agent or something? Then what?
It's complicated. For now, just trust me on it, okay?
If you say so.
The executioner looked deep into Parks's eyes as Tabuada joined them. He hoped either Parks or Fairbanks could provide at least some shred of evidence that would point them toward the remaining hostages. Unless he got a new lead from them, or somewhere in the house or barn, the executioner knew there was very little chance he'd be able to keep his promise to John Parks. Bolan and Tabuada took a seat next to the shed across from Tom Fairbanks and John Parks. Bolan glanced back toward the barn, where Latham and Reverdy continued the search for leads on the other captive missionaries. He turned back to the shadowy faces in front of him. Both men were still in a state of half-shock. Fairbanks, the executioner would have guessed, had retreated inside himself after only a few days of captivity. He was no doubt a good man, intent on spreading the gospel and helping the natives of the Philippines. But he didn't strike Bolan as being particularly strong-willed, and it took every bit of will even a tough man could muster to mentally survive the experience he'd gone through during the past several months. Parks, on the other hand, impressed Bolan as a man of true determination. James A. Warden and Parks had probably been the leaders throughout the ordeal. After the Reverend's death, Parks most likely lent his own courage and moral stability to the others, encouraging them during weak moments and keeping them united in the belief that rescue would eventually come. Even Parks was on the edge now himself, though, and Bolan knew why. Much of Parks's strength of character had no doubt come from his wife and their successful marriage. With John Parks and his wife separated, the man could only push himself on for so long without cracking. The executioner knew he'd have to walk on eggshells during his interview with the two, but he had to pump them for information, and he had to do so as quickly as possible. Caution would be necessary to ensure he didn't confuse them or push them to an emotional point where they broke down. An interview such as he was about to conduct was, in some ways, the direct antithesis of a criminal interrogation. Not only could he not come on strong as he would with a criminal, he'd have to treat both men with kid gloves to keep from tipping them over the edge psychologically.
Tom, John, first, let me say I admire you for what you came here to do. And I admire you for what you've survived during the last several months.
Thank you.
What we've got to do now is find out anything you might know that could lead us to the other hostages. I need you to tell me what you can about Candido Subing.
Well, he was constantly talking about something big back in the U.S.
Did you ever hear any details about that?
No, I don't think the other Tigers knew much about it themselves. But I guess Subing couldn't resist letting them know he was about to go play in the big leagues. He made sure everyone knew that he was the main player, too.
Bolan puzzled over the situation for a moment, as he'd done so many times since this mission began. Subing and his group simply didn't have the money or manpower to pull off something on the scale of the September 11th attacks. Selling 10 kilos of heroin certainly wasn't going to do it. In fact, the small drug deal Tabuada had gone on only proved how small-time they really were. If there was any truth to this big strike story, it meant the Tigers had teamed up with someone else who did have the bucks to carry through with a large-scale attack of some kind. There were many possibilities. Hamas, Al-Qaeda's worldwide network, the local MILF or Islamic Jihad. The problem with that theory was that those groups didn't need Subing at all. They could go it alone, and they certainly wouldn't put him in charge. The executioner had let John Parks ramble on, doing his best to separate the wheat from the chaff and decide which details might be pertinent and which superfluous. Tabuada had already told him that Subing ran the Tigers on a need-to-know basis, and everything John Parks had said seemed to confirm that fact. Each time the missionary had run out of words, Bolan prompted him with new questions. As he answered, the executioner cast periodic glances to Tabuada to see if anything Parks said was clicking with information the former Tiger had. Each time he did, the Filipino met his eyes, then gave him a tiny shake of the head. Fairbanks sat silently, nodding now and then. Periodic agreement with a yeah or uh-huh was his only contribution. Bolan knew he needed to begin pressing a little harder if he wanted to get anything.
Think hard, John. Not just to their words, mannerisms, routines, anything. Especially on the day when they separated you and Rachel.
I'm trying. It's just so hard. I mean, I was so emotional. And while I speak Tagalog, they often use some other language. One of the dialects.
You know which language it was?
It was a long shot, but if the missionary could even remember the right sounds, Tabuada or Latham or Reverti might be familiar with the words and be able to turn them into leads.
No, I didn't recognize it. Take your pick. Besides Tagalog, which they now call Filipino to keep from offending the other tribes, there are almost 100 different languages and dialects spoken here.
Sometimes even I could not recognize the languages they used.
Think.
They said Sulu. I don't know what language they were speaking. One of the Moro dialects probably, but I caught Sulu several times that day.
Go on.
That's all. At least, that's all I can remember.
The executioner fought back frustration. He'd need better directions than that if they expected to find the other hostages. The Sulu archipelago was almost 200 miles long. It consisted of more than 500 islands, stretched from Basilan, the island just south of Mindanao, all the way to Borneo. He turned to look at Tabuada in the flickering lamplight.
Well, do you have any other ideas?
Sulu is almost all Muslim, and while many do not agree with the acts of the Tigers, they would still shelter them from anyone they considered infidels.
The executioner knew that the Tigers could be anywhere, but wherever they had taken the other hostages, they would need transportation to get there. He pulled out his sat phone and flipped it open.
Go ahead, Stryker.
Is Charlie back yet, Barb?
Negative.
Who's available? We're gonna need transport.
How about I reroute Jack? He just started back from Saudi a few minutes ago.
Fine. Get him the coordinates on the same landing strip where Charlie landed earlier. We'll meet him there as soon as he can get there.
Roger, Stryker. Where will he be taking you?
The Sulu Islands.
Want to be more specific?
Well, what if I could? When I know, you'll know.
Fair enough. I'm on it.
Bye, Barb.
Cooper, I just thought of something. It sounds silly, but maybe it has some meaning.
Go on.
When they took Rachel away, I tried to get up. I tried to fight. God knows how I tried, but I couldn't. I couldn't.
Take your time. Settle down. Then tell me the rest.
When they were taking her away, and I was trying to get to my feet and go to her, one of the men hit me with his rifle. He was laughing, and he said, "Sit down. Weaving is for women anyway." It didn't make sense to me. Maybe that's why I remember it now.
I think I may know. Weaving? There is a place called the Yakan Weaving Village, a few miles west of Zamboanga. Actually, it is just a few small booths where the Yakans sell their weavings and a few other things. Brassware, batiks, things like that.
Why would they take hostages there? Is there someplace they could be hidden?
None that I know of.
The Yakans. That's one of the tribes in the Sulus, isn't it?
Yes.
The executioner's jaw tightened as he concentrated. Yakans, Sulu, weaving. The Yakan weaving village. No, they hadn't gone there. This Filipino version of a shopping mall wasn't the answer. If he had gone to the trouble of separating them, Subing would spread the hostages out farther than that. Latham and Reverdy came hurrying forward from the barn. Latham held up a small pad of paper as he jogged toward them.
Look!
Latham grabbed one of the lanterns and moved it in front of Bolan, then plopped down cross-legged next to him. He held the notepad in front of the lantern. Bolan looked down to see that the Texan had used an old trick. He'd lightly rubbed pencil lead across the blank paper on the top page. What had been written before on a page torn off showed up in white, where the writing instrument had pressed through the paper. To the executioner, it looked like an address and telephone number. At the bottom were the letters B.A.S.
What's B.A.S.?
Basilan.
That's the real home of the Yakans, just south of here. The weaving village just sells the things that are made there.
How far is it?
About 30 minutes in a fast boat, maybe.
Bolan pulled Fairbanks and Parks up off the ground.
We've got a little walking to do. We're going to get you to a plane that will take you back to the U.S.
I don't want to go back to the U.S. I'm going with you.
John, I can appreciate you wanting to find your wife.
I know what the next word you're about to say is, but don't bother. I'm going.
With all due respect, you'll just get in the way.
She's my wife. I'm going after her.
Latham, take Reverdy and Ronaldo and get things gathered up. We move out in 5 minutes.
Roger that.
Look, Reverend or Pastor or whatever.
It's John. Just John.
Okay, John. With all due respect, there's not much likelihood of finding your wife without shedding a good deal of blood.
I'm a Christian, but we're not all pacifists, you know. The same Jesus who said turn the other cheek also said, he who has no sword, let him sell his coat and buy one. What it boils down to is this, Mr. Cooper. If some of us weren't Christian soldiers, no one would get the chance to be a Christian pacifist.
You're ready to kill people, are you? You ever done that before?
No, sir. I've never had to, but I could.
It's not like you think.
I'm sure it's not.
How do you know you won't get us killed? If you hesitate.
I won't hesitate.
Think about the words I'm about to say next before you answer me, John. Thou shalt not kill.
I assume you're referring to that unfortunate interpretation of the 6th commandment in the King James Bible. Go back to the original Hebrew and Greek. You'll find it actually says, thou shalt not murder. There's a big difference.
So I've heard.
Before the executioner could say more, Latham, Reverdy, and Tabuada returned. In addition to the weapons they had brought with them from the landing strip, they had also procured several of the AK-47s and extra magazines used by the terrorists.
You ever shot a gun before?
I've hunted deer, ducks, pigeons, quail.
This is a little different.
Bolan reached out and took one of the AK-47s from Reverti. Checking to make sure it was on safe, he handed it stock first to Parks.
Show me.
The missionary took the weapon without reserve, but his face showed that he was unfamiliar with this type of military rifle.
Where's the safety?
There.
This is one of those that you just pull the trigger once, and it shoots until you let up, right?
Parks flipped the lever all the way down to full auto.
Or until you run out of ammo.
Can you make it shoot one at a time?
Pull the selector back up one click.
The barrel of the AK was aimed away from the men toward the house. Parks threw the stock to his shoulder.
See that shingle hanging off the side of the door?
Bolan nodded toward a tar shingle that had come halfway off to stick out at an odd angle.
Not much kick to it. Nothing like my 30-06 anyway. Okay, I think I've got the hang of it now.
He dropped the selector down to full auto and aimed again. By the time he let up on the trigger, the shingle, and several more around it, had fallen to the ground.
Not bad.
Parks put the safety back on and looked up at him again.
Then you're not going to try to stop me from going with you, Mr. Cooper?
Let's just get started. And it's Matt. Just Matt.
Dawn was breaking, and Jack Grimaldi was sitting on the ground next to another of the Stony Man Farm Learjets, when Bolan and the other men stepped out of the jungle and onto the landing strip. The pilot wore a snub-nosed .357 Smith & Wesson Model 66 in a horizontal shoulder holster over a sweat-stained T-shirt. On his head was a suede Alaskan bush pilot's cap. He stood as the men approached.
Took you long enough to get here, Stryker. What'd you do, stop for dinner or something?
The executioner smiled at his friend. There was enough light now to see the airstrip, and he noticed that the bodies of the dead drug runners were gone.
What did you do, Jack? A little house cleaning to keep yourself busy while you waited?
You know me, neat and tidy, a place for everything and everything in its place. Their place is just out of sight in the jungle. They don't last long in this climate, and it was getting pretty gross. Was there still something you wanted from them? I know where they're...
I've had all of them I want. Jack, this is Tom Fairbanks and John Parks, two of the missionaries. Tom will be going back with you.
Not you, Mr. Parks?
My wife's still missing. I stay.
If you say so. So, where do I take the rest of you?
Since I called in last night, the situation has changed a little. We're heading for Isabela on the west coast of Basilan, just south of here.
Basilan? I know the place.
The only airport the island's likely to have is the commercial one, and I don't want to draw a lot of attention. Latham, I assume there's a boat line or two running back and forth, isn't there?
Actually, two. Basilan lines or AS Express. Take your pick.
How far is it by boat?
Only about a half hour or so.
That makes it maybe 10 minutes airtime, and that's mostly takeoff and landing. I tell you what, hop aboard and I'll fly you down there. I know that island, and I'm pretty sure there's a spot along the coast where I can set it down and let you out.
We do that, Jack, and we're going to draw more attention than we would at the airport.
Not if we work it right. I can set it down, let you out, and take off again.
The old rich kids entry?
It was an unorthodox infiltration procedure that Bolan and Grimaldi had used several times in the past. It had always worked like a charm in small communities with limited technology.
That very one. Let's hit the air.
After they were airborne, the men took turns cleaning up as best they could at the lavatory in the rear of the cabin. Bolan changed into a clean version of what he'd had on before: khaki pants, white T-shirt, and another light blue chambray shirt. Again he left the tails out and the shirt unbuttoned to provide quick access to the Beretta and Desert Eagle. The other men also found clean clothes in the lockers along the wall. While the others were still busy in the back of the plane, the executioner moved forward into the cockpit.
Anything new on the big deal that's supposed to go down in the U.S.?
Not really. Bear said there's a distinct slowdown in internet and phone chatter, as a matter of fact. Maybe it's all just been talk.
Or maybe they have more secure communication than usual.
The Tigers? These guys don't strike me as being able to pull anything big off. This missionary thing's already more than I'd have guessed they were capable of.
Me too, Jack. That's why I'm convinced that they're in it all with some other group. Somebody with money and know-how.
Stonyman Farm's ace pilot nodded and turned back to the control panel. He had overestimated the flight time, and roughly 8 minutes from the time they'd taken off, they were entering Basilan airspace.
Attention! Attention! This is air traffic control from Basilan Regional Airstrip. Declare your identity, destination, and aircraft. Repeat, declare your identity, destination, and aircraft.
Bolan sat down in the empty co-pilot's seat beside Grimaldi. Latham had joined them. The Texan leaned forward and frowned.
Aren't you going to answer him?
Not yet. Relax. They don't have anything that can shoot us down, and they sure don't have anything fast enough to catch us. We'll find that stretch of beach I mentioned. I'll touch down and let you out and be gone again before they're even sure we were even here.
The village of Maluso came into sight toward the south end of the island briefly before Grimaldi turned back north again. Through the windshield, Bolan could see another small island in the distance.
What's that down there?
Palas Island.
Well, now that I'm done with the sightseeing I wanted to do, are we about at the place you were looking for?
Yeah, but it's not as long as I remembered it being. They built up part of it since I was here.
Can you still land?
Oh, yeah. It'll be tight and rough, but it can be done.
Let's do it. Latham, make sure everyone but Fairbanks is armed, but no weapons showing. As soon as we get out, we've got to make a run for cover. When the heat dies down, we'll blend in with the populace as if we've been here for weeks.
I guess that means we're not taking the long arms, huh?
You have any CARs with you, Jack?
Should be 5 or 6 back there.
Charlie, trade in the 16s and the AKs for the CAR-15s with the collapsible stocks. And grab each man a backpack that they'll fit into.
Latham got up and left to follow orders. The Learjet had descended and was now only a few hundred feet off the ground, flying over Isabella.
Attention! Attention! This is air traffic control from Basilan Regional Airstrip. Declare your identity, destination, and aircraft. Repeat, declare your identity, destination, and aircraft.
Jack Grimaldi did not appear fazed by the air traffic controller, and the plane continued to drop through the air as it raced toward the sand along the coast. The tires hit the beach, and the plane began to fishtail along the coast, throwing sand up and over both wings. One front tire hit a large rock, and the Lear went airborne again for a moment. Then Grimaldi wrestled it back down onto the beach and fought to slow the aircraft.
Hang on to your chewing gum, ladies.
Bolan had been through far worse landings with the Stonyman pilot, and Latham seemed to be taking it fine right behind him. Tabuada and Reverdy were not handling it quite as well, and looked as if they might throw up everything they had eaten in their entire lives. Park's eyes were closed in either prayer, fear, or a combination of both. Fairbanks wasn't praying unless he did so with his eyes as wide as dinner plates and his hands trying to break the armrests off the seats. Ahead, an outcropping loomed up, which marked the end of the makeshift runway. They were still racing along the sand, only half in control, and finally even Latham began to show a little concern. Then, at the last moment, Grimaldi skidded the plane to a halt amid a hailstorm of wet sand and ocean spray. He turned in his seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Basilan. Please remember to check beneath the seat in front of you and in the overhead compartments before deplaning. And I'd like to thank you again for flying with us today.
The island of Basilan, just south of Mindanao, was the home of the Yakan tribe. Originally a people of the lowlands along the sea who practiced animism, some of the Yakans' creature worship had survived the invasion of Islam during the 14th century. Their coastal lifestyle, however, hadn't. As more and more foreign settlers had claimed the shoreline over the centuries, the Yakans had been pushed farther and farther inland, up into the mountains of the interior. They became primarily subsistence farmers, growing corn, rice, and other crops. The little contact the tribesmen had with the invaders on the coast centered around their weaving trade. Bolan had led the way into Isabella with Reverdy and Tabuada at his heels. They had scrambled away from the beach as fast as they could deplane and unload their equipment, knowing that Basilan officials would be on their way to investigate the unauthorized landing. The executioner and his 4 companions had been well concealed in the woods almost a quarter mile away by the time Grimaldi had taken off from the beach once more. Bolan realized they had created more excitement about their arrival this way than they would have had they simply come by boat. But it was the government that would be excited now, not the Liberty Tigers spies he suspected would be watching the dock area. To further separate them from the Learjet's bizarre antics, Grimaldi would finish what they called the rich kids entry by finally breaking his radio silence. As he flew away, he'd inform the tower that he just won a $1,000 bet from one of his fraternity brothers on board by pulling off the landing. Then he'd make a few rude comments in reference to basilan security to complete the ruse. Grimaldi and Tom Fairbanks would be halfway back across the Pacific Ocean before Isabella could even get any chase planes into the air. Bolan had split the party into two groups to further avoid suspicion. Taking Reverti and Taboada with him, he had ordered Latham to leave the rocks 30 minutes later with Parks. Now, as he led his two men into the city of Basilan, he realized that the authorities weren't likely to put much effort into investigating the mysterious Learjet landing. From the looks of things, they already had their hands full right here in town.
It's the festival of Lami Lamihan. You may not believe it, but this is the small celebration. The big one is in Lamitan, on the other side of the island.
The three men continued walking along the edge of the city, following the docks, passing more of the stilt houses, such as the one Mario Subing had inhabited in Rio Hondo. As they walked along, Bolan was pleased to learn that Taboada had at least a working knowledge of the island. When asked, the Filipino had suggested the city's old mosque as a good place to meet up with the other two men. The executioner let a hard smile come over his face as the building first came into view. It seemed that every city and village in the Philippines, regardless of size, had what they called the Old Mosque. Everywhere he looked, Bolan saw masses of colors. Men, women, and children flocked along the streets dressed in picturesque native attire. Bolan stopped outside the mosque. The other two men fell in at his sides. All around them, the festival continued as they waited for Latham and Parks to arrive. On his back, the executioner purposely wore the kind of backpack any tourist in the world might carry, but the contents were anything but average. Hiding beneath the canvas was the calico, with both 50 and 100-round magazines refilled. Extra ammo for both the Desert Eagle and Beretta had been stuffed into the backpack's side pockets. Bolan leaned up against a handrail. Taboada and Reverti did the same at his sides. Caucasians stood out in this small city, and their cover stories had changed to fit the new surroundings. As soon as Latham and Parks arrived, they would join Bolan as American businessmen taking a side trip from Manila to see the festival. Taboada would play the part of their native guide, and Reverti, with his dark looks and strong command of the language, would be the Filipino's cousin, tagging along as added muscle for insurance against robbers, kidnappers, and murderers. Such arrangements were common on this most unstable island. Shootings and other skirmishes between the government and Yakan rebels were practically a daily affair in these parts. Far ahead in the crowd, the executioner finally saw Latham and Parks making their way through the throngs of people. The two men were dressed similarly to Bolan, with Latham substituting a khaki shirt for the executioner's chambray and wearing blue jeans rather than cargo pants. Parks wore a jeans as well, with a baggy cut-off sweatshirt covering the S&W Model 640 .357 Magnum pistol Grimaldi had given him. Latham and Parks were still a half a block away when the executioner saw two uniformed police officers cut through the crowd and reach up, grabbing the men by the collars. They hustled him off to the side to a green bench beneath a tree away from the crowd. The uniformed men could only be described as tiny compared to the Americans, but they roughly pushed both Latham and Parks to sitting positions on the bench. John Parks had a terrified look on his face, as if he had just awakened from a dream. Bolan saw a deadpan expression on Latham's face, however, the result of good training and experience. Reverti leaned off the rail and immediately turned away from their teammates.
We better get out of here before they get us too.
Wait.
Are you crazy? There's no point in all of us getting busted. Maybe we can figure out a way to get him out of jail later, but for now, I'm cutting out.
He turned away from the executioner and started to take a step. Bolan reached out and grabbed the man's arm, jerking him back.
Hey!
I said, wait. This is nothing but routine hassle.
The situation looked to the executioner like two diminutive men wearing badges who were resentful of bigger men, and especially bigger Americans. He suspected they'd do their best to frighten Latham and Parks, hoist their own egos up a couple of notches in the process, then let them go. Bolan watched as the police officers strutted back and forth in front of the two men, stopping long enough to fire questions at them, then walking away before they got an answer. It was an age-old tactic used by cops the world over to intimidate foreigners. Get them good and scared first, then ask your questions. The cops finally dropped their act and stood still. Both Latham and Parks reached into their pockets and pulled out their passports. The officers kept their hands on their pistol grips as the IDs were produced. Then they carefully scrutinized the pictures, looking back and forth from the passports to the men on the bench several times, then trading documents and starting all over. Only when both cops suddenly produced handcuffs did the executioner decide to intervene.
You know how to play this?
As if we just lost them?
Exactly. Let's go.
Bolan let Tabuada lead the way, with he and Roberti following.
Gentlemen, I thought we had lost you.
Though he couldn't see it, the executioners suspected the former tiger had a big smile on his face. The police officers turned to face them. One, only about 5'2" tall and wearing thick black glasses, stepped forward.
And who are you?
I am helping these men see the sights. We were separated when the parade came through.
You are a guide?
Oh, no. Not an official guide. Just a friend.
Bolan approved the words silently in his head. If Tabuada had said he was a guide, they would demand to see his license. And although there were probably 24 unlicensed guides within spitting distance right now, it was something the cops could always pull out of their hats if they wanted to cause them problems.
Let me see your license.
My friend's license? I was not aware being a friend required a license.
A hard slap across the mouth had split Reynaldo's upper lip. A trickle of blood slid down the man's chin. Bolan stepped forward, slumping as best he could to make himself seem smaller. He had seen men like these two the world over, and it didn't matter what the color of their skin might be or what country they were from.
Excuse me, officers. We didn't know he needed a license, and I don't believe he knew either.
The man with the horn-rimmed spectacles had dropped his hand to a long wooden baton on his gun belt as soon as he saw Bolan. But before he could pull the stick, the executioner had reached into his pocket and pulled out his roll of bills.
We're Yankees and not real smart. Can we pay the licensing fee directly to you?
The cops' eyes fell to the money, and their brains switched from tall and short to rich and poor. Bolan flicked a pair of 1,000 peso bills off the roll and extended them to the man with the glasses.
I'm not sure how much the license costs.
Twice that! You give the other half to my partner.
Here you go.
The man pocketed the bills, then turned back to stare toughly at Tabuada. Without another word, the cops turned and melted into the crowds. Bolan pulled out of his pocket the piece of scratch pad Latham had found in the plantation house. It contained only an address and was signed by someone going by the initial A. Bolan gathered his men around him.
We've got to find Alano Street.
Latham seated his pack in front of him and began rooting around inside.
Picked up a map of the island a minute ago. Guy at one of the stands was selling it.
He handed the map to Bolan. The executioner found Elano on the legend to the side of the page, then used the coordinates beside it to find the street. It looked to be only a few blocks from where they stood in front of the old mosque.
Let's go.
As they rounded the corner and dropped down off the sidewalk to the street, Latham hurried up next to Bolan.
You don't figure they've actually got the hostages at this address, do you? I mean, they couldn't be stupid enough to leave the address just lying around, could they?
They didn't leave the address lying around. You stenciled it out of the next page, remember?
Yeah, But I mean, this just doesn't seem like a convenient place to hide hostages. In town, I mean. I mean, when there's so many remote and deserted sites open to them in these islands.
I agree. I doubt we're going to find any hooded missionaries at this address. But it's all we've got to go on. I'll be happy just to find someone there whose first initial is A, or any other letter for that matter, who can point us toward them.
Bolan stopped as they reached the street that the map identified as Elano. The other men came to a halt behind him. He turned to Parks, Reverti, and Tabuada behind him. The Filipino was beside Parks, and it appeared that they had been in deep conversation.
If all 5 of us walk up to the door together, it's going to look like a SWAT operation. You 3, Parks, Latham, Reverti, stay here. Ronaldo and I'll go check things out first.
The executioner had seen a number on one of the cross streets they had passed, and knew number 47 should be in the middle of the block to their right. He walked at a moderate pace along the sidewalk, past a few small stores and shops. Some were permanent, and others were hand carts whisked away at the close of the day. Though the windows were dark and covered with dust, the numerals 4 and 7 were easy to see on what looked like an abandoned storefront on the other side of the street.
Keep walking.
I couldn't see anything.
I did. On the side of the building.
The executioner and Tabuada crossed the street to the other side and doubled back toward the darkened windows. As they passed the storefront again, Bolan noticed through his peripheral vision a staircase between the buildings leading to the second floor. Keeping his eyes forward, in case they were being watched, he studied the old rusty iron steps. Several sets of footprints were clearly visible, even without a direct examination. The store might have been abandoned, but whatever was on the second floor was still being used. Bolan led the way back to the corner where the other men waited.
There's something upstairs in that building. We need to figure out what's going on there. I'll take Tabuada up the steps with me. The other 3 will stay about 30 seconds behind and cover the outside windows and any other exits behind the building. Ready?
Ready.
Bring up the rear, Latham. Cover the downstairs and don't come up until I call for you. Check to see if there's a window on the other side and post somebody if there is.
We'll have you covered, Cooper.
Bolan and Tabuada took off again, crossing the street and walking casually toward number 47. When they reached the darkened glass, the executioner cut to the side of the store and stepped up onto the first step. If there were to be any surprise at all on the executioner's side now, he would have to create it himself with speed. The executioner took the rest of the stairs 3 at a time and reached the second story of the building in 3 leaps. He had left the calico in his backpack to avoid attracting attention on the street, but now the Beretta leaped into his hand. An old wooden door stood at the top of the stairs, the upper half containing a nearly blacked-out window. Bolan pressed his face to the glass and tried to peer inside, but the warning system in his brain told him to stop. He had learned long ago to trust it, so he took one large step backwards. Bolan kicked the door with his foot, sending it flying back on its hinges. He crouched low as he charged through the opening into the dark room, his brain registering a light somewhere further back in the building. As his eyes tried to adjust to the darker environment, he saw a blurry shadow in the corner of what looked like an apartment living room. The shadow suddenly lit up with the muzzle flash. The executioner aimed slightly to the left of the flash, guessing that the man behind the weapon was right-handed. As he had pulled the trigger, Bolan's mind had flashed to Reverti. The CIA man was left-handed, and each time the agent used his left hand instead of his right, the executioner got the feeling something was wrong. He could never tell why this simple fact sent warning signals to his brain. Now was not the time to try to figure it out, but this sudden awareness reminded Bolan that the man shooting at him now might be a southpaw as well. He swung the Beretta to the other side of the muzzle flash. The pitch blackness of the apartment and bright muzzle flashes caused the soldier to become disoriented. His pupils didn't know whether to dilate or to contract, and the result was nearly temporary blindness. But as they did for blind men the world over, his other senses suddenly went into double time to take up the slack. Bolan pivoted towards the sound, his Beretta in front of him. Unfortunately, both good and bad people made footsteps, and he refused to fire until he knew at whom he was targeting. A whiff of body odor floated through the air. Bolan had heard the sound many times in his life, the cocking of a double-barreled shotgun. Bolan closed his eyes in preparation for the flash. Aiming instinctively at the noise, he pulled the trigger again. As soon as the gun had fired, the executioner opened his eyes again. He found that most of his sight had returned. He could see another dark blob, man-shaped, on the floor down a hallway. The shotgun lay on the floor beside it. Bolan spun around in the dark, but hesitated before pulling the trigger.
Cooper?
Are you okay?
Yes.
How's your eyesight?
It's okay. I wasn't through the door yet when the shooting started.
Let's go.
The executioner moved slowly forward, the Beretta still in front of him. He passed a kitchen area, sweeping the machine pistol across it before turning back to the hall. By the time he reached the body on the floor, his eyes were working perfectly again. He reached down, lifted the shotgun, and lowered the remaining cocked hammer. Jamming a finger into the neck of the man on the floor, he felt no pulse, so he dropped the scattergun back to the floor, out of his way. Bolan hoped this wasn't the man who had signed the note A. Unfortunately, a gold and onyx initial ring on the corpse's right hand displayed that letter in Old English, suggested that this might be the case. There was only one other door out of the hallway, and it was closed, but what little light there was in the apartment had come from under its threshold.
Cover the front. I'm gonna see what's in there.
The executioner moved on to the closed door.
Locked.
The executioner leapt into the room with the Beretta gripped in both hands. A lamp next to the bed had been the source of the light. Seated on the edge of the bed, an olive-skinned baby wrapped in a light blue blanket pressed to her breast was a blonde-haired woman in a nightgown. Bolan turned to look back through the doorway. Tabuada was kneeling next to the man who had wielded the shotgun, cradling his head in his arms. The executioner could never have explained how he knew. Maybe it was just several pieces of evidence suddenly gelling in his mind. The note at the plantation signed with the letter A, the initial ring on the man's hand, and the memory of Tabuada telling him about his friend from the orphanage, who had also linked up with Subing. But however it came to him, Bolan suddenly knew that the A stood for Angelo. Tabuada looked up at him. With one eye on the former tiger and the other on the woman with the baby, the executioner tightened his grip on the Beretta. Bolan studied the man's face as the former tiger stepped forward. It was a mask of grief, but the executioner saw no desire for revenge in the man's eyes. Instead, his head dropped toward the floor, as if it had been held by a string that was suddenly cut.
Angelo.
His gaze on the floor, Tabuada could only nod.
Is he dead?
Bolan had stood sideways in the door so he could watch her as well as the hallway. He looked into her eyes and nodded. He was reminded of the big blonde-haired man who had been with the tigers at the plantation. Both he and this woman were as out of place in the Philippines as a bottle of vodka at an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. Tabuada stepped past the executioner into the room.
He was my best friend from the orphanage.
Reynaldo?
Zona?
The woman turned towards Bolan. The executioner stared into the woman's eyes. They were vacant, not stoned or high or drunk, just listless.
I was Angelo's wife.
This is Angelo's son?
Yes. Reynaldo and I only met once. That was before I realized I had been sentenced to a life in hell.
She looked past both men, trying to see into the hallway. Bolan knew that the angle at which she sat, her husband's body wouldn't be visible.
He is dead?
He is.
Good.
The woman pulled the baby away from her chest and placed him gently on the bed before pulling her nightgown back up over her breast. Bolan looked over at Tabuada. He still saw no signs that the former tiger held the executioner responsible for Angelo's death.
Go tell the others to come upstairs.
As the stunned man left the room, The soldier holstered the Beretta and took a seat next to the woman on the bed.
You don't seem too upset about your husband.
Should I be? When I have been kept prisoner in this god-forsaken third-world country since we married? Forced to use 12th century plumbing and treated like property. Had it not been for this little one, I would have killed myself long ago. You have freed us both. I shall be eternally grateful to you. Now, I am ready to leave before I wake up and find it has all been a dream.
Please, not so fast. If you're eternally grateful to me, I'll let you prove it.
Zona reached to the straps of her gown and had begun to pull them down when Bolan grabbed her arm again.
You took that the wrong way.
Zona's eyebrows furrowed. Looking at her closer now, the executioner could see the fear she tried to hide with an uncaring attitude.
Do you want to tell me your story, or do you want me to tell you?
How would you know my story?
I don't know the details, but here it is in a nutshell. You went to the U.S. to go to college. While you were there, you met this Angelo. You fell in love and got married. You were both planning to stay in America, but Angelo wanted to come home for a visit and let you meet the family.
And once we were here.
You were here for good.
Exactly.
Bolan looked at the blonde hair. It was dull, dirty, lifeless. But he suspected at one time it had shone. Assuming she was roughly the same age as Angelo, and assuming Angelo was roughly the same age as Reynaldo, her skin had wrinkled far beyond her years.
Zona, I wish I could just let you go, but I can't. Not yet, anyway.
The executioner turned to look at her again, and saw that she was still not convinced this was not leading to some kind of sexual overture.
But I promise you this. As soon as I don't need your help anymore, I'll buy you and your son a first-class ticket back to Stockholm or any place else you want to go.
What is it you want?
The Liberty Tigers. What can you tell me about them?
No more than everyone else knows. Probably not even as much as you know yourself.
Your husband was a member?
The baby had fallen asleep, and Zona made sure he was wrapped well in the blue blanket.
He didn't tell me such things. At least not after we came here from America. When we were there, before we married, he told me everything. Or at least I thought he did.
Bolan watched Zona's eyes redden, and the skin around them swell slightly, taking on a puffy look. But she was beyond tears.
He was a different person in the United States. He was kind, gentle. That changed as soon as we got here. I fell in love with the man who was in America with me, but he was a liar. I was a fool.
Okay. He didn't tell you what he was up to. Tell me what he did for a living.
He said he sold weavings, but I never saw any sign of it. He did strange things, mysterious things he wouldn't talk about. He came and went at all hours. Sometimes when he came home he was so excited he couldn't sleep. Once I found blood on his shirt. But I didn't ask him about it. I just did my best to wash it out. If I asked questions, he...
A tear finally crept into the corner of her eye as the emotional wall she had built around her heart began to fall. The lone tear called the executioner's attention to that eye, and it was only then that he noticed the lingering pale blue and gray around the socket. Bolan glanced out into the hall. Nonchalantly, he reached up and began to scratch his chest, putting his hand within inches of the Beretta. Days into the mission, Bolan still found himself trying to determine who he could trust and who he couldn't. He had almost gotten to the point where he could rely on Tubuada, but being forced to shoot the former Tiger's childhood friend made it a whole new ballgame. Latham led Reverti, Parks, and Tubuada into the room, and the four men started to look around for seats. Bolan shook his head at the three Americans, but gave the Filipino a nod to stay. All 5 men at once would intimidate the woman, but Reynaldo had a direct link to her through her husband. The executioner also wanted a chance to read the former Tiger's reaction to his friend's death a little better, too. The thought of catching a bullet in the back for the first time the little Filipino got the chance hadn't left his mind yet. Tubuada found the only chair in the room and sat facing the bed. The other 3 men went back out into the living room.
Zona, Do you know why we're here?
No.
The hostages, the missionaries. We're looking for them.
Everyone said they were someplace on Mindanao.
They were, but they've been separated. We think at least some of them may be here, on Basilan.
Zona stared at him, her green eyes clearing. Now the executioner could see that at one time, before the harsh life on this island had taken its toll, she had been a knockout. With any luck, maybe she could be again someday. Maybe she could still find a husband who loved her and would make a good father to her child.
You think the missionaries are here?
Bolan pulled out the paper with the pencil tracing and showed it to her.
We found this in the same house where we rescued 2 missionaries.
But that's this address. And that's Angelo's handwriting. But why would he give them this address? The missionaries have never been here.
My guess is that Angelo just gave it to them so they could contact him. I imagine he found some other place, some better place to take the hostages. You said he came and went. Was he on Mindanao a few days ago?
I don't know. He was gone. He could have been.
It would have been day before yesterday.
Zona shrugged, and for the first time Bolan noticed how thin she was. In the U.S. or any other major nation, he'd have guessed she was anorexic. But here, kept against her will, as if she were a common criminal or a pet who no longer caught her owner's fancy, she was probably starved.
I told you, I don't know. He came and went as he pleased. He was gone for a few days. That was one of them. He left Francisco to keep an eye on me. You could ask him.
The other man who was here?
Yes.
He's in the living room. I don't think he's going to say much of anything.
Good. I had to fight off his advances whenever Angelo was gone.
Angelo put up with that? The Angelo I knew would have killed...
Angelo never knew. But he was no longer the Angelo you knew either. Trust me when I say that if I had told him, he would have beaten me. He would have said I led Francisco on.
Bolan glanced at Taboada. The former tiger lowered his eyes. Each new thing the executioner heard about this Angelo made him a little bit happier that he'd killed the man. The world, and especially Zona's little part of it, was going to be a better place from now on.
Zona, think hard on this next question. It's important. If you needed a place to hide out on this island, and you needed to keep 3 white-faced Americans hidden at the same time, where would you go?
I don't know. I was hardly ever allowed to leave this room, let alone roam the island.
Try to think. Think of any places Angelo might have mentioned.
I told you! He told me nothing. Unless he wanted sex. Then he told me that.
Something you might have overheard him tell Francisco then, or something he might have mentioned to somebody else. Maybe it didn't seem important to you at the time, but it could be now.
I don't know if this will make any sense at all. It's just something I overheard from the living room when I was changing the baby one day. For some reason, it struck me as strange. Maybe just because I'd never heard the voice of the man Angelo was talking to before.
Tell us.
He was speaking to a man named Candido.
Bolan's heart began to race as he noticed Taboada tense up in his chair. He leaned forward.
They were speaking about a place called Mount Bongao. There was a royal Muslim cemetery located at the top of a hiking trail there. He kept repeating into the phone, halfway up the mountain and to the right. He said he would look for a red rock. As soon as he realized I was in the room, he immediately began whispering. That's all I heard.
The executioner pulled out his sat phone. They were going to need another plane. As soon as Zona had told him about the conversation she'd overheard between her husband and Subing, he had contacted Jack Grimaldi on standby in Manila. After Grimaldi's unauthorized landing on Basilan, he hadn't wanted to chance a Stony Man plane coming to the Isabela airport, so they'd taken the ferry back to Mindanao. On the boat, Latham had told Bolan that as soon as he and Taboada had headed up the steps at Angelo and Zona's apartment, the CIA man had pulled out his sat phone and called Langley again for a progress report. He told Latham to check the phone to see if he could glean any info. The Texan had shot Bolan a big grin. He already had. He'd managed to slip it out of Reverti's pocket when he caught a catnap waiting for the ferry figuring the CIA agent would assume it's stolen by a local pickpocket. Checking it, Bolan found that the memory had been erased. He knew that Aaron Kurtzman could probably find a way to bring up the numbers if he could get the thing back to Stonyman Farm, but that was unlikely. So instead, the sat phone had gone over the side of the ferry into the water. Aboard the Learjet with his whole team, Zona and her baby, Bolan discussed the plan with Grimaldi.
Where to this time, Sarge?
You know Bangao?
Zulus, in the Tawi-Tawi group? It's the main island, right?
Right. You familiar with it?
Just from the map.
Then you better take a good look at it, because that's where we're headed.
Bolan leaned back and closed his eyes. He had learned over the years that flight time might be his only chance for rest during the course of a mission, and had taught himself to take advantage of it. 10 seconds after giving the destination to Grimaldi, he was asleep. The executioner didn't know how long he was out when he came to again, but he knew what had awakened him without having to turn around. He had heard the same noise before, earlier, in the jungle between the Rio Hondo Mosque and the stilt house where Mario Subing lived. The executioner twisted in his seat to see Latham sitting directly behind him. The Texan's snores weren't only loud enough to awaken him. Tabuada and Reverti were staring at the man. John Parks was trying not to laugh, and Zona had cupped her hands protectively over the baby's ears. Even Grimaldi, with his headset on, could hear the snoring. He glanced over at Bolan.
Hey, forget about your shock and awe bombings. Next time the U.S. gets in a war, let's just send him. We could have saved the U.S. millions by just renting him a hotel room in downtown Baghdad.
The Learjet hit an air pocket and bounced up and down.
What? Whoa, what?
Bolan turned back to the front. Below, he could see a large land mass. To his right were the blue waters of the Sulu Sea, and on the other side of the island, the waves from the Celebes Sea lapped toward shore. The Sulu archipelago was divided into 2 provinces, with the major island in each serving as its capital. They were passing over Holo Island at the moment, and would soon see Tawi-Tawi, the long, narrow strip of land where Bangao was located.
Just a few minutes now.
The soldier closed his eyes again, but this time it wasn't to sleep. His face tightened as he replayed for the 100th time what Zona had told him. What was it that was halfway up the mountain? It was on the right-hand side of the trail, and taken in context, it sounded as if this red rock was near it, but was not it itself. The most important question of all was whether or not any of this even had anything to do with the hostages in the first place. The imprisoned missionaries had to be the prime topic of conversation between Zona's husband and Candida Subing. But it didn't have to be the only thing they talked about, and he could be setting off right now on a wild goose chase. The executioner opened his eyes as the plane began to descend. There was no use worrying about whether this was good or bad intel. It was all he had. He twisted in his seat again and looked at the woman behind him, who had her face buried in the blue blanket, snuggled close to her sleeping baby. Should he take them with him? Something might jog her memory if they ran dry at this red rock. On the other hand, she and her child, little Edward, could be killed.
Good God, Sarge. I do believe that's a real live tarmac down there. I'm not sure I can even remember how to land on a strip that's not dirt or grass or sand.
Outside, a man wearing ancient U.S. Navy bell-bottom jeans, the belt line was almost up to his armpits, ragged athletic shoes, and a light blue shirt with a shining silver badge, walked forward, carrying a clipboard.
Ronaldo, you come with me. The rest of you stay on board until I call you.
The man with the clipboard stopped 10 feet from the plane and stood there importantly, making the executioner walk the rest of the way to him. Bolan gave the man, a customs official he assumed, a friendly smile.
Hello. English?
Little bit.
We've gone off course. Our pilot's incompetent.
That is usually fine for such mistakes.
It was what Bolan had expected, and he nodded.
We'd be happy to pay the fine, and we'd like to refuel while we're here. We'd also like to rest for a few hours before taking off again.
Yes, yes.
We'd like to pay the fine right here if that's possible, and for your trouble, and directions to the nearest decent restaurant. We'd be happy to give you a finder's fee.
Yes, but this very, very expensive.
Bolan shrugged and reached into his pocket. He pulled out his roll of 1,000-peso bills, peeled 5 of them off, hesitated, then added 1 more.
Will this cover it all?
Yes, but there has been much trouble with the rebels here. MILF, IJ, very dangerous for your plane. I hope no one destroy your airplane while you away.
I'll double the money to you when I get back if the plane is okay, the tank's filled, and my pilot's ready to take off.
The man nodded his head, grinned widely, and stuffed the bills into his pants pocket. Bolan turned back to the plane. Stepping back towards the door, Grimaldi leaned out.
I heard that. Our pilot's incompetent. I'll remind you of that next time I have to pull your fat out of the fire.
Hey, it was the best I could come up with, considering that about half of this crew has no papers. Jack, refuel this bird and keep her warmed up. I don't know when we'll be back, but when we are, we may need to get out of here in a hurry.
Gotcha.
The rest of the passengers in the Learjet began to deplane. Bolan turned to Zona, who had just let Latham help her and the baby out of the plane. He still hadn't decided whether to take her with him on the trail or not, but it seemed Zona had decided for herself.
This man, he can take care of a baby?
The door to the passenger side of the plane was still open, and the executioner looked up to see the ace pilot's face suddenly grow pale.
Sarge, I can't do...
He can't wait. He loves children.
He saw that Grimaldi's mouth had frozen open. He turned back towards Zona.
Just show him where the diapers are while I get everyone ready.
The executioner paid the 2 cab drivers required to transport his team and Zona to the foot of the hiking trail. A sign just to their side read in both Tagalog and English, Mount Bangao, 314 meters. Business appeared to be slow at this out-of-the-way tourist trap, and he had seen only 2 other hikers. A late middle-aged man and woman, Americans, judging by the man's Oklahoma Sooners baseball cap, had begun their hike about 10 minutes before Bolan's team was ready to go. Bolan stepped in front of the others and looked them over carefully.
Everybody ready?
We all going?
Yeah. Why? You have something else you'd rather be doing?
Before he answered, the CIA man flicked his eyes to Parks, then back to Bolan.
No, just wondering.
Then let's go. Keep your guns out of sight unless we need them. Until then, we're just tourists off course in our plane. We decided to see the local attractions while we were here.
A thin coat of sweat broke on the executioner's brow as he continued to climb. But as they rose farther above sea level, the humidity began to drop, and soon it had evaporated. They were near the southern end of the archipelago, in an area with no clearly defined wet and dry season. Monsoons seemed to come and go here as they pleased, with an occasional typhoon thrown in for good measure. But today they were lucky, and they stayed dry. Bolan shifted his backpack as he walked, tightening the belt around his waist, then loosening it, as well as periodically adjusting the shoulder straps to redistribute the weight. Behind him, he hoped the others were doing the same. He had at least 2 members of his party who were not combatants, and he didn't need them exhausted and nursing sore backs too. The executioner's eyes followed a solo hornbill that swooped by so fast that it appeared as merely a rusty blob of color. Jerking his head towards the color, a reddish outcropping came into view through a break in the trees along the side of the mountain. Bolan turned around to find that Latham was right behind him. Reverdy came next with Zona, Tabuada, and John Parks bringing up the rear. The former hostage and his former guard seemed to have formed a bond, and it looked as though they were engaged in another deep discussion. Latham looked past the executioner. Bolan saw in the Texan's eyes that he had spotted the red rock, too.
Stay here with them. John and Zona both look like they could use a rest. I'll go on ahead and take a look around.
The Texan nodded. Bolan walked forward slowly, his eyes on the outcropping ahead. When he reached it, he saw that it grew out over the trail, and he had to lower his head to pass under it. He studied the face of the mountain from both sides, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. The wall of rock was solid. No cracks, cavities, hollows, or any other place something could be hidden. There were definitely no caves in the immediate vicinity, and on the other side of the trail was nothing but a drop-off of at least 200 feet. The executioner glanced at his watch. They had only been on the trail for a short time, and while he had to assume they were walking slower than he would have on his own, it couldn't be by much. They had to be roughly halfway up the mountain, and unless he was mistaken, this outcropping was the red rock about which Subing and Angelo had spoken. He thought back to what Zona had overheard them say. It was halfway up the mountain. They should look for the red rock. Turning away from the outcropping, Bolan removed his pack and leaned it against the wall of rusty red. He glanced back in the direction from which he'd come, seeing that Latham and the others were out of sight on the other side of the outcropping now. Zona and John could use a longer rest, so he'd leave them and the rest of the team where they were for now, and go on up a little farther to see what he could find. The trail moved out away from the mountain wall, and the hemp-like abaca began to appear between him and the rock. Bolan's eyes skirted back and forth as he walked across the trail, down the slope, back across the pathway, and through the bright, colorful flowers, green leaves, and vines between him and the side of the mountain. He had gone no more than 100 feet past the red rock when something caught his attention, stopping him in his tracks. A smile came over his face, and he dropped to one knee. Reaching down, he lifted a freshly cut vine. The executioner remembered the hidden landing strip on Mindanao as he reached out to grab more of the vines. He stood up and walked to a jumble of brush at the side of the trail. Barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through at the bottom, the path Bolan revealed opened wider farther up. At the top, he could see the blue sky above Tawi-Tawi. Stepping through the brush, Bolan saw that the main trail behind him became almost invisible. He glanced back toward where he'd left the others and frowned. There would be rough climbing ahead, far more physically demanding than the simple hike up the mountain trail. Zona and John Parks simply weren't up to it. Latham and Reverdy and Tabuada could probably handle it, but not necessarily without making noise and alerting whoever they found hidden up in the rocks. Though the executioner couldn't take any chances, he also knew that he couldn't just leave them where they were with no explanation. Sooner or later, at least one of his teammates would come looking for him, and if they spotted the obscured path off the trail as he'd done, they might try to follow it, endangering themselves. He'd have to go back and let them know what was going on. Bolan retraced his steps from the mountain to the trail, then jogged along the pathway, ducking under the red outcropping once more and slowing to a walk. He found Latham, Reverdy, and the others all seated along the side of the trail.
Find anything?
No, but I want to look a little farther. The rest of you just stay put and rest. I'll be back for you.
I'll go with you. I'm rested.
Stay here. I need you to help watch over everybody.
Are you kidding? Latham and Ronaldo can watch over those two. Hell, the only other people we've even seen are those old...
I don't understand you, Reverdy. First you sound like you want to stay down at the bottom. Now you want to go with me. Stay here like I told you to.
Yeah, okay. Whatever you think's best. I mean, we're all in this together, right?
Bolan didn't answer, but with Reverdy's back now to him, he looked over at Latham. Latham shot a glance at the CIA agent, then nodded. He knew to keep an eye on the man. The executioner set out again, keeping his pace moderate until he was out of sight beneath the outcropping, then breaking into a jog towards the entrance to the hidden pathway. He dug his way through the cut foliage again, this time doing his best to put the leaves, vines, and flowers back in place behind him. He not only didn't want Reverdy deciding to take off on his own and finding the spot, but he couldn't be sure that whoever had cached the path was inside the mountain now. They could be out somewhere, then come along the trail behind him, see that this route had been found, and creep up on him from the rear. Reaching the cleft in the rock, Bolan stepped up into the narrow space. Using his arms as much as his legs, he started to squeeze through the opening, but his backpack frame jammed into the wall. Stepping back down, he shrugged out of the pack, unzipped the top, and took out the calico rig. The backpack went under a pile of weeds that had been already cut. The executioner followed the fissure upward, looking for signs of other human presence as he went. The cleft sloped upward at a nearly 45-degree angle, and by the time he reached the top, his arms and back were screaming. He didn't know exactly who he might find when he got wherever he was going, but he knew they'd have to be strong and in good shape. Reaching the top, the executioner risked a quick look above the fissure and found himself on a ledge overlooking the city of Bangao. Sparse trees and other shrubbery had grown up through the cracks in the mountain, and looking to his right, he could see the red rock ledge. Monkeys scampered about the flat area in the boulders. Several looked his way, but none seemed startled at his presence. This meant they were used to seeing humans in the immediate area. The executioner hauled himself on up out of the crevice and took a second to catch his breath. He had clipped the barrel of the calico and the 100-round drum magazine worn opposite the machine pistol to his belt for the climb, and now freed them both for quicker access. Bolan looked around. Approximately 10 yards away, caught in the twigs of a scrub brush, a shiny silver object fluttered back and forth in the wispy mountain breeze. Bolan rose to his feet, his right hand falling to the calico's pistol grip. He was out in the open, and as he walked toward the silver object, he half expected to catch a bullet. By the time he had made it halfway, though, he knew that if anybody had been watching him, the bullet would have already come. There was no need to reach down to grasp the silver paper to know what it was. The lining from a pack of cigarettes. Bolan looked out away from the bush, his eyes making gradually increasing circles until they caught the tan filter of a cigarette. He moved cautiously forward, bent at his knees, and lifted it to his nose. The paper around the stubbed butt was still dry, which meant it had been dropped here that day. He had no idea when the last rain had hit the mountain, but the early morning dew would have been absorbed had it been here overnight. Looking back down at the spot where he'd found what was left of the cigarette, he saw where a boot heel had ground it into the rock. More boot tracks led the executioner deeper, farther towards the heart of the mountain and into a small grove of stunted trees. Other foliage surrounded the clump, and here the men who had hidden the entrance below had seen no reason to cut greenery to conceal another crevice in the rocks. Bolan's battle senses moved into full alert, and he continued on through the trees and into the cavity. The tunnel between the boulders led straight rather than up, and the executioner lifted the calico to waist level. He made sure the sound suppressor was threaded tightly in place, then stepped in between the rocks, where more signs of human presence came into view. Just as in the first crevice, there was barely enough room at the bottom for a man to walk, but someone had built a platform 3 feet off the ground to make this part of the trip easier. Bolan stepped up onto the aged wood. He brought the calico to shoulder level, reaching out and grasping the front grip with his left hand and looking over the barrel toward the end of the tunnel. When he neither saw nor heard any response to his noise, he continued slowly. Bolan again had to operate on the assumption that if anyone was watching or listening, they would have heard him and reacted by now. Near the end of the passageway, Bolan stopped, pressing his back up against the rock wall on his right. He leaned forward and looked out onto another open area where the rocky formation dipped down to create a flat plateau. The executioner leaned out farther, eyes and ears straining to see and hear. He could see no one in the clearing, and while there were plenty of boulders and thickets behind which a man might hide, none looked big enough to hide 2 or more. Bolan closed his eyes for a moment, zeroing his brain into the sounds. Across the clearing, perhaps 25 yards away, he saw what looked at first like a dark shadow low on the side of the mountain. The sun was in his eyes from the angle at which he stood, and he couldn't be sure, but it looked like the entrance to a cave. Bolan shielded his eyes against the bright light and squinted harder at the dark spot on the rock. The opening was low. Anyone interested in going into the cave would have to drop to all fours and go in on hands and knees. Not only was it an almost impossible route to transverse covertly, but the cave seemed nearly foolproof when it came to defending the area from attack once you were inside. Leaning back into the passageway between the rocks, Bolan ran the situation down in his mind. Somehow he had to get inside that cave, and if the men inside were Liberty Tigers, he had to get in without taking 24 rounds from AK-47s while he was still on all fours. That wasn't going to be easy. The executioner was still trying to devise a plan when one was suddenly handed to him on a silver platter. Bolan peeked his head out of the crevice to see a man with a long, full beard crawling from the entrance before the executioner. He wore a woven white pullover shirt and camouflage BDU pants. He began making his way into another grove of trees off to the right between the cave and the passageway. If he had a rifle, he had left it inside the cave, but he wore a thick leather gun belt buckled over the tail of his shirt with the French 9mm MAB PA-15 in the holster. His hands began to unbutton the fly on his BDUs as he walked. The executioner pulled the Beretta from under his arm, lifted it to eye level, then steadied his arm against the rock wall at his side. The shot was not long, 15 yards at the most, but only a fool didn't take advantage of a makeshift bench rest when one was available. Bolan lined up the front and rear sights of the Beretta 93R on his forehead and flipped the fire selector to single shot. Lars Mikkelsen glanced around his opulent office, admiring the elaborate furniture and expensive carpet. 2 of the walls were covered with original oils and watercolors by some of Europe and Scandinavia's most widely celebrated contemporary artists. The other 2 walls held plaques and certificates of achievement commemorating his monetary contributions and work in civic affairs around the Stockholm area. He loved this office. It reminded him of how far he had come. This could only be the office of a highly successful man. Mikkelsen shoved himself back from the desk. Although he had become a millionaire many times over in legitimate business, it had eventually begun to bore him. He would have been hard-pressed to think of any business he hadn't dabbled in at one time or another. At various times, he had been in Sweden's forestry, hydroelectric, automobile, aircraft, and heavy machinery businesses. His companies had mined iron ore in the country's northwest region and lead, gold, zinc, copper, and silver elsewhere. There was no such thing as enough money in legitimate business, and he had been in his late 40s before he'd figured out what had been missing in his life. Excitement. Food was exciting, and women usually were as well, though he'd found them less so in the past few years. The real thrill of living came from taking a chance with his wealth. Real stimulation came with the risk from breaking the law. Big laws, little laws, felonies and misdemeanors, they all had their place. Of course, it was always more fun to break big laws, but he had found that he even derived a certain degree of satisfaction out of jaywalking, exceeding the speed limit, and ignoring no parking zones. Big or small, it was his way of reminding himself and the world that he was in charge. There was nothing his money could not buy him out of, and he had proven that several times over since he'd first started financing drug deals. He was wealthy beyond imagination, and it allowed him to snub his nose at laws and enforcement officers by simply buying cops, prosecutors, and judges when necessary. Nothing equaled the adrenaline jolt he would get from his latest plot, the biggest suicide bombing the world had ever seen. The fat man glanced at the phone, then his wristwatch. Subing was beginning to make him nervous. He was a madman, a religious fanatic, and a loose cannon, to say the least. But these Americans, determined to find his hostages, now had the little brown man at his wit's end. Had it not been for Mikkelson's own agent in the Philippines, and the incredible stroke of situational luck the man had fallen into, the fat man would be tempted to call the whole American deal off and look for someone else to carry out the strike. Now Subing had returned from Israel to find that his banana plantation had been raided, 2 of the missionaries free, and all of his men killed. The Tiger's leader had been livid, swearing to kill whoever was responsible. Mikkelsen could care less whether Subing's missionary plot succeeded one way or another. He had financed their kidnapping for one reason, and one reason only, to see if Subing still had enough sense left in his Islam-riddled brain to carry out the strike he had planned for the United States. He needed a man who believed in this jihad nonsense so strongly that he would give up his life for the cause. But he also needed a man who was still logical enough to follow orders. The fat man sat back in his chair. His plan had come to him during the first business quarter following the bombing in Oklahoma City in 1995. Sales of firearms had practically tripled. The sale of home security systems, devices to discourage automobile theft, and all other items related to personal security had skyrocketed as well. Most of all, there was a massive jump in what both federal and state governments were now willing to spend on defense equipment. He regretted not being in any such businesses at the time. He hadn't made a kroner from that disaster. It was that regret that had brought the plan together in his mind. First, he bought all of the companies he could that supplied various governments with articles of war and counter-terrorism. When he couldn't purchase a company outright, he bought all available stock. Next, he would make sure the terrorist organizations around the world were well funded and supplied. It was simple, really, and relied on nothing more than the law of supply and demand. With one hand, he sold ammunition, small arms, high-tech weapons systems, aircraft, and other items to legitimate governments world over. And with the other hand, he made sure they kept needing such items by helping groups like the Liberty Tigers. His first big score had been during the months after the World Trade Center and Pentagon attacks. But after what he was planning with Candido Subing, the profits after September 11th, 2001 were going to seem like pocket change.
Hello?
Salam.
So, have you found out yet what happened at Banana Plantation?
Not yet, but I will. I'm on my way to check on the other 2 sites. Thank Allah that I moved the minions of Satan when I did.
Yes, Allah had you do that just in the nick of time, didn't he?
Mikkelsen's own man in the Philippines had warned him of the new American mission to free the missionaries, and he had casually suggested to Subing that they be separated.
I am ready to go to America at any time.
Good. Very good.
Everything is ready in America?
Almost. The ship is still quarantined for inspection, but that will be taken care of shortly.
Should I leave now?
Yes, I believe you should. You have the airline tickets and the new passport?
They had arrived when I returned.
You will go through Canada. Draw no attention to yourself and call me when you arrive in New York. And what you are doing will bring great glory to you and Allah.
Mikkelsen knew that when it came to the crazy little man, it was impossible to lay it on too thick.
Praise Allah! And we will talk when I arrive in New York.
Allah be praised.
The man he needed to talk to next would be asleep, but he didn't care. U.S. Customs Agent Randall Williams was getting paid enough to wake up if the fat man wanted him to.
Hello?
Yes, and hello to you.
Yes, sir.
Where do we stand?
I got delayed a bit. I told you about the supervisor coming on board. He was up my ass all day yesterday.
I am not interested in your personal problems. I will ask my questions once more. Where do we stand?
I've got your TV here at home with me. I I hate to bring this up, sir, but this one cut things really close. I got a pension to think about, a family. If I get caught...
Mickelson shook his head and smiled to himself. Little customs agent Williams was begging for more money again.
I will add $1,000 to the wire transfer.
Thank you, sir.
You have not opened the box, I hope? Those antiquities are very valuable. If even one of them gets broken...
Oh, no, sir, no, of course. I didn't open the box. You told me not to, and I didn't.
Very well. There will be a man contacting you with instructions tomorrow. His name is Candido.
Good, sir. The sooner I get rid of these things, the happier...
Mickelson pushed back against his chair. He struggled to his feet and crossed the room. His secretary looked up for a moment, smiled, then went back to her work. Mickelson nodded to her. The fat man left the office and walked down the hall to the elevator, still thinking about Williams. The customs man was a fool, but a useful fool. He was being paid $7,000 now to deliver a box labeled to be a 24-inch Sony television. Williams had been told this special box contained illegal antiques from Egypt. He would suspect that it really held drugs, but he could still lie to himself if he didn't have to open the box and see them. What he would never suspect was that the contents of the box were worth far more than any pharaoh's treasure or drug shipment. In the long run, it would create not millions, but billions of dollars in sales. To make those billions, he would require taking a few million American lives. But business was business, and the suicide bombings he financed in Israel, Iraq, and other areas around the world were so small they had become boring. Americans liked things big, just like him. It was only appropriate that they host the world's first nuclear suicide bombing. Leaping off the wooden platform between the rocks, Bolan sprinted across the mountain clearing to the trees. Dropping to one knee next to the dead man, he trained the 93R on the low opening into the cave. When no one appeared at the cave entrance, the executioner turned his attention to the man on the ground. The woven white shirt tucked under his gun belt showed spots of blood, but Bolan doubted that would be noticed during the second or two that he needed the shirt. The executioner's blue chambray shirt was dropped next to the body as he slipped into the white top. It was far too small around the chest, and he was forced to leave the top 3 buttons undone. Bolan looked down at the 3-colored desert tan pants the tiger had worn. They weren't different enough in hue to Bolan's cargo jeans to be worth the effort. What worried him more than the pants was his head. It would be the first thing the other terrorists saw as he crawled into the cave, and while his hair was as dark as that of the man he'd just shot, the tiger had worn a white turban. It was far more red than white now, after the bullet had passed through it, and even if the executioner put it on, it was likely to attract fast attention. Bolan hesitated only a moment making his decision. He would go without the turban. What he lacked in camouflage, he would have to make up with speed and accuracy. The executioner holstered his weapons. He would need both hands free as he crawled into the cave. The executioner could see a flickering light inside, candles, lanterns, lamps of some kind, but it was considerably darker than where he was now. The executioner closed his eyes for a moment to let his pupils adjust, then opened them and crawled forward. A shallow tunnel-like stretch of 10 feet or so separated the inside of the cave from the outside. The executioner crawled toward what he could see was a large cavern at the end. It was brighter there than in the entranceway, and he was thankful for that. While his eyes had adjusted to a certain degree, his vision was still partial in the low light. As he moved closer, the arm of another woven white shirt appeared. Bolan reached the end of the tunnel, and the man came into full view. He was reclining on the rocky floor on his side, drinking tea. 7 men in total, all similarly dressed, sat around him, forming a circle. The man facing the cave exit glanced over as the executioner's head appeared, looked away, but less than a second later, had a double-take. The Beretta was quiet enough, but the blood that flew from the tiger's back and chest caught the attention of the others. They all turned Bolan's way. Expressions of shock, confusion, and fear passed over their faces as they realized that the man coming into the cave wasn't the same who had gone out. Before they could react, the executioner acted. One of the men instinctively raised his hands to cup both ears. The executioner aimed between the hands. Bolan swung the Desert Eagle to one of the men remaining in the circle. He turned to his right and saw a terrorist holding a Glock in a classic two-handed grip. The recoil of the weapon had brought it up over the man's head. Bolan brought his Desert Eagle to bear. Two men still lived, and both took advantage of the distraction to take cover. One man hid behind one of the thick rock structures to Bolan's left, the other to his right. The last glimpse the executioner had of them was the men pulling weapons from their belts. The Desert Eagle rounds blew one of the men's cover to shards. In his hand was a huge single-action Ruger revolver, cocked, but he instinctively winced under the barrage of debris. The man behind the stone pillar to Bolan's left leaned from his concealment, and his Heckler & Koch P7 came into view. Bolan caught a glimpse of the squeeze-cocker mechanism on the front of the grip as he dove to the floor and rolled behind a stalagmite. Bolan could tell from his adversary's erratic fire that the man was terrified. The soldier leaned around the side of the stalagmite. The executioner let loose another volley from his Beretta and ducked back to cover. Bolan leaned around the side of his cover. Either this stalagmite was sturdier, or Bolan had just found a weak spot on the previous one. While 4 white edge holes appeared in the rock, the stalagmite stood firm. One way or another, Bolan didn't intend for his enemy to fare as well. The man behind the rock had worn a turban similar to the terrorist who now lay dead outside in the trees, and now he extended it as a white flag around the side of the stalagmite, waving it frantically up and down. Bolan didn't let down his guard.
Do you speak English?
Yes, please, I surrender!
Toss your weapon away, then show yourself.
The man came out, still holding the unwrapped turban from his head. He was bald on top, but had a kinky, wiry stubble over his ears.
Throw the turban down and show me your hands.
Bolan knew the man had not put down his firearm. He dropped the Desert Eagle's sights to the man's chest. A look of surprise and confusion spread across the terrorist's face. Rather than do as commanded, he lunged forward. The tiger dropped where he stood, his knees buckling under him. He fell to his side, still gripping the turban. Bolan stopped next to the body on the ground just long enough to reach down and grab the .32 caliber Davis Derringer from behind the turban in the man's hand. As he had known it would be, the hammer was cocked. Bolan noticed a pool of water in the middle cavern, which he hadn't seen earlier. Hidden behind several more rocky growths from the floor, he passed it on his way to the rear of the cave and dropped the Derringer into the water. Bolan heard the noise from the back of the cave and gripped his 93R tightly. He moved toward the sound. Bolan saw a small hole in the back wall at the far right-hand corner of the room. Approximately 4 feet off the ground, it was just big enough for a man to crawl into and hide. He walked slowly toward the dark aperture, the Beretta up and ready. As he reached the hole, he looked inside. The executioner slid his weapon into his holster. A man's head was at the other end of the tiny hole, and Bolan could see a sack hood covering his face. The hostage was tied with rope at the ankles and wrists, and the sound he had heard seemed to be that of the hostage rubbing the rope back and forth against the rocks to his side. Bolan couldn't imagine what this man had to have gone through in his mind during the gunfight just now. He could see nothing, and would have had no idea what was going on.
Hey, I'm a friendly. I'm gonna pull you out, so sit tight.
The soldier grabbed the man by his ankles and dragged him from the hole. As soon as he had the missionary standing against the rocky wall, He reached up and lifted the sack hood off his face. The missionary blinked twice, and then his reaction was similar to that of John Parks when Bolan had rescued him. Staring up into the executioner's eyes, he smiled as if he'd just won the lottery. Then those same eyes dropped to the executioner's shoulders.
You know, I half expected you to have wings.
Do you know anything about the 2 hostages?
The man who had just introduced himself as Dr. Roger Houghton shook his head sadly. Unfortunately, he had been brought to this mountain hideaway alone. As the executioner used the loner to cut the ropes from his wrists, Houghton's face suddenly wrinkled in pain.
What is it?
Cramps. Calves, hips. Been getting them all over the place for several days now.
The executioner dropped to one knee to sever the rope at the man's ankles.
The muscles have atrophied, and your electrolytes are probably all low. It may get better as you loosen up. We'll take things slow.
Houghton nodded his understanding. As they crawled out of the tunnel leading to the exit with the executioner half dragging the man, he suspected the missionary's maladies might stem from something more serious. He helped Houghton stagger across the clearing to the trees where the dead man still lay. Removing and dropping the terrorist's blood-stained shirt over his face, the executioner leaned Houghton against a tree and slid back into his blue chambray shirt. He had hoped that the missionary would find his legs as they warmed up, but if anything, Houghton was having even more trouble now. He needed help as they walked to the wooden platform at the bottom of the V formed by the rocks, and when the former hostage was unable to lift either leg high enough to take the short step mounting the platform required, Bolan's suspicions were confirmed. The executioner had seen the symptoms before. Roger Houghton was severely dehydrated and probably suffering from heat exhaustion. While he was able to shuffle along if Bolan held him upright, the nerves in his legs had shut down. They simply ignored the orders given to them by the brain, no matter how hard Houghton tried to step up. Bolan looked at the man and noted the tight skin on his face. His neck looked thin, too. The man was seriously sick and in dire need of medical care. Before they even thought about that, however, the executioner had another problem to solve. How was he going to get Houghton off the mountain and down to the hiking trail when he'd even had trouble getting up it by himself?
I'm gonna have to carry you. Get on my back, and don't be ashamed. This is no different than if you'd been shot in both legs. You'd do the same for me.
He couldn't see Houghton's reaction, but a second later, he felt the man's hands on his shoulders. Bolan squatted, reached back, and grabbed the man's legs, then pulled them up and around his waist. Turning to the wooden platform, he stepped up and walked across. Houghton wasn't heavy, but he was cumbersome and awkward, and getting through the crevice to the hiking trail was going to be all but impossible. One shift in the man's weight could throw Bolan off balance as he made his way down the rocks with the man on his back. When they reached the end of the platform, the executioner stepped off onto the ground and set Roger Houghton down behind him. A sudden thought occurred to him.
How'd they get you up here?
Houghton pointed across the clearing to the crevice Bolan had climbed up.
You were able to climb that thing?
No. They pulled me up. They had this rope system they used. I don't know where it is, though. I didn't see it in the cave.
Have a seat on the platform. I'm going down to where I left my pack. I've got rope in it.
Without another word, the executioner turned and walked across the clearing to the crevice. Climbing down was often harder than going up, and Bolan found this was no exception. The problem now wasn't pulling himself upward. It was trying to keep from falling. By the time he reached the bottom, he could feel the strain in his arms, legs, and back. The backpack was right where he'd left it under the cut brush. He knelt, then jerked it out and unzipped the main compartment. He pulled the rope out. The executioner froze at the new sound. He slowly set the rope on the ground and pulled the Beretta from his shoulder rig. He thumbed the safety to the 3-round burst mode. Someone was digging their way through the cut foliage in front of him. When he sensed the man was within a yard or so, Bolan rose to his feet and rushed into the thick foliage. Vines and branches parted in front of him, and a split second later, the shape of a head appeared in the shadows. The executioner jammed the Beretta forward at the dark face. Simultaneously, the dark figure pushed a gun forward too. Bolan's left hand shot up, sweeping the gun to the side as he drove the barrel of the 93R on into the other man's face and prepared to pull back the trigger. The Beretta had been worked over by Stony Man Farms' armorer to have a 3-pound single-action pull. There could not have been more than a pound of that left when Bolan noticed a red dot dancing through the thick undergrowth, right in front of where he had pushed the other man's gun. At the same time, his brain registered the silhouette of a cowboy hat. Charlie Latham's face was still dark in the shadows, but as Bolan backed up and Latham followed him on out into the sunlight, the man with the Beretta could see that the Texan's face had turned a pasty white. Latham shoved his .40 caliber Browning back into his belt and looked up at the executioner. His hands were shaking.
Shit! I haven't had that much fun since the pigs ate my little brother.
The Texan shook his head back and forth several times as if to clear it.
What are you doing here?
As the only member of the party he fully trusted, he was mildly annoyed that Latham hadn't stayed where he'd ordered him to keep an eye on the others.
Hey, you were gone one hell of a long time. And we heard what sounded, at least to me, like shots. Sounded like they came from up here somewhere, long ways away.
The executioner nodded. The .44 Magnum pistol had to have been heard even from within the cave.
That you doing the shooting?
Well, most of it anyway.
Okay. You find anybody?
One hostage.
Well, I'll go get the others. You can brief us on whatever plan you've got as soon as we...
Even as he spoke, Charlie turned to walk back towards the trail. Bolan reached out and grabbed the man by the shoulder before he could get away.
We don't need the others. I've already got him out.
You already got him out?
Yeah.
How many of them were there?
8 in all. The missionaries up top, and I could use your help getting him down.
8? By yourself? Jesus, a guy could get to feeling pretty goddamn useless when you're around.
Bolan didn't reply. He grabbed the rope off the ground and began uncoiling it, but Latham grabbed it from his hands.
Well, the least you can do is let me show you what an old boy from just north of the Rio Grande can get up to.
Bolan watched as Latham knotted the rope into a lasso. The man set his grip, shaking out the kinks. There was just enough room for him to get the lasso spinning. Then he tossed it upward and over a chunk of rock shooting up off the edge. Handing the other end of the rope to the executioner, he swept the straw hat off his head and held it over his heart.
Now, do me a favor, will you?
What's that?
Just tell me you couldn't have lassoed that rock the first time like I just did. You don't even have to mean it. Just say it so I can go home when this is over feeling more useful than tits on a boar hog.
I could never have done it. Not in a million years.
The executioner began to climb up the rock face using the rope.
Well, that's mighty kind of you, partner.
As soon as he reached the top, the executioner looked across the clearing. Dr. Roger Houghton still sat where he'd left him, and he raised a weak hand in a wave. Bolan waved back, then held the rope steady as Latham climbed up. Together, they hurried over to the missionary.
I'm feeling considerably better.
Houghton stood, but almost as soon as he was on his feet, his legs began to give out on him again.
Whoa, we got you.
Bolan and Latham each caught an arm. With the man between them, they helped him back to the downward route. Bolan wrapped the rope around the missionary's waist and up over his arms. Hooking an arm through the slack, he began to lower them both over the side. Latham stayed up top, steadying the rope. When they were halfway down, he began his own descent, using his body weight as a counterbalance. Together they made their way to the trail, passed under the red rock, and headed back towards the others. When they arrived, Zona, John Parks, and Tabuada were exactly where they had been left. Reverdy was nowhere to be seen.
Where's Reverdy?
He took off shortly after Latham left to look for you. He said that he lost his sat phone, and he was going down to use the booth at the bottom of the trail.
Yeah, he was bitching about his phone before that. He was trying to find it, but I didn't hear anything about him going back down the mountain before I left.
The executioner turned to Tabuada.
I did not know he had lost the phone at all. If I had known, He could have used mine.
Yours? Where did you get a sat phone?
This one? It was in the barn at the plantation. On the table I hid under. Do you remember? I thought it might be of use to us, so I picked it up. I had forgotten I even had it until now.
Bolan stared at the man, trying to decide if he was telling the truth or just a good actor like Reverti. If he was lying, why would he volunteer that he had a phone now? If Tabuada had made any tip-off calls to Subing or anyone else, he would have erased the caller ID memory. But then again, even if the memory was still intact, he had the perfect alibi. All recorded numbers could be blamed on the phone's previous owners, the Tigers who had been at the plantation. The executioner looked back to Latham and saw that the Texan had picked up on the new problem too. They had two men they couldn't fully trust.
Gather up your gear. We're going to sit for a short talk before we head back down.
As the others began stuffing items they had taken from their packs into the carriers, the executioner's thoughts returned to Reverti. His phone had gone into the waters of the Sulu Sea, but what was interesting was that when he'd finally realized it was lost, Reverti hadn't even asked to borrow Bolan's sat phone. And even though he knew the phone was missing before Latham left, he had waited until both Bolan and the Texan were gone to take off for the phone booth below. The executioner remembered that phone booth and what condition the instrument itself had been in, but he said nothing more on the subject. When it looked as though everyone had gathered up their things, everyone present formed a circle on the ground.
Dr. Houghton.
I'd say anybody who saved my life deserves to call me by my first name.
Okay, Roger. We're going to get you some medical help just as quick as we can. I've seen men in the shape you're in, and while you're not in any immediate danger, you're going to need some IVs and some tests run. But for a little while at least, can you put up with the discomfort you're in and give us some help?
Of course.
Tell me, do you have any idea at all where the remaining two missionaries, the women, might be?
No. The good Lord knows. I wish I did.
Start from the time they separated you at the plantation and
The barn, Roger. It was on a banana plantation. Sorry to interrupt, Matt. I didn't know where I was either until you showed up. At the Hoods.
No problem. Roger, tell me every step you took between there and here. Were the women with you when you left?
Not when we left. We were all put into separate vehicles. But then we were together again on the docks.
What docks?
We were still hooded. By the smell, I could tell we were by the sea even before they put us in the boats.
Were you all in the same boat?
No. We all waited together in some kind of building on the docks. They took our hoods off and let us talk. You don't know how important something like that is. How much it, well, seems like you've won a prize or something, until you've been held like we were.
Was there anything in the building you can remember? Anything that might identify it?
It was a small building. At least I got that feeling. It might just have been that the room was small. It had concrete walls, very dirty, and smelled like fish. There was one window. I sat against the wall on the floor across from it. All I could see from that angle was sky.
And what happened when they took you out?
Well, they put our hoods on again first. Then they let us out and down into boats. The women were...
It's okay, Houghton.
The women were crying. That's how I knew they were in the boat beside mine.
Parks looked away from the others, and Bolan couldn't tell by his expression whether he wanted to cry himself or strangle the animals responsible for his wife's tears. Bolan looked to Tabuada.
Zamboanga would be the closest docks to the plantation, wouldn't it?
Yes.
No. I don't think it was Zamboanga.
Why not?
Because wherever we went wasn't close at all. After we got off the jungle roads onto the highway, we drove for maybe 2 hours. I could tell we were on the highway because, bumpy as it is, the jungle roads are even worse.
Bolan pictured a map of Mindanao in his head. If they'd been on the asphalt highway, they had to have gone either north or south. If it had been south, they would have ended up in Zamboanga. He supposed they could have driven around enough to confuse Houghton and the women, then gone to the docks there. But there would have been little point in confusing hostages whose brains were already about as scrambled as they could get.
Did the boat stay together when you left?
For a little while. I could hear the other boats beside us.
The executioner could see that the trip down from the mountain and the conversation so far had exhausted the man. His eyelids were dropping, but he was still doing his best to help.
I got the feeling that we were together only long enough to get out of the port. Then the boat I was in went one way, south, I guess, and they went the other. I could hear the motor getting fainter and fainter until it was gone.
Were they speaking a language you could understand?
Tagalog sometimes. Other times one of the tribal dialects I'm not familiar with.
What could you understand? Anything they say stand out in your mind? It doesn't have to be something earth-shaking, Roger. Just anything at all they said.
They talked about us, of course. Things like get him in the boat and tell her to quit crying, things like that.
What else?
Well, there was one man who seemed to be the butt of their jokes. They called him some nickname in a tribal language. I doubt I could pronounce it, even if I could remember it. When they switched to Tagalog, I took it from context that it meant something like hypochondriac. They joked about him always worrying about his health.
Out of the corner of his eye, Bolan saw Tabuada grimace slightly.
I'm sorry. I wish so much I could help.
You've done all you could. Now it's time we got some help for you. We'll head back. We can pick Reverdy up on the way.
Bolan rose to his feet, and the others took that as their cue to get up too. Latham and Tabuada helped Uten up, and this time it was Latham who took the missionary on his back. The former hostage looked as though he might die of embarrassment before his weakened physical condition got a chance to kill him.
Maybe it's me who's the hypochondriac.
No, I think your problems are about as real as they come.
Actually, that's what the other men told the tiger who always worried about his health. They teased him unmercifully. They said he wouldn't get better until they got where they were going and saw that the manga cuckoos or something like that.
Wait, what did you say?
Just that the other tigers teased the one man all the time, kidded him about...
about him getting better, when they got where they were going. When he saw that... What did you say?
Manga cuckoos, something like that. It was a word I wasn't familiar with.
Could it have been mangakulam?
Yes, it could. In fact, I'm pretty sure that was it. Mangakulam.
Tabuada turned to Bolan.
Mangakulam are healers. What you might think of as witch doctors.
So what's that mean?
It means that they've taken the women to Siquijor. It is a small island just north of Mindanao, south of Negros and Bohol. The island is famous for its mangakulam, magic healers.
Are you sure they have gone to Siquijor?
No one could be certain. But if they took the women off by boat, then Siquijor is not far from where they were. It all fits what the other men said.
Good. Because if you're sure they went to Siquijor, I can tell you exactly where they have taken the women.
They could tell they were nearing the port by the smell of fresh fish in the air. It overrode the odor of the salt sea and filled the executioner's nostrils with hope that they were finally about to locate the remaining two missionaries. Bolan stood near the front of the Delta Fast Ferries boat and looked out over the waves toward Siquijor town, the capital of Siquijor Island. He glanced back over his shoulder to see Latham, Tabuada, Parks, Reverdy, and Zona seated along the port side of the transport boat. Little Edward's face was hidden inside the blanket his mother had wrapped around him, and she hugged the boy to her chest. The executioner turned back to the bow of the boat. They had met Reverdy heading back up the mountain trail on their way down. Bolan had casually asked him if he'd been able to reach his CIA superiors at Langley. The man had half surprised the executioner by being honest and telling him the phone by the restrooms was out of order. Someone had cut the cord and stolen the receiver, which left three possibilities in regard to the dramatic CIA agent's mysterious disappearance. First, he might be on the level about everything. Second, perhaps Reverdy had gone on some errand that had nothing to do with the phone, noticed it was inoperative, and told Bolan the truth because it didn't matter. But if that was the case, what was that other errand? What could the man have possibly done on Tawi Tawi? The third possibility was that he'd talked the lone curio salesman in the shop into letting him use the phone inside. But the executioner had ducked into that very shop when they'd reached the bottom of the hiking trail. There was no phone inside. Jack Grimaldi had been waiting for them when they'd returned to the Tawi Tawi airport and had been all too ready to turn Edward back over to his mother. From there, they had flown to Dumagat on the island of Negros and taken the ferry on its 45-minute cruise to Siquijor. Dr. Roger Uten had flown back to Manila with Grimaldi for medical treatment on Bolan's insistence. The Stony Man pilot would meet them on Negros when they had finished in Siquijor. Bolan was the first off the ferry when it reached the dock. He helped Zona up and over the side and onto the wooden planks. The rest of the men followed, carrying their backpacks.
How's the baby doing, all right?
He's fine. Do not worry. He is strong. Half Viking, you know.
The executioner hated having to bring a mother and child along, but Zona had insisted that she would never be able to explain how to get where they were going without coming to show them. The executioner had satisfied himself by making her promise that she wouldn't argue when he finally told her that she and Edward could go no further. As he led the party up into Siquijor town from the docks, Bolan was surprised to see that the fish he'd smelled for the last several minutes were being sold out of a modern marketplace. The building would have looked right at home in port cities like New York, San Francisco, Galveston, or New Orleans. It stood out strangely, surrounded by the quaint old buildings around it. The executioner led the way past a coral stone church and saw the date 1783 etched into the stone. A bell tower that looked as if it belonged in a fortress rose from the church, and a climbing vine known locally as Santo Papa coiled around it like a boa constrictor. Taboada caught up to Bolan and began walking abreast with him.
I thought about seeing if they could treat me. You know, the blood. I am being ridiculous, I know. I do not even believe in them. But I am feeling desperate, I suppose.
I can understand that. But you don't even know if you've contracted the virus yet, Ronaldo. In another day or two, we'll get you to a modern medical facility someplace.
Taboada bit his bottom lip. For a moment he said nothing.
They originated in the mountains around San Antonio. The Mancoculam, I mean. Now they are everywhere. All over the island. Most of them are fakes. Charlie Towns, I think you call them.
Charlatans.
They left the busy port area, and Zona took the lead. Since Angelo had brought her to this island before, Bolan had asked her about lodging, and she led them toward a sign that read Kalaninan Beach Garden Mini Hotel and Restaurant. Bolan went into the lobby while the others waited outside, paid 450 pesos for a room facing the beach, and came back out. He approached Zona.
This is for you. I expect you to keep your promise. When I tell you to go back, you take Edward and come back here. We'll meet with you here when we're finished.
Zona nodded. Across the street from the Kalalinan, the executioner saw a rental agency. Old cars, motorcycles, scooters, and bicycles stood in the lot next to the one-story building. But it was what the executioner saw sticking out around the corner from the back of the shop that caught his eye. It was the perfect vehicle for what he had in mind. Gaudy as it might be, the jeepney would be a regular sight, and therefore low profile on the small island. It was big enough to take all of them together, and Zona would be able to drive it back later when they cut her loose. When World War II ended, several U.S. Army jeeps had been left in the Philippines, many of which had been converted into tourist vehicles by enterprising locals. But none were left with their original drab green or gray colors. The one the executioner had just rented had been painted a bright yellow, and 2 wooden benches had been installed in the back with enough sitting room for at least a dozen people. Bolan was behind the wheel, while Latham sat shotgun. The rest of the group had piled into the back. As soon as Taboada had said Siquijor, Zona had felt certain that the remaining 2 hostages had to be in one of the limestone caves in the mountainous interior of the island. Several of them, like Cantaban Cave, Konganhao, and others were open to the public with guided tours conducted daily. But other caves had yet to be fully explored, and there were many of which even most of the island natives were unaware. Zona had visited one with Angelo when they'd first come to the Philippines, before she had learned that he had no intentions of letting her leave again. They'd had a picnic and made love within the cavern, and she suspected it was there that the women would be found. It had sounded logical to the executioner as well, since it had been Angelo who seemed to have set up the site on Tawi Tawi. It might very well have been he who had scouted this hiding place as well, and since it had been a cave in which Bolan had found Roger Houghton, it seemed likely that Angelo might pick a cave on this island too. The jeepney had cruised along a relatively empty coastal highway. Bolan steered off the highway and drove for 3 miles down a dusty local road on Zona's direction. They passed through the village of Cantaban and saw signs pointing them on toward the cave of the same name. But Zona directed the executioner to turn left on a short road that led to Mount Bandilan just east of town. In front of them stood some of the craggiest-looking terrain Bolan had ever seen. He climbed out, then leaned into the back where Zona sat with Edward.
This is as far as you go. Just give me directions and take the jeepney back to the hotel. We'll meet you there later.
You will never find it. Even Angelo had a hard time, and he said he had been there before.
The executioner stepped back and looked out to the side of the mountain. As he tried to decide whether to take Zona and Edward with them, he noticed a long, flat area, big enough to land a Learjet. Bolan turned back and looked down at the baby in the woman's arms. The child was asleep.
You worry too much. Believe me, I will not put my boy at risk. I would rather die first. There are 2 rather tricky areas. When I get you past them, I will come back with Edward and go back to the room.
Bolan nodded and helped her out of the vehicle.
Everyone, check your weapons and make sure all of your gear is in order.
While the town could be seen from where they stood, they were far enough away that no one would notice the conspicuous sight of a half-dozen heavily armed foreigners. When everyone had nodded that they were ready, he led the way up a short path onto the mountain. The path ended after 50 feet, and they began to make their way up and over the boulders toward a small plateau on the side of the mountain. Bolan went first, with Tabuada and Latham climbing on both sides of Zona, making sure she didn't slip with the baby. Parks and Reverti brought up the rear. When they reached the plateau, the executioner saw 3 deep crevices in the rocky wall.
It is the one to the left.
They entered the opening. Seeing it was pitch black inside, Bolan pulled his surefire flashlight from his belt. They walked over a small stream of water, with Latham and Tabuada again helping Zona. Several dark passages appeared, shooting off to the sides into unknown areas of the mountain. Each time they passed one, the executioner glanced to the woman. But each time he did, she shook her head. They traveled for about 30 feet into the cave.
Stop! Shine your light over there, please.
Zona pointed to the wall of the passage. The executioner followed her direction, and she walked forward, looking closely at the rock.
This is not it. Perhaps this one?
Bolan shot the light at an opening farther up the wall, and Zona stepped to examine it more closely.
Yes, this is it. Come, we take the third turn past this point.
The team followed Zona through the opening, losing sight of the faint glimmer at the cave entrance. Seeming to burst with excitement, she held Edward with one arm and grabbed the executioner's hand with the other, hurrying him forward. Bolan shone the flashlight down the tunnel. When they came to the third passage, shooting off from the main tunnel, Bolan stopped.
This one?
Yes. We are getting close.
I want everyone to keep in sight, but stay back behind me. I'll take a look, and if it's safe, I'll wave you forward. Zona, as soon as I know for sure where we're headed, I want you to turn back.
I understand.
Bolan had to bend to enter the side passage that shot off at a 45-degree angle from the main tunnel. 20 feet later, it bent back deeper into the heart of the mountain again. From further down, he could see exterior light drifting in. The executioner killed the flashlight and walked the rest of the way along the passage. At the end, he could see where the cave opened into what looked like a small high mountain valley. He stopped just at the exit and looked out. Short, stubby, yet stubborn little trees did their best to grow up from the fissures in the rock foundation beneath them. Without turning, he waved the others forward. Zona stopped next to him and wrapped Edward tighter in his blanket. Then her eyes rose and she pointed across the valley.
Look!
Bolan followed her finger and saw several more openings in the mountainside.
Count 4 from the right, and that is it. Make sure you know which one you are headed to. They disappear when you reach the other side.
The executioner knew what she meant. While the entrances to the caves wouldn't actually disappear, the light and shadows would blur and camouflage them when they got too close. He counted, then fixed the spot in his eyes. Zona pointed to one of the short, scraggly growths he had already seen.
When you reach that tree, run your hand along the wall. Pass the first 3 entrances you feel your hand go into, and take the 4th. Otherwise you will miss it.
What do we find after we go in?
The passage is straight for a long way, and dark. Angelo and I used a flashlight.
Could you have seen a flashlight coming from inside the cavern?
I don't think so. Anyway, you go about 50 feet, then you must start climbing up through the rocks. The cavern is up above the passage into the mountain.
How big is the cavern?
I am just trying to think of how to tell you. You know the wooden floors where they play basketball?
Yes.
About 2 of them. And there are those things that hang down from the top, and the ones like them that grow up from the bottom. I do not know the English words for them.
Stalactites and stalagmites.
Yes. When I was little, my grandfather told me trolls lived in them.
Thank you for everything, Zona. Now I need you to go back to the hotel. Latham, I want you to go with her to make sure she's okay.
The Texan frowned, then glanced at Tabuada and Reverdy.
Now look, man.
Bolan had no doubt as to what was bothering the man.
Go on. Your job is as important as anyone else's. We'll scout it out and wait for you to get back before we go in. Meet you on the other side.
Okay.
Zona reached up and hugged the executioner.
I will wait for you at the room.
Latham and Zona started back into the mountain using Latham's flashlight. Bolan led the rest of the men across the valley toward the cave entrance, and what he felt in his gut was the last leg of the search for the missionaries and the men who had kidnapped them. The missionary women, Bolan planned to rescue. The kidnappers, he planned to kill. Bolan shrugged out of his backpack and leaned it up against the rock wall of the tunnel. Reaching inside, the executioner pulled out 4 stun grenades. He had needed them on Taui Taui and hadn't had them, but he wasn't about to make the same mistake a second time. He added them to his pack as soon as they'd turned to their cache of gear just off the landing strip on Mindanao. Dropping 2 grenades into the left leg pocket of his cargo pants and the others into the right, he looked at Parks, Roberti, and Tabuada.
You guys ready?
The 4 remaining men nodded.
Okay. Now keep it quiet. We'll make our way on over, find the place, then wait for Latham to get back. He knows the way now, and it shouldn't take him long.
The executioner turned and began the hike. There was a very real reason, however, that Bolan had sent Latham with the woman. They were nearing the end of the game now, and if either Roberti or Tabuada were going to try something, this had to be where it happened. Someone had been leaking information about them ever since Bolan had arrived in the Philippines. Sometimes those leaks had gotten to the appropriate parties in time to ruin his plans, like in Rio Hondo. Other times the intel was late, like at the plantation and on Taui Taui. But a leak was here somewhere, and it had to be either Tabuada or Reverdi. Reverdi, the executioner suddenly realized, had not actually fired a round since he'd joined them. He had stayed outside the plantation barn to guard the hayloft exit, then gone with Latham around the front of the house, while Bolan and Tabuada took out the men inside. On Taui Taui, the executioner had been alone during all of the shooting in the cave, with the others resting back on the hiking trail. Why, Bolan wondered, as he neared the other side of the valley, hadn't whichever one of them was the traitor already tried to kill he and Latham? Whoever it was leaking the information to Subing seemed perfectly content to let their brother terrorists get killed and the hostages set free. It didn't make sense, unless the missing piece to the jigsaw puzzle suddenly fell into place, hitting Bolan between the eyes like a club. It didn't make sense for the traitor to let their brother terrorists get killed unless the Tigers getting killed were not brother terrorists. If one of them actually worked for this mysterious other group, whose existence the executioner had suspected all along, the Tigers' allies, then the deaths of individual Tiger terrorists probably meant nothing to him. This mystery group's top priority would be the strike in America, and they probably didn't give a plug nickel about the missionaries, the Tigers, or anything else that went on in the Philippines. Candido Subing and his group, Bolan suddenly realized, were nothing more than pawns on the chessboard of a more powerful terrorist entity. Bolan reached the Rocky Mountain wall on the other side of the valley and stopped. He had been tempted several times during the mission to grab both Reverdy and Taboada and beat the truth out of them, and for a fleeting second he was tempted again now. But the executioner had known all along that anything gained through such measures was unreliable. Contrary to what some people thought, beaten men didn't necessarily tell the truth. Beaten men said whatever they thought would end the punishment. The executioner reached out, letting his fingers trail along the rock until he felt them slip off into an opening. He could barely make out the shadowy cave entrance, but it would have been easy to miss had he not been looking for it. He took 2 more steps and felt the rock again. Then a second later, his hand sank into another hole. He went on to the 3rd dark entrance, then stopped. They would wait for Latham here.
How about dividing up the stun grenades? Might come in handy.
Reaching into his pocket, Bolan pulled out one of the new designs the Stony Man Farm armorer had come up with and looked down at it. They were round, roughly the size and shape of a baseball. Very easy to throw.
Taboada, catch.
Bolan lobbed a grenade through the air to the little Filipino. He steadied his rifle with his right hand, reaching up to catch the grenade with his left. The executioner's next toss was to Reverdy, and it was at that exact moment that a second epiphany hit the executioner. Suddenly, what had bothered him about Reverdy all along became crystal clear. In a smooth, natural motion, Reverdy reached out and caught the grenade, but he did so with his right hand. Since he was left-handed, that was natural. Southpaws caught with their right and threw with their left. What wasn't natural was what Kurtzman had told the executioner about Reverdy's days at Northwestern University. The man was a baseball player, a catcher, according to his CIA files. There simply weren't any left-handed catchers anywhere past the Pee Wee leagues. Southpaws behind the plate were severely obstructed by the men in the batter's box when runners tried to steal and they had to throw to the bases. Any team that had a left-handed catcher might as well let an opposing player who reached first go automatically to third.
Nice catch. I'd almost forgotten. They told me you were a baseball player when I checked you out.
Oh, yeah. Loved the old round ball. Northwestern.
What position again?
Catcher.
Bolan kept smiling. The man had memorized the part he was playing well. The executioner didn't know who it was standing next to Taboada, but it wasn't CIA agent William Reverdy. Bolan spun to see who approached, relieved to see the Texan.
I had to wait and make her leave. She wanted to wait in the jeepney for us. I couldn't swear she didn't come back after I left.
Well, we did everything we could. Are you all ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Bolan looked the men over.
I'll lead. I want Ronaldo and Reverdy next. Then you, John. Follow us and keep to cover as much as you can. Latham, you're bringing up the rear.
Bolan started out, his fingers tracing the rock until he came to the 4th cave entrance. It was low, but not as low as the one he had crawled into on Mount Bungao. He was able to bend his knees and back and walk in a crouched position. "10 feet inside, all light disappeared, and he could see nothing but darkness. He didn't want to risk the flashlight unless he had to, so he made his way, very much as he had found the entrance on the outside, letting his left hand guide him along the rock. The executioner figured Zona couldn't have been more than about 10 feet short in her estimate about when they would have to begin their climb. As he moved slowly forward, his shins finally hit something hard, and he stopped. Dropping to his knees, the executioner pulled out the laser flashlight, cupped both hands around it, and held it at his feet. Over the centuries, nature herself had cut steps into the mountain's interior. He saw them in front of him now. Some of them were long and shallow, others short and steep, but they all led up towards a hole in the rock. There were perhaps 20 of these irregular stairs, and they would have to climb them in total darkness. Bolan began slowly feeling his way up the steps. When Bolan reached the top step, he began feeling around for the hole. Reaching it, he took a solid grip and pulled himself up deeper inside the mountain. Total blackness still surrounded him, and he had no idea which way to go. He leaned back toward his teammates just outside the portal.
Wait!
The executioner produced the flashlight again. He didn't know if it would be seen when he turned it on, but he knew he would never know which way to go if he didn't. A passageway stood between boulders. To his left, it led several feet into a dead end. To his right, it twisted out of sight after 15 feet or so. Holding the flashlight behind him, the executioner walked on toward the bend in the passageway. When he reached the corner, he peered around the rock and saw the faintest of lights coming from somewhere deeper in the mountain. Using hand signals, the executioner signed that they would turn the corner, then follow him. As he moved nearer to the only source of light, Bolan could smell the scent of burning lamp oil. As he walked on, things became better illuminated, and he could make out the rocky walls on both sides of him. Finally, they came to the last bend in the passage before the cavern, and Bolan stopped. By now, the ambient light was enough that the men could see each other. The soldier put his hand up, signaling the others to wait, then edged an eye around the rock. Again, Zona had been accurate. The executioner's first surprise was a huge industrial-sized gasoline-powered rock saw standing just inside the entrance. How they had gotten it into the cavern he didn't know. In any case, why they had brought it became evident when he looked on into the cave. The Tigers had to have planned to use this hideout long after the hostages had either been released or killed, because they had done a good amount of remodeling since Zona had been here. Many of the stalagmites had been sawn off at waist level and below, turning them into crude tables and chairs scattered haphazardly through the cavern. Of all these things, it was what Bolan saw against the far wall that caught his attention most. What looked like some kind of wooden crate or cage rested on a separate wooden platform. Inside, he could just make out the shape of two hooded figures. Bolan counted perhaps a dozen men in the cavern, lounging around, or going about simple tasks such as loading magazines. He ducked back around the corner as one of the men, seated at one of the stalag tables eating something from a can, glanced up. He didn't know if he'd been seen. Regardless, it was time to act. The timing could only grow worse.
There's only room for two of us to enter at once. Latham, you and I will go first. We'll toss our grenades toward the back, then take cover as far inside as we can get. Ronaldo and Reverti come next. The place is big, and the stun grenades are going to lose a lot of their effect, so keep that in mind. John, you're covering the exit. Stay here and shoot anybody who tries to get out.
Parks nodded silently. He was a brave man, but he knew his limitations too, and knew his wife had a better chance of being rescued if he let the pros handle this end of the mission. Bolan looked over at his new friend, Charlie Latham. He knew that if all else failed, he had this man to count on.
On three. 1, 2, 3.
Bolan and Latham burst into the cavern, shoulder to shoulder, heaving their grenades and then diving for cover. Latham headed right past the clothing table, and the executioner rolled past the huge rock saw to the rear of a stalagmite that had been cut into a seat. Several of the Tigers in the room had spun at the entrance of the two strangers. The few men closest to the rear of the cavern fell to the ground, incapacitated by the blasts. The grenades had less effect on the men closer to the front, but they were surprised at what was suddenly happening and froze in place. The first rounds of the battle flew from Bolan's calico. From the other side wall of the cave, Latham opened up with his Car-15. From the corner of his eye, Bolan saw Roberti and Tabuada come barreling into the cavern and fly to cover behind more of the stalagmite stumps. The Filipino let loose a burst. Roberti followed Latham, cutting loose with his own car, and Tabuada dived behind the power saw just behind the executioner. Bolan rose over the rock-like stump, fired another 3-round burst from the Calico, and dropped a terrorist who was running toward the weapons table. Return fire finally came as the terrorists awakened from their temporary shock at the sudden attack. The executioner rolled out from behind cover and kept moving as he crossed the floor to another of the sawed-off stalagmites. Out of the corner of his eye, Bolan could see Tabuada carefully picking his targets, firing semi-auto with the Car-15. Good, Bolan thought. The man had already proved he didn't panic, and he wasn't wasting ammo either. Most importantly, the executioner no longer needed to worry about the little Filipino shooting him in the back. Now, he could focus all of his caution on Roberti. Bolan glanced across the cavern toward where Latham and the agent had taken cover. Though he couldn't see them, he could hear the sound of their fire. More full-auto fire from the AK-47s pounded into the new stalagmite in front of the executioner, and he felt the vibrations against his body. He leaned around the side of the stalagmite, firing the Calico one-handed at a flash of green. A crazed-looking terrorist with a full beard and long flowing caftan sprinted straight for the executioner, firing his AK-47 wildly from the hip. The executioner dropped him with a triple tap of 9mm hollow point rounds. Latham and Roberti were still invisible behind cover, but Bolan could hear the boom of their Car-15s at work across the room. The executioner dropped a man who leaned out from cover too far, then glanced over his shoulder at Tabuada. He was doing fine. A small Filipino suddenly popped up not 10 feet from the executioner. Only Bolan's split-second reflexes saved him from the 7.62mm rounds blasted his way, and he dropped below the assault. Another terrorist rose from hiding and raced for the doorway. Bolan twisted at the waist and snapped off another short burst of fire. The runner took a shot to the back of each thigh. The executioner raised his arm to fire again, when suddenly the terrorist stumbled backward into the cave and toppled to the ground. John Parks stepped into the doorway, a wisp of smoke rising from the barrel of his rifle. Bolan turned his attention back to a terrorist wearing a day-glow orange sports shirt with BDU pants. The executioner dropped the Calico's front sight on the orange and pulled the trigger. Even before the man in the orange shirt had fallen, Bolan turned in the direction from which the shots had come. The scowling face of William Billy Roberti stared at him from just above another of the shortened stalagmites across the room. Bolan turned the Calico his way. Across the room, Latham rose and began making the rounds of the dead terrorists. Bolan and Tabuada walked toward Roberti. John Parks entered the room, reminding the executioner why they had come in the first place. Bolan nodded toward the traitor who lay dying on the cold ground, then looked back at the little Filipino.
Keep an eye on him.
Only at that moment did he notice the blood soaking Tabuada's shirt and the pain on his face. The executioner reached out to help his devoted friend, but the man jerked away.
Don't touch me. The blood. I think our friend might have managed to get off a round during the fight.
Parks had arrived by then, and Bolan took him by the arm.
This way.
The executioner and the missionary rushed toward the rear of the cavern, where he'd seen the wooden stand and crate. The cage hardly looked fit for even an animal, though the figures inside were human. John Parks reached down through the top of the wooden structure and pulled the hood off of the nearer woman. He leaned forward, kissing her on the cheek, then jerked the other hood away. It was clear by the passionate kiss to the second woman's mouth that Rachel Parks was free. The executioner felt a tinge of relief in his heart, but he had nothing to smile about. He moved back to where Reverdy lay. Tabuada stood over him, swaying back and forth on his feet, both hands pressed to his bloody shirt.
Let me do something.
There is nothing you can't do. Besides, it is better this way.
The executioner stared into the man's eyes. Then slowly he nodded. He turned to Reverdy.
You aren't Reverdy, and you aren't with the CIA. What's your real name?
None of your business.
You have no chance of survival. Tell the truth for once. How'd you get Reverdy's CIA credentials?
I killed him.
How'd you learn everything? The details about Reverdy, Northwestern baseball, drama, about our mission.
He told me. Not willingly, at first.
Bolan continued to stare at the man, fighting the urge to kill him now. Whoever he was, he had tortured an American CIA agent. He deserved to die, and he would. But rather than end his life now, the executioner needed to make the most of the minutes and seconds the man had left, to get all the information from him he possibly could, because the Subing situation didn't end with freeing the missionaries.
Why didn't you try to kill me before now?
You and your friend, Latham, always together.
Bolan nodded to himself, remembering the subtle ways this man had tried to separate he and Latham, like on Mount Bangau, when he didn't think all of them should go up the trail together. Then later, when he'd tried to accompany Bolan on the scouting mission that led to the cave and Roger Houghton. But as the executioner had already surmised, the bastard had been in no particular hurry. His job was simply to make sure they didn't get Candido Subing, and he didn't care how many other tigers died if it kept the executioner away from their leader. A few feet away, Tabuada sat on one of the cold, hard seats. One hand still held his chest. When Bolan turned toward him, he held the other arm out, palm up, to keep the executioner away.
You aren't a tiger. Who are you with? Who do you work for?
You will never know.
What have you got planned in America? What's Subing going to do in the United States?
The evil smile began to fade from the impostor's lips. Bolan could see the man was only a minute at most from bleeding out.
You will never find him in time. Nuke.
Latham had finished checking the bodies and walked up as the man uttered the word.
Oh, hell.
The executioner looked back down at the man who had called himself Reverdy, just in time to see him take his last breath. Then he looked back to Tabuada and saw that the little Filipino had done the same. Jack Grimaldi was pushing the Learjet through the air at top speed as Bolan pressed his sat phone to his ear.
Okay, Bear. It's a long shot, but worth trying. See if you can get a hit on Interpol or any of the European agencies.
Right. Call you back.
The executioner didn't take his brusqueness as an offense. There simply wasn't any time for amenities at the moment. Somewhere in the United States of America, a suicide bomber armed with a nuclear bomb was about to kill millions of people. The executioner sat back against his seat, every cell in his body screaming to go into action. Waiting was always the hardest part of any mission. In many ways, though, the ability to be patient when inaction was called for was what separated the real warriors from the also-rans. Bolan closed his eyes. The best way to identify the man who had impersonated CIA agent William Reverdy he had known would be fingerprints. So, lacking ink and an official fingerprint card, he had used the man's own blood to roll a complete set of finger and palm prints from the corpse and faxed it to Kurtzman. The executioner thought back to the whirlwind events of the past few hours. As Latham had suspected she would, Zona had returned with the jeepney to wait on them. But by then, the executioner had already called Grimaldi and told him about the open stretch of land next to the mountain. Both Zona and Grimaldi were there when he, Latham, and the 3 missionaries had come out of the cave. But the executioner had another surprise waiting for him as well. Charlie Mott and 2 black suits had just dropped off a still angry and fighting Mario Subing on Mindanao, then island-hopped to Siquijor and landed next to Grimaldi. He had taken John and Rachel Parks, Kim Tate, Zona, and little Edward with him. They would fly back to the U.S. with a short stop on the way to return the mother and child to Sweden. Bolan turned to see Latham behind him. The man was as tightly wound and ready for action as he was. But he was a professional too, and controlling himself.
We're just a few minutes out of NYC.
Yeah, Bear.
No record in the U.S., Europe, or Interpol. That's the bad news.
I hope there's some good.
That's a Big 10-4. You remember telling me about the big blonde-haired guy back at the banana plantation?
I do.
I got to thinking about that and took a long shot. Ran the prints through all the Scandinavian countries. Got a hit in both Sweden and Finland. Your man is Hashim Ali Mohammed, a Saudi mercenary. He's been loosely associated with several Mideast terrorist groups over the years, but only on a contract basis. He's not in it for anybody's cause except his own. Swedish intelligence has a file on him. He is, or I guess he was, employed by a company called Northern Light Security International.
And what's that?
They sell security equipment to governmental agencies all over the world, and we're not talking burglar alarms here. More like explosive detection devices, some of the most sophisticated metal detectors for airports, that sort of thing. Subsidiary of something called Mikkelsen Enterprises.
Have you checked Mikkelsen out yet?
Mikkelsen Enterprises is owned by a guy named Lars Mikkelsen. Besides security, he's into the automobile, aircraft industries, mining, you name it. He deals heavy arms to half the governments of the world, including our own. In fact, looking at this, I think he may own half of the world.
Any intel on him?
Yep, no record, but Swedish intelligence has a file on him. He's suspected of doing business with as many bad guys as good, but nothing anybody can prove. I got to wondering how he might get a nuke into the U.S. if he had one. So I dug a little deeper.
We're in our final approach, Bear. Let's cut to the chase. What's the bottom line?
Along with everything else, he owns a fleet of cargo ships, and one of them just sailed out of port from New York.
Bolan could feel his blood racing as what was happening began to take shape.
The ship was delayed for a day. Got red flagged for a thorough search.
What did they find?
Just some minor stuff, not what you're looking for.
Who was in charge of searching the ship?
A customs officer named Randall Williams.
Okay. Bear, we've got to do a lot of things fast. Check with immigration and see if a Candido Subing entered the U.S. during the past 2 days. Then have your computer team start checking on everyone who matches the profile who flew in from the islands.
That'll take some time to narrow down.
I know. I'll be tackling this thing from the other end while you're on that. Have an NYPD chopper waiting for us when we get to the end of the runway. And have this Williams character in the U.S. Customs Office waiting when we get there. Have Hal get the president to call ahead and make things happen. I'm not going to have time to argue with a bunch of customs bureaucrats.
Chopper's already waiting, but I'll have Hal give the man a call. Anything else?
Yeah. Contact Charlie Mott and tell him to stay in Stockholm when he arrives. I want him to locate this Lars Mikkelsen for me and find out everything he can about the man.
Bolan and Latham had changed into sports coats and slacks they had found in the lockers aboard the plane, and as soon as Grimaldi had rolled them to a halt, they deplaned and sprinted across the runway to a helicopter. In just minutes, they had set down a block and a half from the U.S. Customs Office. The chief customs inspector was waiting as they walked through the door. A burly, red-faced man, he stood with his arms crossing his chest.
You want to tell me what all this is about?
When we have time, I'll be happy to. Where's Williams?
In my office.
Bolan and Latham didn't wait for introductions. They hurried past the man and through the open door. Williams sat in a chair in front of the desk, looking frightened.
I don't know what this is all about.
Shut up. Don't say a single word unless you're answering one of my questions. We don't have any time to spare. You passed something you shouldn't have yesterday. Don't deny it. Just tell us who you gave it to and where.
I really don't...
Listen to me very carefully. I don't know what you were told you were helping smuggle, but it's not what you thought. What you did was help get a nuclear bomb into the country.
Williams's bottom lip dropped and the blood drained from his face, leaving his skin ghastly pale.
I didn't know.
Who, where, and when?
I didn't know the guy. I thought it was antiquities. It was in a TV box with a shipment of TVs. I just took it to a room and gave it to a guy at the Howard Johnson on 8th Avenue, between 51st and 52nd.
What room number?
304.
Inspector, take this clown into custody. Explanation will be forthcoming.
The NYPD chopper had taken off within 3 minutes of Bolan's exit from the inspector's office. He gave the pilot the orders, and it took only a few minutes before they were descending again into the heart of New York's theater district. The helicopter set down in the middle of 8th Avenue.
Let's move it!
Bolan and Latham raced through the lobby, past the open mouths of both residents and motor lodge employees, and toward the stairs. They burst out on the 3rd floor and moved directly for room 304. The room was empty.
Closet. I'll take the bathroom.
Empty.
Same here.
Sitting on the bed, open and empty, was a cardboard box that read Sony. The plot was in its final minutes. Bolan tore his sat phone from his pocket.
We're gonna have to let the locals in on this, Hal. They're looking for a short man of Filipino descent. He'll either be wearing a backpack or carrying a large suitcase.
He could be anywhere.
That's right. With regular bombs, they try to find the spot where they'll do the most damage. For this one, it doesn't matter. Any place will get the job done.
Did we order evacuation?
There's no time. If we don't find Subing before he detonates, all of New York and half of Newark will be history. He may go for symbolism. Tell the cops to pay special attention to American monuments, big-name businesses, churches, and synagogues, too.
I'm on it.
Bolan looked down at the streets below from the motel room window, watching the people go on about their daily routines. None of them knew they were just minutes from total vaporization. The chopper flew low over the streets, with the executioner and Latham both scanning the sidewalks. Bolan focused on a young man walking down the street with a backpack.
Suspect is behaving strangely at praying.
Did you get that?
Get what?
Something about someone acting strangely and praying.
I didn't catch that, but we can find out.
The pilot reached forward to the programmable radio mounted in front of him, entered a different frequency, and lifted the microphone.
Air 17 to base. Come in, base.
I read you, Air 17.
Base 10-9 on a traffic concerning prayer and acting strange.
It was Midtown, some guy in the stairwell of Bloomingdale.
Bolan grabbed the mic.
Any more details?
Let me check. Evidently, he's kneeling on the 8th floor stairwell landing there, praying loudly. A car's already been dispatched to check it out. No big deal. They'll end up taking him to Bellevue.
What else?
That's about it. The caller said he was wearing a pack of some kind, muttering Allah this and Allah that.
Call off the responding unit and tell Bloomingdale's security to stay away too. Keep everybody away from this guy and out of the stairwells.
I can't...
Damn it, do it! If you'd like the President of the United States to call you, that can be arranged. But until then, get on the horn and get it done.
Roger that.
Bloomingdale's it is. I can set us down on the roof.
Within minutes, they were at Bloomingdale's. Bolan and Latham dove from the chopper, racing toward a door in the center of the building. It was locked.
We'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way.
The executioner and Latham sprinted down the stairwell of a large department store. On the 8th floor landing, they found what they were looking for. Candido Subing's face was on the cold concrete of the landing, his arms outstretched in front of him as he silently said his and New York City's final prayer. To his left, lay a brown canvas backpack, and to his right, Bolan saw a rectangular instrument that resembled a television remote control. Bolan lined the Beretta's sights on the electronic detonator, but almost immediately realized the possibility that the bullet might activate the nuke. He shifted the sight at the end of the barrel toward Subing's head, but before he could squeeze the trigger, the Filipino suddenly jerked his head off the floor and looked straight up at the executioner. Subing snatched the detonator from beside him and ran for the door.
Son of a bitch!
He left the backpack! Makes no difference. He has the remote detonator. He can touch off the nuke from anywhere within reasonable distance. Let's go!
Bolan saw the man sprinting down the aisle of the women's department. Candido Subing's hands pumped back and forth in time with his legs, and in his right hand, Bolan could see the remote detonator. The executioner ground to a halt in the middle of the aisle. He raised the Beretta to eye level, dropping the sights on the back of the running man's head. Bolan moved the Beretta's sights slightly up and down in time with the bobbing of Subing's head. The terrorist had the detonator in his hand, a finger or thumb no doubt on the button. Only one thing would keep that finger from contracting in death spasms and detonating the nuclear weapon in the stairwell. A perfect brainstem shot that suddenly and completely shut down Subing's central nervous system. Blood, brain matter, and a host of other cranial fluid blew out of Candido Subing's head. The executioner held the Beretta where it was and waited. Subing had either pressed the button or he hadn't. Whatever happened now was beyond Bolan's control. The executioner walked forward and knelt next to the body of the man on the floor. He took the remote control device out of the limp fingers. Lars Mikkelsen had been angry at first, but word had leaked out among his governmental clients that New York had been one step away from a nuclear disaster, and that had worked almost as well as if the bomb had actually gone off. He was getting calls from all over the world, and it looked as though his new nuclear detection device was going to become a must-have piece of security equipment. And no one suspected he had had anything at all to do with the fiasco that had ended at Bloomingdale's in New York City. Lars Mikkelsen had won once again.
What is it?
Your 2 o'clock appointment is here, Mr. Mikkelsen.
The fat man looked at his watch. They were 5 minutes early.
I send them in.
Mikkelsen's secretary stepped back to admit the 2 men. Both were large and looked fit, but the one wearing the navy blue suit was obviously the leader, and he came in first. The smile on his face looked hard. The other man wore a light tan western-cut suit, a turquoise bolo tie, and a spotless white cowboy hat. He followed the taller man into the chairs in front of Mikkelsen's desk. Mikkelsen decided a little small talk might break the ice between him and these new customers. He looked at the man in the hat.
I have always loved your American Western films. Bang, bang! The good guys always win.
Yes, you can count on that.
That is a beautiful hat.
Thank you. It's a Stetson. You would not believe where I found it.
Oh?
New York City, of all places.
One does not think of New York as a place for cowboys.
Yeah, that's what I said when I saw it.
So, you are looking for small arms, no?
Well, we were, but we're also interested in one of your new products as well. Some nuclear detection device, I understand.
Ah, yes. They are back-ordered at the moment, I am sorry to tell you. After the close call you Americans had...
Well, I can definitely understand that. And if we'd only had a few of your new detectors when that nuke first showed up in port, we'd have found it then, wouldn't we?
Oh, most certainly. It can detect the presence of uranium or any other...
Mikkelsen immediately realized what the man had just said. No one but he knew the nuclear bomb had come in by ship and been in port. The Americans were still trying to trace the origin of the weapon. Looking back at the two men, Mikkelsen saw their smiles were gone.
You had quite a little game going, didn't you, Mikkelsen? Create problems that need to be solved, then sell the solutions.
The man shook his head back and forth, and the fat man suddenly felt an emotion he had not experienced in many years. Fear.
Subing was your fall guy. The missionaries were nothing but a way for you to find a misled religious zealot willing to die for his cause.
Both men, as if on cue, rose to their feet. The larger of the two looked down at the obese millionaire and shook his head in disgust.
He didn't even know your true cause, did he?
You can't...
Anything else you'd like to say?
The fat man looked down to see a tiny red dot dancing on his shirt below his jowls. He knew what it was. One of his own companies manufactured such devices.
No? I guess there's really nothing else to say anyway.
Bolan's gun didn't have the laser sighting device, but the lighting in the office was such that the fat man could look down the barrel and see a hollow point bullet staring him in the eyes. Lars Mikkelsen saw smiles flash across both men's faces simultaneously. The executioner Mack Bolan and the Texan Charlie Latham holstered their guns beneath their jackets, straightened their ties, and turned to leave.
Mack Bolan, False Front is a graphic audio production. Production copyright 2007, The Cutting Corporation. All rights reserved. Copyright 2007, Don Pendleton. Mark Dalton, copyright 2007, Ido Van Belkom. Performed by Jeff Baker, Terrence Aselford, David Coyne, Richard Rowan, Nanette Savard, Thomas Penny, James Lewis, James Konachek, Ken Jackson, Colleen Delaney, and Mort Shelby. Directed by Bob Supan. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Greg Reinfeldt and Kyle Univer. The Mack Bolan theme was composed by Chris Rowan. Additional original music by Matt Webb. Novel adapted for graphic audio by Matt Jacobs. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. If you enjoyed Mack Bolan, be sure to look for Don Pendleton's Stony Man and The Executioner. Available at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net. Keep listening for the latest episode of Mark Dalton, Owner-Operator. Graphic Audio presents Mark Dalton, Owner-Operator by Ido Van Belkom. Copyright 2007, Ido Van Belkom. Performed by David Coyne and the Graphic Audio Players. Episode 2, Highway Robbery.
Highway 17 was as clear as the sky that filled his windshield, and it looked like it was going to be another beautiful day. Mark Dalton checked his mirrors for oncoming traffic one last time, then shifted his Peterbilt into first. He signaled left and began the run through the gears, taking his time to bring the rig up to speed. Although he'd let the engine warm up for a good half hour while he'd done his circle check, it didn't make sense to push it if he didn't have to. His Peterbilt 379, which he affectionately called Motherlode, was already 6 years old, and if he treated her right, she just might be with him for another 6, maybe even longer. Mark smiled at the thought. He hadn't always been so careful with his women, but he learned from his mistakes. Just 2 years ago, he'd been working as a private investigator, making a good living, videotaping men who spent 3-hour lunches with their secretaries and women who spent more time with their personal trainers than they did in the gym. The money had been okay, but the work had taken up a lot of his time, especially nights and weekends. That had become painfully obvious when he set up his camera one night outside a motel room on the lakeshore and discovered he was taping his own wife in bed with another woman. That little episode had taken a lot of the fun out of being a private detective, and suddenly Mark needed to find something else to do with his life, at least for a little while. He'd been driving off and on for years whenever he wasn't working on a case, so as soon as the divorce was finalized, he sold off all his assets and bought a 92 Peterbilt with a fully equipped sleeper. Driving a rig was just what he'd needed. He could work as much or as little as he wanted, and when and where he wanted. And perhaps most important of all, he had only himself to worry about. And even that seemed like one too many at times. But old habits died hard, and he wasn't adverse to getting involved in other people's lives, maybe even sticking his nose into a few places where it didn't belong. Like that woman walking along the side of the highway up ahead. What's her story, Mark wondered? What's she doing out here in the middle of nowhere?
Well, there's only one way to find out.
He slowed the rig as he came up behind her, and she turned to face him with her arm extended and her thumb pointed in the direction he was headed. He slowed the Peterbilt further, pulled off the highway, and came to a stop on the gravel shoulder. He waited there for her, watching her grow larger in his mirror. Before she reached the truck, he turned on the CB and switched it to Channel 9, on the off chance there might be some news about the girl being a runaway or an otherwise missing person. Pretty was the first thought that came to Mark when the young woman's face appeared through the passenger side window.
Hi.
Where you headed?
West.
Just west?
Yeah.
Now that sounded odd to Mark. Usually someone all alone out in the middle of nowhere was headed somewhere. They might have been dropped off by someone headed someplace else, or been walking between rides, but they always knew where they were going. He looked at her for a few seconds.
All right. Hop in.
Thanks.
She didn't flash him too much of a smile, and that wasn't right either. Someone walking alone for a while is usually thrilled to get a ride. She struggled to get into the cab, and while she tried to make herself comfortable, Mark noticed that her shoulder-length ash-blonde hair needed combing. She had a white t-shirt on that had some sort of tropical fish on the front of it. The shirt was spotted with something dark and, like her black denim pants, was in need of a wash. The black and white running shoes on her feet had mud on them, and she wasn't carrying anything with her besides the gray summer jacket she had draped over her arm. Mark waited until she settled into the seat before heading back out onto the highway. When they were on the road and up to speed, he waited for her to start up a conversation, but she didn't seem to be too interested in talking. What she did seem to be interested in was the highway in front of them, which she scanned like some eagle on a perch.
So, how is it that you came to be on the highway this morning?
My car broke down.
Huh. I don't remember seeing any cars on the side of the road for at least 20 miles in either direction.
I got a ride from somebody.
Now, that was possible, but if she got out of someone's vehicle, then she must know where she's headed, or at least where she's not headed. And even if she did get a ride, that wouldn't explain why she looked so beat up. There were cuts and scrapes on her face and arms, and her dirty white t-shirt had a big tear on the left shoulder. And despite her seemingly tough exterior, Mark couldn't help but notice that there was a look of fear in her eyes.
Look, Miss...
Jane.
Don't tell me. Your last name's Smith.
How'd you guess?
Okay, Miss Smith. A lot of what you're telling me just doesn't add up. Now, either you tell me something I can believe, or I'm just going to let you off at the next crossroad.
Attention all drivers. Attention all drivers. Just want you to know that the OPP are looking for a woman who skipped out on a motel bill outside of Huntsville. Seems she also left some guy behind in pretty bad shape.
Mark glanced over at her, and she raised her eyebrows in an awkward look of surprise.
Does that mean he's dead? Can you ask him?
Mark wasn't sure what her interest in this guy was, but he obliged her.
Is the guy in the motel room gonna make it?
Affirmative. He's been worked over pretty good, but they figure he'll pull through all right. The girl the cops are looking for is white, mid-20s with shoulder-length, dirty blonde hair. She's wearing black and white shoes, black pants, and a white t-shirt from Marineland that's got killer whales on the front of it.
Mark leaned forward and took a closer look at the front of her t-shirt. Damned if what he thought were tropical fish weren't killer whales.
You mind explaining?
Shut up.
Her right arm suddenly appeared from under her jacket. There was a gun in her hand.
Just keep driving.
Mark kept his eyes on the road, but managed to steal a couple of glances at the woman, Jane Smith, who was sitting in the passenger seat next to him and pointing a gun at his head. The gun looked a little on the small side, nothing more than a .22, if that. Her hand was shaking, and the fear he'd noticed before in her eyes had spread to the rest of her face. If he wasn't behind the wheel of his rig, Mark might have risked taking the gun from her. She didn't look like she'd be much of a shot, for one thing, and for another, Mark had a gut feeling she didn't have it in her to pull the trigger. But even if he was crazy enough to try taking the gun from her while they were out on the highway, not only did he risk getting shot, and at this range, who could miss, but he could wind up putting his rig on its side, and that kind of trouble he needed even less than a hole in the head.
I seen her. Skinny thing. Kinda pretty. Didn't know where she was going, but seemed to be in an awful hurry to get there.
So this girl's been around, thought Mark, sneaking another glance to his right to see if the second trucker's words had any effect on her. She didn't flinch, and the gun remained pointed at his head.
I gave her a ride from Huntsville to North Bay, but she jumped ship when I stopped for fuel. Stole my starter's pistol out of the glove compartment, too.
Mark lifted his foot off the accelerator and turned his head to take a better look at the gun. Sure enough, it wasn't a gun at all, but a reasonable facsimile looking just real enough to get people's feet and hearts racing. With slow, even movements to ensure the gun wouldn't go off and set his ears to ringing, Mark reached over and took it away from her. For a moment, her empty hand trembled wildly in the air. Then it moved to her head as she cradled her skull with both hands. He picked up speed again and drove along for a few kilometers in silence to give her time to settle down and collect her thoughts. There was obviously more to this whole thing than just some guy being rolled in a motel room, and Mark was curious enough to know what it was. By the time they reached Cache Bay, her sobs had turned to silent tears. Mark figured she was about ready to talk.
Now look, I can imagine you've had a pretty rough morning. But if you don't start telling me the truth about what's going on here, the next stop will be the OPB detachment in Sturgeon Falls. You want that?
She shook her head.
Good. Now what's your name?
I told you.
Your real name.
Jennifer Mitchell.
Mark waited for her to say something more, but it was becoming obvious that extracting information from her would be like pulling molars.
And how did you come to be walking along the highway?
I was riding with my boyfriend on a run into Winnipeg. He asked me to come along to keep him company and to see a bit of the country.
Yeah?
But he didn't seem to be enjoying my company much.
Why not?
He was constantly watching the mirrors.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Even when we were parked?
Oh.
You see, Rick did an 8-week course with a school to get his A license, and he did really well at it. We figured, with the way companies are in need of drivers these days, he'd be able to get a job right away, but that's not the way it worked out. The best companies want drivers with experience, and you can't get experience unless somebody is willing to take a chance on you.
Mark gave an understanding nod. He'd heard similar complaints plenty of times before.
So, one day he met up with a high school buddy of his in a donut shop in downtown Toronto. Rick told the guy he was having problems getting work, and the guy said he'd see what he could do for him. A couple of days later, he calls Rick and offers him this honey of a deal.
Mark had a feeling he wasn't going to like this honey of a deal one bit.
This guy and his partners would loan Rick the money to buy his own used rig. On top of that, they promised to give him as much work as he wanted. 2 or 3 times a week to Rochester, as many times as he could handle.
It sounded great. But Mark knew that anything that sounded too good to be true usually was.
Rick was so happy to have the work that he never bothered to really find out what he was carrying. The boxes and paperwork said there were cameras inside, and since Kodak is based in Rochester, well,
Well, what?
When he realized there was booze and cigarettes inside the boxes, he didn't want any part of it. He told the guys who lent him the money that he knew what he was carrying for them and that he didn't want to work for them anymore. He promised to pay them back any way he could, and they seemed to be satisfied with that.
But
Rick didn't have any contacts, so even though he had his own rig and a bit of experience, it was tough finding enough work to pay them back on schedule. He ended up missing a few payments, and they came looking for him.
So these guys were following your boyfriend?
Yeah. They got him to do one last run. Then they were behind us all the way from Toronto. After I went to get us some breakfast this morning, I came back to find two guys working over Rick. One had a tire iron, the other one a knife.
And you stopped them?
Yeah, well, not really. When they saw me in the doorway, they stopped beating on Rick and came after me. I threw hot coffee into the face of one of them and managed to get away.
What about the blood on your clothes?
There was a lot of it in the room.
But if you managed to get away, why didn't you go back for Rick? Or at least call the police?
Rick was dead. Or at least I thought he was. And I knew the cops would be looking at me like a suspect, thinking I'd made up the story about the two guys. And then what about them? They were looking for me too, because they knew I was a witness and would be able to identify them.
Mark thought it might be true about them coming after her, but he didn't buy her fear of the police. Despite the few run-ins he'd had with hard-headed cops as a private detective, Mark knew they weren't all stupid. They would have been able to check out her story and would have started looking for the two men by now. She obviously needed help, so why wasn't she asking for it?
Is there something you're not telling me?
I wanted to get to the truck before they did.
The truck?
It was Rick's and my future.
The truck?
Yes. It was locked, but I wasn't going back to the motel room to look for the key. So I waited until they took the truck. Then I caught a ride with another trucker, hoping to catch up to them.
Her words were cut off as she suddenly became interested in the rear-view mirror outside her window.
You really think you'll find them?
Yes, I do. In fact, it looks like they found me.
Mark took a look in his own mirror. There was a big blue Freightliner cab over in the left-hand lane with the name Jennifer painted in fancy lettering between the bottom of the windshield and the top of the radiator grill. There was smoke pouring out of the rig's twin pipes, and the driver looked to be in an awful hurry.
That's Rick's truck coming up behind us.
Fear began to creep up Mark's spine. If the truck coming up fast behind them was indeed Rick's, that meant the man behind the wheel was a cold-blooded killer. Even though Rick hadn't died, the two men had entered the motel room with the intention of killing him, which meant they were guilty of attempted murder at the very least. And if they were willing to kill a man to settle an outstanding debt, what else might they be willing to do to get rid of the only other witness to their crime besides the victim? Mark pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the rate that the Freightliner was approaching slightly slowed. Mark sighed, realizing he'd never be able to outrun them, even if he wanted to. He was loaded front to back with china and dinnerware for a restaurant supply company in Saskatoon. His rig and the 53-foot trailer it was pulling was already at its 80,000-pound limit, and there was no way he could stay at this speed for long. The other truck would overtake him in minutes. And if they knew that the girl, Jennifer, was in his truck, they might try to run him off the road. Once they'd done that, they could kill them both and make it look like part of an accident. But he reasoned. If they were going to try and run him off the road, they'd be in for a surprise. Because if Mark had anything on them, it was weight. A truck full of cigarettes and booze was no match for the tonnage amassed by skidfuls of china plates. He eased off the accelerator. No sense in burning out the motor just to postpone the inevitable. And the Freightliner started to catch up.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. What do you think they're going to do? Do they even know you're riding with me?
Although unlikely, it was possible they'd seen her get into his cab, or they might have heard something over the radio. Then again, it was also conceivable that they were just in a hurry to get to Winnipeg, deliver the load, and sell off the truck. Mark checked his mirror and saw that the Freightliner was now even with the rear of his trailer.
All right, quick, get in the back.
What?
Get in the sleeper. I don't want them to see you.
She got off the seat, climbed into the sleeper, and pulled the curtains shut. Mark looked over his shoulder and saw that she was peeking out of a slit between the curtains. The Freightliner was just about even with him. Mark looked over at the driver. It was a young guy, Unruly dark hair, dark glasses. His face looked a little red, and his white short-sleeved shirt had a huge stain around the collar and down the front. He was either an utter slob, or he'd recently had coffee thrown in his face. Mark was apt to believe the latter. Mark's fingers tightly clenched the wheel as he waited for something to happen. His knuckles had begun to turn white, and his palms were aching, but he wasn't about to loosen his grip. At last, something happened. The driver of the Freightliner smiled at him and gave him a little wave, just a friendly "how you doing?" Mark took a deep breath, eased off the accelerator again, and watched as the Freightliner moved ahead, and then pulled over into the lane in front of them.
All right, you can come out now.
No, the other one's behind him.
Mark checked his mirror and saw a burgundy Buick LeSabre come up on the left, then tuck in behind the other truck.
That's their car.
So they would be getting rid of the truck in Winnipeg. Probably even had somebody lined up to strip it down and ship the parts halfway around the world. Mark watched the truck slowly pull away and decided not to chase after it.
Can't you keep up with them?
I'm not blowing my motor just to keep up with somebody I'll be catching up to later.
What do you mean?
Well, they're gonna have to stop sometime.
But what if they turn off before Winnipeg?
Mark thought about that a moment, and then turned to look at her. Why is she so worried about the truck? If anything, she should be wanting to head back to Huntsville to be with her boyfriend, Rick. God knows he could probably use the company right now.
And just what is it with that truck, anyway?
What do you mean?
I mean, while your boyfriend is in some hospital wondering if his brain is ever gonna work right again, you're riding cross-country after some truck. What's so damn special about that truck?
She climbed back into the passenger seat and leaned her shoulder up against the door before speaking.
We're engaged. We were going to get married as soon as Rick paid off this guy's loan.
But you said he was late making the payments.
Then we would only have to pay the money back to his parents.
What? You borrowed money from them too?
When his father found out the kind of trouble he was in, he offered to loan Rick the money to get him out of a jam. He mortgaged the house and gave Rick the money in cash.
Cash?
That's the way they wanted it.
Oh, boy.
We were going to make the payment when we got back from Winnipeg, but they caught up to us in Huntsville and...
Why didn't you just give them guys the money and be done with it?
I'm sure Rick tried to, but I think he mentioned going to the cops a couple of times too many.
Oh, gee, you think that might have been a mistake?
How naive could this guy Rick have been? Or maybe he was just crazy. Or stupid. Or both.
So, instead of just taking their money, they decide to take the truck, the money inside it, and kill Rick, just in case he thinks about going to the police again. Oh, that's nice. Real nice.
Up ahead, the Freightliner rounded a curve and was gone. A moment later, the Buick following it also disappeared from view. That started her crying again. Mark felt bad for her. She seemed like a nice girl, and all her and Rick had wanted was a chance to get started on their lives together. And here were a couple of bad boys all ready to take advantage of two kids' dreams. Rick was probably clinging to life by a string in some hospital, and they were about to lose not only what they'd invested in the truck, but all the money the kid's family put up to help him out as well. At this rate, they'd be paying back their debts until the day they died, and even that might not clear it. And for what? So a few people could cheat the government and save a few bucks on their booze and smokes? Mark wanted to comfort her, wanted to say the right thing, but he was never good with words, so it was best not to try. On the other hand, it might be possible for him to help her, to actually do something for her. That was his strong suit, taking action. But what could he do for her out here on the highway? Just then they came upon a long straight. Ahead in the distance, over on the right, was a truck stop. As Mark neared, he looked for the big blue Freightliner cab over in the lot. Sure enough, it was parked in one of the service lanes, taking on fuel. He looked at his own fuel gauge and saw that it was still 3/4 full.
I think maybe I could use some fuel.
He pulled off the highway and into a whole lot of trouble. Mark slowed his rig to a crawl as he neared the service area of the truck stop, giving himself extra time to think.
What are you going to do?
I don't know yet.
He had an idea or two, but no real plan. The blue Freightliner was parked in one of the fuel service bays getting topped off with fuel. The LeSabre was parked behind it, probably needing a fill-up as well. Mark looked over to the restaurant and peered through the windows to try and see what things were like inside. It was busy, which made sense considering the number of cars and trucks out in the lot. Slowly, a plan began to formulate in Mark's mind. It was the sort of plan that might get him killed, but it was the only one he had at the moment, and he might as well go with it. He turned into the lane to the left of the Freightliner, pulled his tractor ahead of it, then turned right, blocking the other tractor's exit route. Mark got out of his truck. Hey, what you think you're doing?
I know this guy.
He climbed up on the side of the truck, pulled on the door handle, and looked in through the window.
I hauled a load for him last month, and I'm still waiting on the check.
The attendant nodded and busied himself with filling the Freightliner's tanks. Obviously, he didn't want to get involved in a dispute between two truckers, especially one over money.
Hey, where'd he go? Did you notice?
He's getting a coffee, I guess.
All right, thanks.
Together, Mark and Jennifer headed for the restaurant.
You know what you're going to do now?
I'm still not sure. I guess it depends on what we find when we get there.
Before going in the restaurant, he looked in through the windows.
Do you think these guys are good with their fists?
They didn't seem to have any trouble holding Rick down, and he's 6 feet 190. Even did some wrestling in high school.
If he was smart, he'd just call the police and wait for them to sort things out. But if he did that, one of the two would get away in the Buick, maybe even both of them. Besides that, he wasn't the kind to sit around and wait. He had to do something.
Do you think you'd recognize them if you see them?
I already see them. They're at the back of the line on the right.
Mark looked in the direction she nodded and recognized the driver with the coffee-stained white shirt. The guy standing next to him had to be the driver of the Buick.
So let's go.
Hey, hold on a second. Let me just think a minute here.
It was obvious he wasn't going to be able to hold these guys by himself. He needed help, and all he had was a restaurant full of truckers. But that might not be such a bad thing.
Maybe I could use that to my advantage.
The whole situation reminded him of the climax to the movie The Fugitive, where Harrison Ford finally catches up with the bad guy in a hotel ballroom full of people. Instead of confronting the guy in the ballroom, Ford's Dr. Richard Kimball tells the guy he'll be waiting for him in an adjoining room. That's just wrong. The only way to confront someone in a room full of people is to do everything in plain view of hundreds of eyewitnesses.
Here.
He gave Jennifer a quarter.
Call the police. Tell them that...
What?
Now, the truth would be too confusing to explain in such a short time.
Tell them there's a lunatic in this restaurant and you think he may have a gun.
Jennifer took the quarter and made the call. Mark took a moment to gather up his courage, then grit his teeth together and head into the restaurant.
You're the one!
The guy with the coffee-stained shirt put a finger to his chest and started looking around for the police.
Oh, they? You drive a blue Freightliner cab over with twin pipes, dark blue detailing and the name Jennifer painted on the front.
Maybe who wants to know?
Well, the cops, for one. You're the guy who put a friend of mine in a hospital by driving him off the road and into a ditch near Armprior.
Where?
Don't play stupid with me. You heard what I said. He accidentally cut you off trying to avoid a car that pulled in front of him. You blasted him with your horn and he made the mistake of giving you the finger. So you ran him off the road and into the ditch. A guy with a wife and 3 kids now has a busted jaw, broken neck, and 2 cracked vertebrae. Eats his dinner through a straw, all because you wanted to get even.
The truckers at the nearby tables had all stopped eating. They were listening intently to Mark's story, even grumbling and heckling every once in a while.
Look, buddy, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, and I don't want to know.
Don't give me that crap after your reckless driving put my friend in the hospital. You know, it's guys like you who give the rest of us hard-working truckers who drive by the rules a bad name.
Yeah, we're gonna let these guys.
His plan might actually work. While he couldn't be 100% sure, at least now Mark felt like the other truckers were with him.
Yeah, whatever. Come on, let's get out of here.
Mark didn't want it to get physical if he could help it. But if he didn't do something soon, the two of them would be walking right out of the restaurant.
Where do you think you're going?
Mark pushed Coffee Stain hard in the chest with both hands. The guy looked like he wanted to fight, but was so far resisting the temptation. Obviously, he didn't want to risk losing the truck, the money, and his load in some truck stop brawl over something he didn't know anything about.
Look, pal, I'm getting in my truck and getting the hell out of here. If you're smart, you'll step aside and let me go.
Not until you say you're sorry for what you did to my friend.
It sounded silly, Mark knew, but it was all he could think of at the moment.
Screw you.
Mark was all ready to push the guy again, but a strange thing happened. A group of truckers had moved in behind him, blocking the two guys' only way out of the restaurant. Apparently, drivers around here didn't take too kindly to fits of road rage, especially when they put one of their own in the hospital. Coffee Stain and his friends started to push their way through the crowd. The crowd pushed back. Without warning, Coffee Stain pulled a knife. Everyone started backing away. Everyone except Mark. He remained standing where he was and took a good look at the knife. In addition to being very big and very sharp, it was also spattered with blood. Rick's blood, no doubt.
Get out of the way. I don't want to have to cut you.
I don't want you to have to cut me either.
Good, then get out of my way.
No.
Coffee Stain took a step forward, and Mark took the starter's pistol from his pocket and pointed it directly at the guy's forehead. The crowd withdrew even further. Some were now scrambling out the door.
Take it easy, man.
You put my friend in the hospital, and now you want to cut me too?
Look, I just wanted to get out of here.
Drop the knife. On your knees. Both of you.
Mark took a look out the window. Still no sign of the police. He turned to the two men now on their knees.
You know, guys like you really piss me off. For every 200 safe drivers on the road, there's one jerk like you who screws it all up for everybody.
Okay. I'm sorry, all right? Just don't shoot me.
Oh, I see. You want me to show you some mercy. Like the mercy you showed Rick in that motel room in Huntsville?
Coffee Stain's eyes grew wide and his face turned white. Jennifer stepped out of the crowd and stood at Mark's left.
That's right. I know what you did, and I'm here to even the score.
He had no answer to that, other than raising his hands in surrender. Mark ignored the gesture.
Ready, set, go.
Slowly, another darker stain began to appear in the middle of Coffee Stain's pants. At that moment, two police cruisers, lights flashing, pulled up outside the restaurant. Mark knew he would have some explaining to do, but not nearly as much as Coffee Stain and his friend.